The school trip bus arrives. The boy clenches his fist, saying he's been waiting for this day since he first entered that school. He had decided that during this trip, he would finally confess his feelings to the girl he liked. While he's thinking about that and walking, someone bumps into him and calls his name. A girl sitting next to him on the bus asks why he's so restless. She teases him, saying he must be getting cold feet now that the moment's come. He tries to deny it, but she calls him a liar, saying she knows the face he makes when he's nervous. After teasing him a bit, she asks if he's really going to confess. The narrator introduces her as Nagisa, his childhood friend and partner in the confession plan. They talk about the girl he's going to confess to, Yui Shirayuki, described as the prettiest girl in the class, maybe even in the whole school, or the entire city. Nagisa jokes that her friend is about to face the biggest challenge of his life, while he tries to stay calm at the thought of confessing to such a popular girl. The boy argues with his friend, and she demands some gratitude for helping with the plan. He apologizes. Suddenly, a magic circle appears around the bus. The vehicle starts to shake, and everyone panics, thinking it might be an earthquake. The bus shakes harder as the glowing circle remains active. The students scream, confused and terrified. The teacher tries to take control, telling everyone to hold on and stay calm. Then, the bus appears in a completely different place, parked in front of a massive, medieval-looking city filled with castles, towers, and statues of armored knights. The students stare out the windows, confused, asking if they're still in Japan. Some begin to panic. The driver opens the door, and soldiers in armor surround the bus. One of them orders everyone to step out, leaving the main boy stunned. When he steps out, he finds himself face to face with a giant, armor-shaped machine. He looks up in disbelief, wondering if it's some kind of robot. The boy tries to calm his classmates, saying maybe they're not in danger. An old man in elegant clothes appears beside the soldiers and apologizes for the rough welcome. He introduces himself as Varmeral, the chief summoner, and explains that he was the one who brought this group of Earthlings into another world. The teacher asks if he really understands what happened to them, while the students stare in shock. The old man calmly confirms that he does, and explains that his organization makes its profit by selling humans from other worlds. He goes on to explain that this world uses magical suits, ancient tools created for things like engineering and transport, powered by a special energy that humans naturally possess. He says that few people in this world are born with the power to pilot these suits, so pilots are in short supply. Humans from Earth, however, have high levels of this energy called LUDEA rate. That's why they spend fortunes to summon people from other worlds. The teacher reacts angrily, accusing him of being selfish. When the teacher tries to resist, a soldier knocks her down and presses a blade to her neck. The old man says that while their methods may look harsh, magical suit pilots are highly respected and live comfortably here. Still, he adds that everyone will be put up for auction tomorrow and should rest well, hoping their LUDEA levels are high. That night, they're locked inside part of the castle under guard. The students sit on the ground, exhausted and hopeless. One of them calls out to Yuta, curious and clueless, wondering what his LUDEA level might be. Yuta lies there silently, deep in thought. The boys keep chatting, as if it's some kind of test. One says that if higher scores mean better treatment, then of course everyone wants a high one. Another says that if it measures a person's worth, there's no way to fake it. They joke that someone like Shirayuki is bound to have a really high level. Yuta stays quiet, listening. Shirayuki whispers with the other girls, while Yuta, still lying down, murmurs that her level probably really is high. Soon after, guards appear and lead everyone down a long corridor toward what seems to be the place for the evaluation. The first student steps into the machine, and the result shows 12,000. The evaluators comment that 5-digit values are already high, though maybe someone could reach 20,000. That would be rare. Yuta recognizes the student as Inawami from the soccer club and realizes that even 5 digits are impressive. The next student scores 29,000, sending the evaluators into a frenzy. They call him a double Highlander, nearly top tier. They celebrate getting 2 strong candidates in a row. After that, the numbers drop a lot. 3,000, 800, 2,000, 500, 2,000, 200, 3,000, 300. Yuta watches as it goes on. When Shirayuki's turn comes, the machine lights up, 36,000. The evaluators are stunned, calling her a triple Highlander. Yuta isn't even surprised. He expected her to have an incredible score. The evaluators practically throw a party for her, cheering as if she's a celebrity. Yuta watches, realizing how rare a triple Highlander must be. He tells himself he can't afford to lose when his turn comes. The line moves forward. It's Nagisa's turn. Nagisa steps into the machine, and her result shows 6,500. They call her a half-rater, still above average since few passed 5,000. Yuta thinks that's a solid result, and flashes her a victory sign while getting ready himself. Now, it's Yuta's turn. He steps forward, determined, thinking this number will decide his fate. He needs to know. As the machine starts measuring, the evaluator frowns at the strange result. He reads it out loud. 2. Everyone stares, confused, repeating the number in disbelief. Yuta is just as shocked, frozen by the absurdly low value. The evaluators check the machine, confirming there's no mistake. The result is correct. They announce it loudly. Yuta's LUDEA rate is 2. The boy stands there, stunned by the humiliatingly small number. Later, in a grand hall filled with spectators, the crowd cheers. The man in charge announces the start of the Human Rider auction. Nagisa and Yuta tremble as the audience roars with excitement. The first student up for auction is the one with 12,000. The bidding starts at 10 million gold just because he's a Highlander. The buyers raise their signs rapidly, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, until he's sold for 160 million gold. Yuta watches in disbelief, realizing this is literally a human auction. The whole class is sold off one by one, and Yuta realizes they'll all be separated. He thinks of Shirayuki and Nagisa, wondering if he'll ever see them again. One student sells for 1.2 billion gold, as the auction keeps going without pause. Then, the organizers announce the main item of the night, Shirayuki, with a rate of 36,000, a triple Highlander. She's brought on stage as the crowd goes wild for the bidding. The offers skyrocket, 1 billion, 2 billion, 2.5 billion. The audience goes crazy. Then, someone raises a sign with a jaw-dropping bid, 12 billion gold. The entire room goes silent. The auctioneer slams the gavel. Shirayuki is sold for 12 billion gold to the Elysian Empire. Other buyers murmur that no one can compete with Elysian, saying all top riders end up there since they supposedly found another orichalcum mine. Next is Nagisa, introduced as a half-rater, with 6,500. Yuta watches closely as the bids start 10 million, 15, 17, until someone offers 20 million gold. The auctioneer calls it sold, while Nagisa gives a small farewell wave. Nagisa is sold for 20 million gold to the Amurian Empire. Yuta stands frozen, realizing everything the trip, his confession plan, his normal life is over. He stares at the floor, accepting that nothing went as it should have. Then it's Yuta's turn. The announcer calls him a defective item, practically useless, reminding everyone that his rate is only 2. He jokes that maybe someone will buy him just out of curiosity. The crowd laughs and gasps, doubting such a low value is even real. Yuta stands alone on stage while the entire audience mocks him. They laugh, calling him worthless, joking about his 2 and wondering where they found someone that weak, a public joke. His classmates laugh too, calling the result pathetic and saying they almost feel sorry for him. Yuta lowers his head, trembling as the weight of the humiliation hits him. Nagisa and Shirayuki watch silently, tense and powerless. The auctioneer, already mocking him, asks if anyone wants to buy Yuta for any price. Even a single gold coin would do. A man in the crowd laughs and says even 1 coin is too much, offering 2 fruits instead. The announcer accepts without hesitation. Yuta is dragged away and tossed out like cheap merchandise. The buyer throws him onto a wagon, saying they're leaving right away. Meanwhile, Nagisa is taken off in another direction, far from him. Nagisa looks back, calling Yuta's name, but it's no use. The boy rides locked inside the cart, traveling down a lonely road toward an unknown place in the middle of nowhere. Inside the wagon, Yuta asks when dinner will be. The man replies that the food for the day is gone and he'll have to wait until tomorrow. Yuta can't believe it. The door creaks open. Someone appears before him and catches his attention. A girl in rags stands there with a sly smile, asking if he's hungry. Yuta looks at her torn clothes, dirty hair, clearly someone who's lived like that for a long time. She says that's just the reality of this place. Other young people, just as battered, are trapped there with them. Yuta thinks about Nagisa and Shirayuki as he faces this grim reality. He finally accepts it. He's in another world, and slavery is normal here. With no idea what will happen next, he can only wonder what fate awaits them all. 2 guards talk nearby. One says the scale goes up to 100,000, but that it's impossible for anyone to reach that. They've never heard of anyone with a 6-digit LUDEA rate. The other adds that even if someone like that existed, no magical suit could handle such power. As they talk, the scene shifts to a door and a staircase, leading deeper into a building. The girl, whose name is Nanami, brings food to Yuta. He hesitates, saying it looks like it was her share. She answers that she knows how bad hunger feels, and that's why she's sharing, even if it's not much. Yuta thanks her but says the gesture alone was already enough. Nanami insists, saying no one knows when they'll get food again. Sometimes it's only once every 3 days. He notices she's skin and bones and thinks it's too cruel to let her share, so he suggests they split it and eat together. Nanami is surprised when she hears the word together. Yuta smiles and says food tastes different when you eat it with someone. Later that night, he tries to sleep on the cold, hard floor, complaining about how freezing it is. The others sleep curled up in their thin blankets. Then Nanami comes closer and leans against him to share warmth, catching Yuta off guard. In the morning, Yuta wakes up with Nanami sleeping against him and wonders how a girl like her ended up there. Right then, the door opens and the owner yells at everyone to get up and work. Yuta startles awake at the harsh shout. Yuta faces reality, telling himself this is what a slave's life is like. He looks at Nanami and thinks this might be the only life she's ever known. Clenching his fist, he tells himself he has to do something, but at the same time wonders what kind of help he can be when he's this weak. They get the day's ration, a tiny portion that has to last until night. Yuta complains, but Nanami says they're still lucky to have anything. While they split the little they have, Yuta asks how she ended up there. The question makes her tremble before she answers. Nanami calmly says she was sold by her own mother. She explains that with the money from selling her, her family was able to eat for a whole month, so for her, it was worth it. Yuta instantly realizes he asked something way too heavy. That night, Yuta wakes up to Nanami twisting and crying silently beside him. He calls her, trying to understand what's happening, but she keeps shaking, hugging herself like she's reliving something painful. Yuta tries to apologize, saying he only brought back bad memories. Nanami forces a smile and says, "It's fine," repeating that at least her family got to eat for a month, as if she's trying to convince herself. Yuta realizes how absurd that is. No girl would be happy about being sold by her own family, and calls himself an idiot for believing it. That night, he hugs Nanami tightly, while she cries quietly in his arms. A man grabs Nanami, accusing her of stealing, and starts hitting her. The boy tries to stop him, saying he found the food on the floor, but the man doesn't believe him and keeps beating him, telling him to hand everything over. He says he's fine, even hurt, and Nanami runs to him worried. Yuta thinks she has a good heart. Nanami apologizes for not being able to save the other boy, but he says the only friend he cares about there is her. The overseer announces that work is over and there will be no food that night, then shuts the door. Nanami calls out to Yuta, worried when she sees him standing in front of the exit. Yuta notices the man didn't even lock the door. One of the old men explains that door only opens for someone with more than 300 LUDEA. No one there even reaches that, so no one can leave. That's how they keep everyone trapped like that. Yuta understands silently. Yuta puts his hand on the door, and it just opens. The others stare, shocked, not understanding how that's possible. The girl says in surprise that the door opened, and the old man looks terrified. Yuta says he's leaving and asks Nanami if she wants to go with him. The old man, not believing it, asks what his rate is. Yuta smiles and says it's 2, then even mocks him by asking, "So what?" Yuta and Nanami arrive at a big city near the port. He says they should be able to find work there and promises he'll get food for her. Nanami answers cheerfully, following him with trust. Yuta and Nanami reach a huge port city. He decides to look for work there and says he'll get food for her soon. Nanami agrees happily and walks beside him. Yuta tries to get a job at the docks, but everyone turns him away as soon as they hear his rate is only 2. After several refusals, an older man decides to take him anyway and says he has a job for him. Yuta is taken to the ship where he'll work. The man explains the job is simple, just using his body to help move the ship. In return, he gets 2 meals a day, a little gold weekly, and a place to sleep. After that, he's left with the other men on the ship. One of the crew members welcomes Yuta and Nanami and asks for his name and rate. When he hears it's 2, he just says it's better than nothing. He points to the huge gears and explains their job is to make those turn. He says someone with a high rate would move it easily, but no one there goes over 100, so it's all done with body strength. In the end, he tells Yuta to get ready because the work is tough. Yuta asks if they're allowed to leave the ship, but the man laughs and says they eat and sleep there. It's a slave ship. Yuta realizes he was tricked again and thinks he dragged Nanami into another cage. The men start turning the ship's mechanisms with force when they're ordered to set sail, and the vessel begins to move. He sees how heavy the work is and decides to try anyway. But when he puts his hand on the mechanism, the ship turns hard, and he's pulled back without even understanding what just happened. The ship shoots across the water at ridiculous speed, leaving everyone shocked, not knowing how that suddenly happened. After the job, they get 20 coins and permission to stop at the port. Yuta gets excited, thinking they can leave, but the others say that with rates as low as theirs, they're just happy to have food, they have nowhere to run. Yuta asks Nanami if she wants to stay there or go with him, warning her they might end up without food again. She says she wants to go wherever he goes. She says it doesn't matter, she just wants to stay with Yuta. He agrees and decides to leave with her. They come near a mansion with a carriage parked in front. A woman appears at the door, grabs his arm with a smile, and asks what his name is. The young woman introduces herself as Renelle, the second princess of the kingdom, and says it's a pleasure to meet them. The other girl says her name. Renelle says she understands how scary it is to be in a new world with strangers, but promises they'll be treated well as part of the royal family. Renelle explains that people with high rates are treated like luxury everywhere, almost like royalty, especially in a small kingdom like hers. But those with low rates live badly. She remembers there was someone with a very low rate at the auction, and starts wondering what happened to that boy, not being able to get it out of her head. The girl kneels beside the other and holds her hands, confessing that she always liked him. The other girl starts crying while talking. The princess stands up after hearing the girl's confession and says she'll look into the boy's whereabouts. The girl asks if that's really true, and the princess, confident, tells her to leave everything to her. The king of Amoria welcomes the girl kindly and says he's already heard about her. She introduces herself politely. The princess beside him asks her father not to pressure the girl, saying he'll make her nervous. Another girl asks to be introduced too. The third princess, Himari, shows up making a scene. The older princess calms her down and asks where the eldest sister is. They comment she's probably in the usual place. Then they decide to take Nagisa to show her something inside the castle. They're taken to a room where there's a huge mechanical armor. The older sister calls for Yukina to come down. Yukina steps out of the robot. She's the first princess of Amoria. She greets Nagisa and comments that she's the new half-raider. Then she suggests taking a look at Nagisa's model. A giant magical armor is presented in front of them. Raspella, considered the best in the kingdom. It has high mobility, strong defense, huge maximum output, and requires a LUDEA rate of 5,000 just to start up. Nagisa asks if they'll be sent to war. Yukina explains that in some countries that happens, but Amoria is at peace, and the suits are more for keeping violence in check than actually fighting. Nagisa understands and replies quietly. He and the girl now walk down a busier street, looking at clothing stalls. The girl stops in front of a rack, curious, and he asks what it is. He realizes the clothes they still wear from their slave days are all torn up, so he asks which piece she wants to pick, ready to replace what they're wearing. She picks one, excited, saying she's never chosen clothes by herself before. The shopkeeper tells them the price, and the boy pays with their coins. Already used to the money in this world. He asks if that amount covers it, and the seller agrees. They count what they still have, and see it's enough to get by for now. The boy comments that she's so happy with new clothes that she even started humming. She then blurts out, smiling that she's never taken a bath in her life, shocking him. And he says the next step is exactly that, taking a bath and getting clean. He gets flustered when he realizes the girl is basically his age and has never bathed before. He asks if she can wash herself, but she says she's never done it. Not really understanding, she suggests they bathe together. He refuses and says he'll just show her how, and then she can finish alone. She insists, asking for help at least with her back, while he tries to keep things under control and decides he'll teach her in the most basic way possible. He thinks of Nanami as a girl who was sold by her own family, and now sees him as an older brother. Looking at the city, he wonders what he can do since he's the only family she has now. Then he decides on the basics. Make sure she has food, help her learn, and give her some direction. He finishes putting on his uniform and gets ready for that. Nanami comes out wearing the new outfit and asks what he thinks. He says it suits her perfectly. She laughs, happy, and he says the first step now is to find a job. They head out together to start looking. Yuta and Nanami spend the day trying to find work and can't because of his LUDEA too. They split what little they have to eat, and he apologizes. Then a man appears asking if they're looking for a job. The well-dressed man offers a job that pays 50 gold a month, which leaves Yuta stunned at the amount. But he gets cautious, remembering the slave ship, and asks what exactly the job is before accepting. The man explains the job is just to spend time with his daughter, who's about their age. Yuta is surprised at how simple that sounds, but agrees to try. The man introduces himself as Belfast, and is happy that Yuta accepted the position. Yuta is taken to the room where the man's daughter is sitting on the bed. The girl turns her head when she notices them, and he stares in surprise when he sees her animal ears, while she just watches in silence. The man asks if the girl scared Yuta, and explains that his daughter suffers from a curse that gave her animal ears. He says that because he's a noble, he has many rivals, and one of them cast that curse out of spite. When he tries to touch his daughter, she pulls away. Yuta introduces himself along with Nanami and asks the girl's name. After hesitating a bit, she accepts the handshake and says her name is Falma. Yuta smiles and says that from now on, they can consider themselves friends. Falma listens in silence. Yuta thinks that because of her appearance, Falma has always lived shut in and never made any friends. Suddenly, Nanami grabs her hand and pulls her excitedly, telling her to come play. Falma is surprised and asks if they aren't afraid of her. Nanami answers that of course she wants to play, without hesitating. Falma is shocked by that reaction. Nanami tugs Falma along, asking what for. All cheerful to play, Belfast watches and says Falma is clearly happy, which is rare. Belfast remembers that before, anyone who saw Falma would run away calling her a monster. But even so, he always wished she could have a normal childhood like any other girl. They were taken in at Lord Belfast's mansion, and from then on started having proper meals and real beds. A month went by, and they spent their days playing with Falma. Nanami and Falma got so close they looked like sisters. Yuta was always called to play too, but he would run out of breath fast while the two kept running full of energy. Yuta stops when he notices a huge armor leaning against the wall. Falma explains it's a magical armor her father bought as a collection piece. She says they already tried to start it up after digging it up, but it never worked, so it's probably broken. Yuta is surprised to hear it was excavated and asks if they don't make magical armors anymore. Falma explains that countries compete to dig up magical armors from ancient civilizations because their cores are something no one understands or can reproduce. Only the outer parts are repaired for use. She says she really likes that kind of armor exactly because of that mysterious energy no one can recreate, and that makes it even more interesting and cool. Yuta reacts saying she really knows her stuff. They start comparing that LUDEA rate. Yuta says his is low, around 2, so the armor wouldn't move anyway. Falma says hers is 7,800, which amazes Yuta. He asks Nanami's rate, and Falma teases that it must be low, reminding them that Nanami couldn't even open the storeroom door. Nanami gets annoyed, not understanding why they're talking about that. Nanami defends herself, saying she never even tried to open that door, so they couldn't use that as a measure. In time, a chance shows up to measure her properly. Lord Belfast uses his connections to call in a specialist and put Nanami in the analysis device. The result leaves the evaluator stunned. The result comes out. Nanami's rate is 32,000, making her a triple Highlander. Everyone is shocked by the number. A noble comments that any kingdom would receive her with honor, and even offers to introduce her to whoever she wanted. Nanami refuses right away, hugs Falma, and says she wants to keep living with Yuta and Falma. After the result, the Lord comments that Falma has made a real friend. Nanami closes her eyes and thinks about everything that happened so far. The strange world she fell into, the weird auction, their whole class being split up. She wonders if Yuta is okay, remembering how everything started so messy. Nanami is taken by carriage to a huge castle in the capital. The servant says they've arrived and asks her to get down carefully. As she walks through the gate, soldiers salute her in honor of the title she was given. While she receives all that exaggerated treatment, Nanami thinks to herself that she's nothing special and doesn't deserve so much attention. She is led to the throne and presented to the emperor. He says it's rare for someone so young to have so much power, and tells her she's the 5th triple Highlander in the country. The emperor says she is special and only needs to swear loyalty to use that power in service of the kingdom. Then he orders them to take her to her quarters and promises to give her her own magical armor. They take Nanami to a huge hangar where several armors are stored. The attendant explains that the ones in front are the standard models, and the armors for people with high rates are stored farther in. He says they're going to open the compartment reserved just for her. Nanami watches quietly as the gate starts lifting, revealing the armor that will be hers. The door finishes opening and reveals a giant armor called El Vala. The attendant explains it requires an initial rate of 30,000 to operate, has a maximum output of 3 million, and is ranked at the highest level in both defense and mobility. He says it's the kind of armor made for someone like her. Right after that, a woman named Yuito shows up, treated with respect by the soldiers. Yuito says she also came from Japan and was sold to that place 5 years earlier. She offers to help Nanami with whatever she needs. Before leaving, they comment that the man who just passed by is a quintuple Highlander, considered the strongest on the continent, with a rate of 57,000. Nanami is surprised to realize she just saw the most powerful person in that place. The attendant comments that man is so important, he sometimes gets more respect than the emperor himself, and that the country's power depends a lot on him. He suggests it would be wise to stay on good terms with someone like that. Then he says they'll start her pilot training in a few days, and that they expect Nanami to master the Elvala armor. Nanami asks to make a request before he goes. Nanami says that at the auction, there was a boy sold for a fruit and asks them to investigate where he went. The man remembers it was the boy with rate 2 and calls him defective, but Nanami snaps and says he's not defective. The attendant accepts the request and says the kingdom will make arrangements to buy the boy back. Nanami is relieved and thanks him, remembering she's known Yuta since their first year of high school and always thought he was a sincere and kind person. Nanami thinks she realized her feelings too late and that she could have confessed during the school trip. She admits to herself that she likes Yuta. In another scene, an officer reports that the government already knows about Nanami's rate and the army has started to move because of it. The Lord warns that the army will come to take Nanami by royal order and tells Yuta to run away with her while he stays behind to buy time. Soon, soldiers knock at the gate announcing they came to collect the Triple Highlander. Yuta panics and tries to convince Nanami to leave, while the Lord denies the presence of any child with that title. Falma watches quietly, understanding how serious things are. The Lord realizes there's no choice and gets ready to face the army. Before Yuta and Nanami flee, he thanks them, saying that even for a short time they gave Falma a happiness she never had. Right after, the gate is hit hard, showing that the soldiers are about to break in. The gate is smashed open, and with the impact, Lord Belfast is hit and falls to the ground, bleeding. Yuta, Nanami, and Falma are shocked to see him collapse right in front of them. Falma runs to her father in despair, begging him not to die. The Lord, already weak, apologizes and says he can't go on. Before he loses his strength, he asks Yuta to take Falma with him, saying he doesn't want her to end up alone again. Yuta promises he'll take Falma with him. The Lord, with a faint voice, says he feels blessed to have lived long enough to see his daughter play and have days like a normal girl. Before passing, he asks if Falma was happy. Through tears, she answers yes. Falma hugs her father on the ground and says she was happy from the day she was born by his side. The Lord looks at her with affection one last time and calls her name before closing his eyes. Yuta calls Nanami and Falma, saying there's no time left and they have to run. When they step outside, they see soldiers and armors surrounding the whole area. Yuta is surprised by how many military forces there are. Nanami holds Falma close, ready to run. They run to a hangar and see an armor stored there. Yuta suggests they might be able to hide inside it. Nanami notices there's a manual hatch on the chest of the armor, and Falma points out a ladder leading up to it. Yuta stands in front of the giant armor, pulls the lever, and the hatch starts to open, revealing the inside accessible by the ladder. Inside, they find the cockpit. Yuta comments, impressed. Nanami tells them to be quiet because someone is coming, while they try to squeeze into the small space. Soldiers in military armors enter the hangar, saying they saw someone come in. They notice the armor where Yuta and the girls are hiding and joke about it being old scrap, not realizing there are people inside. The soldiers argue whether they should destroy the armor just in case. Yuta and the two girls panic inside the cockpit. Yuta tries to activate something, fumbles with the controls, and says desperately that if it really doesn't move, they're done for. The three of them are in the cockpit when one of the soldiers thrusts his spear straight at the armor. Nanami screams for Yuta to dodge fast as the attack comes toward the mecha's chest. The armor moves on its own at the moment of the attack and dodges. Falma quickly explains that pilots move the armor with their mind. You just have to think what you want it to do. The soldiers plan to attack in pairs. Yuta panics because the armor doesn't have any visible weapons and asks what to do. Remembering her father, Falma answers firmly that they don't need weapons, just punch. Yuta decides to trust her and gets ready to attack. Yuta throws a punch with the armor, and the blow easily destroys the enemy's suit. He's shocked by the absurd strength. Falma comments that not even the army's best model would stand a chance against this mecha. After the punch, Nanami gets fired up, saying the armor is strong. Yuta agrees and says they're going to smash through the blockade and escape. The three of them get ready to push forward with the mecha. The mecha charges and smashes through the property gate, throwing soldiers away as they start their escape. At the exit, 3 enemy armors are already waiting outside. Yuta looks at the situation and says, now it's 3 against 1. The soldiers are stunned to see the old armor beat the first 2. They decide to surround and attack together, suspecting there's a triple Highlander piloting it. The 3 enemy armors charge at Yuta's mecha at the same time. One of the enemies lunges first with a spear, but Yuta's mecha blocks and counterattacks with an arm strike, pushing the enemy back. Another soldier raises his weapon to attack from above. Yuta reacts fast and spins the armor's body, dodging the strike from above and using the movement to hurl the enemy away with a sideways throw. One of the enemies tries to hit Yuta from behind, but he grabs the mecha he just threw and uses the enemy armor's body as a shield, blocking the 3rd soldier's attack. With the enemy still being used as a shield, Yuta spins and crushes the 2 at once. The power of the hit even shocks the soldiers themselves, who can't believe what they're seeing. After the intense fight, the three enemies are down on the ground. Inside the cockpit, a breathless Yuta says they managed to get out. They stop to decide the next step. Nanami says that if they cross the border to the Merchant Federation of Alpaca, the country of Ludewan won't be able to reach them. Yuta comments that walking around with a giant armor will draw way too much attention. Falma says the ideal would be to have a transport carrier for mechas, but to have that, they'd need to live as full-time pilots or be rich, and they're neither. Inside the cockpit, Yuta apologizes to Falma, thinking her father died because of them. Falma refuses that and says it's Ludewan's fault, since they were the ones who killed her father. Angry, she swears she will never forgive that country. Nanami says they're going to make Ludewan pay for what it did. Falma thanks her and says the next step is to buy a strong armor for Nanami when they get to Alpaca. On the way, Nanami starts thinking out loud. Yuta is piloting an armor that not even a triple Highlander could move, so that LUDEA 2 result can only be wrong. She concludes that his real value must be way higher, maybe something no one's ever seen before. A falcon carries a message while soldiers march through ruins. The narration says, the people of the kingdom that bought her had been kind. They gave her a spacious house, luxury meals, and treated her with respect. While commanders give orders on the battlefield, the narrator says that even though they gave her everything, that wasn't what she wanted. What she really wants, as a teacher, is to protect her students and bring them all back alive. She then takes command and gives combat orders. The commander switches the channel to speak privately with Ruriko and says she wants to talk after the battle. Then she goes back to commanding the squad and orders a three-front attack. A soldier reports that they've spotted 12 enemy armors. The end. The units respond to the order and advance in formation with their armors. The enemy moves out and a new battle begins. The fight starts at close range. One of the knights charges and delivers quick slashes, taking enemies down with precise blows. The strikes crush the enemy armors until they fall. Then the commander reports that the enemy units have been neutralized. After they win, the soldiers order the commander to get out of the armor and surrender. She hesitates, takes off her cap, and looks ready to decide what to do. When the teacher gets ready to step out, she sees two of her students being held hostage. She freezes and asks why they're there and where the other students are. One of them says she doesn't know. A soldier demands to know where the other units are and threatens the student. She panics, saying she doesn't know. The man calls it bad luck, ready to act again. Another soldier steps in and blocks the commander's strike, crossing blades and stopping him from hitting the girl. Ruriko jumps in before the final blow, blocks it, pushes the commander away, and yells that he's not laying a hand on her students. The commander asks why she did that. Ruriko, already tense and breathing hard, says she lives in a crazy world where her own students are being forced to kill each other and that she's never going to accept that. The teacher shouts for Oba and Taguchi to get into the magic suits and run. The girls run, confused, calling for her. Minami orders them to hurry and says they're going to escape, but an enemy appears blocking the way and says she's not going anywhere. She ties her hair firmly under the cap and thinks that what she wants is to keep her students safe and take them all back to their world. They enter the Merchant Federation of Alpaca. The center of the city is full of movement, but on the edges there are slums. A huge coliseum dominates the view. Falma says she's going to sell the jewels. Yuta tries to argue, reminding her they were Lord Belfast's final gift, but she insists. He just warns they have to be careful not to sell for too little. They decide to show one of the jewels to several merchants and compare offers. One says it's a cheap fake and offers little. Another offers 1 million. A third even offers 2 million. In the end, they agree to sell to the man who offered 2 million. A man leaning on the wall tells them not to do business with that buyer and says they'll regret it. The trio finds him suspicious and asks who he is. Jean introduces himself and says that buyer was going to give them a good price at first, just to scam them later when they brought the rest. He explains that kind of trick is common in a trade city. Then he suggests they hire him, so they won't get cheated like that. Jean pushes for the deal. He says he'll try to sell the item for 1.2x, the value to another buyer. If he manages, he keeps 10% of the profit. If he can't sell, he gets nothing. Yuta thinks there's no way they can lose, since at worst, they sell it for the amount they already had. Falma admits she's bad at negotiating and considers taking his help. The group goes to check prices. One merchant says he'd pay about 10 million for the whole lot. Jean says he can force that same man to pay at least 12 million and tells them to follow him. Jean starts a forced auction provoking the merchant. The man first laughs at the 15 million offer, but Jean fires back saying just 2 of the stones are worth 10 million by themselves. The shopkeeper tries to justify it, saying they're good pieces, a rare emerald and a high-grade stone, until he gives in and offers 20 million. Jean pushes more, saying he'll spread bad rumors about him if he doesn't pay what it's really worth. Desperate, the merchant raises it to 30 million, saying that's the most he can do. The group goes back to the room with the bag of money and comments that they only asked for 1.2x the price, but Jean managed to triple it. Sitting at the table, he asks what they're going to do with that cash. Yuta says they plan to buy a magic suit. Jean gets curious and asks what kind they're looking for. They say they want a magic suit with an initial rate above 10,000. Jean asks if the boy is a Highlander, but Falma says the suit isn't for him. Jean looks a bit surprised, trying to play it cool, saying that for a Highlander that wouldn't be much. The group finds out a magic suit costs 100 million gold, which shocks them. Jean comments that's still the cheap price for a Highlander suit, since they're insanely expensive. They realize they need way more money to buy a suit. Jean thinks for a moment and says there is something they could do to get that kind of money. The scene ends, showing the city and the big Colosseum in the background, hinting that his idea is connected to that place. They arrive at the packed Colosseum, where 2 suits are fighting while the crowd screams. Jean explains that's where money matches happen with bets. Since there are hardly any Highlanders in that circuit, anyone who knows how to play it can make money fast. 2 suits clash in the arena while the audience roars. Yuta asks how someone gets into those fights, and Jean calmly says they can leave that part to him, like he already knows how to get someone in the ring. The 2 girls ask Yuta if he's sure, warning him the opponents there are strong. Jean confirms he himself is going to enter, and wants to know Yuta's LUDEA rate. Yuta answers with a smile that it's 2, but tells them not to worry. Yuta confirms his rate is 2, but says it has to be him, because only he can move that magic suit. Jean is confused and says, with rate 2 you couldn't even use a magic lantern, so that suit must be kind of outside the rules. The Colosseum announcer calls the next match and hypes the crowd. The Colosseum announces the next fighter, Shinsuke Yamakura. Hearing the name, Yuta is shocked to realize it's a boy from his class. A veteran fighter of the Colosseum is announced as Shinsuke's opponent. The man, arrogant, promises to teach that a battle isn't decided only by the LUDEA index. Yuta remembers that at school, Shinsuke was one of the quiet students he barely talked to, and is surprised to see him there. The announcer points out that the veteran already has more than 500 victories. Shinsuke enters the duel with an aggressive grin, calling the veteran old junk and saying he'll make him regret leaving the nursing home. Meanwhile, Yuta watches quietly, starting to doubt his own confidence after seeing the opponent's attitude. The veteran reacts fast, blocking the boy's strike easily. His machine holds the charge and pushes back, making it clear the younger fighter won't stand a chance at that pace. The veteran launches a brutal slash with a shout, but the hit doesn't land the way he wanted. He stops, panting. While the boy looks surprised, he managed to get away. The veteran activates a huge mechanical arm that shoots forward to grab the opponent. He says that arm was made to immobilize even a big magic suit. The old man tries to crush the boy's suit with the mechanical arm and tells him to stay down, calling him a brat. The boy isn't intimidated, talks back, and says that's not enough to beat him, while the veteran promises to shut his barking up. The old man is shocked to see the mechanical arm being broken. He can't believe what he's seeing. The boy laughs, teases him, calling him old, and says he'll show what he can really do, while his suit slips out of the hold. Yamakura wins by completely destroying the old man's suit. The announcer notes that quiet classmate has totally changed. He now raises his arms to the crowd as he's announced the victor. Yuta watches his classmates celebrating the victory like crazy in the arena. Jean asks if he gets it now, warning that going in there without thinking is asking to die. Colosseum duels aren't a joke. Yuta says he understands. Yuta says that if that's the level of the fighters, he can handle it. Jean makes a sarcastic comment, but agrees to find an opponent for him, and tells Yuta to leave it to him. Meanwhile, a guy at the bar starts drinking something. Yuta's fight is scheduled as the opening match for the main event of the afternoon. With that, his debut in the Colosseum is set. He walks up to the suit to get ready, while on the other side a man sharpens his weapon, ready for battle. The staff tells Yuta the suit doesn't have a name yet, and that's mandatory to register for the match. Yuta freezes, not knowing what to put. He remembers an old anime about a white lion, king of the jungle, and decides to use that name for the suit. He looks at the suit and decides he's registering the name as Arleo. Yuta is announced in the arena with his suit Arleo. The next opponent introduced is an experienced fighter named Kevin, known as Red Dragon, with his suit Holga, and about to reach his 50th win. Before the fight, the guy is told not to win too fast, so it looks like a tough match and brings in more bets for the next one. Yuta sees the bets and notices the odds are 57 to 1 against him. Treated like a total underdog, the fight starts, and the two suits rush at each other. Yuta realizes the opponent is slower than the previous fighter, and even leaves his head exposed, giving huge openings. He could attack and finish it right there, but remembers Jin's instruction not to win too fast. So he decides to just give a shove to keep the fight balanced to the crowd. Yuta spins Arleo's arm and launches a rotating strike that hits the enemy suit square on. The man's eyes go wide, not understanding what just happened, and right after the impact blows off part of the suit, sending debris flying. The crowd watches in shock. The crowd goes wild, screaming after the hit. Jean, watching, is stunned by what Yuta just did. Yuta sees the damage and panics inside, thinking about what Jin is going to say. On the other side, the enemy pilot admits he let his guard down. His suit has the outer shell ripped off and is smoking all over. Yuta's strike scrapes on purpose without landing clean, dragging sparks across the floor. He stares at the opponent in control, while the veteran widens his eyes in shock, not understanding what just happened. The veteran freezes as he sees his own suit starting to crack and fall apart. Gears and parts drop to the floor while the core splits in half. Yuta wins. The opponent's suit falls to pieces, and the winner announcement echoes through the Coliseum. The crowd explodes while the announcer confirms Yuta and the Arleo. After the fight, Yuta leaves with the group. Jin watches with his arms crossed, quietly analyzing the result. Yuta comes back and Jin complains that he won too fast, since he was supposed to fake difficulty. Yuta apologizes. The girls show the money they won and reveal they bet everything on him, even their living money. Yuta is shocked when he finds out they all did the same. He calls them crazy. Jin and the others complain that Yuta overdid it and made the fight look too easy. Now, no one wants to accept a new challenge against them. Yuta says there's nothing he can do. Jean is pressed for ideas and he sighs, saying he'll have to resort to tricks. Yuta opens the door and comes face to face with 3 classmates, Yamakura, Haranishi, and Shibai. He's surprised but greets them casually, asking how they've been. Haranishi answers arrogantly, telling Yuta to show some respect. He says they might have been in the same class, but they're not on the same level anymore. Yuta tries to say something and gets cut off with a "don't interrupt me." Haranishi brags that he's elite now, with a rate over 3,000, and that someone with rate 2 is just a pig, telling Yuta to learn his place. The girl slams her hand on the table and tells him to show some respect, saying they were friends. He's surprised when the others also defend Yuta and ask him not to talk like that. The boys start mocking Yuta and the girls, laughing and calling them little pigs. One of them tells the girl to take off her hood, saying it's disrespectful to cover herself in front of superiors. He pulls her hood down and reveals the ears. Everyone is shocked right away when they see she's a half-beast. Yuta loses his patience and punches the guy in the face. The other falls back complaining, but Yuta snaps, saying he doesn't care about their so-called LUDEA rate. Anyone who likes putting others down is worse than a pig. Jin bangs the bottle on the counter and cuts the argument. He says if both of them are gladiators, then settle it in the Coliseum. The boy says he had a secret trick, and now he's going to show it. Yuta is confused, and the other one already starts provoking again, calling him a pig. Jean proposes a handicap match, 3 versus 1. The bet would be 40 million gold, with rules that favor the trio. They think it's throwing money away, but when Jin mocks them, saying refusing means they're afraid of Yuta, the boy accepts the deal. The Coliseum announcement begins. The rookie who shined on his debut is going to fight again, but now against 3 opponents at once, a handicap match. Jean comments that without weapons it would be unfair, and notices something installed on Arleo. The announcer introduces the 3 rivals, all with 10 straight wins. Yamakura, Haranishi, and Shibai, each with their own suit. The crowd screams for them to crush Arleo, while on Yuta's side, they say the tonfas he equipped are made of magnesium, customized just for this fight. The fight starts with the 3 mechas charging at the same time toward Arleo. The rivals mock him, saying Yuta's last win was rigged or just luck, and promise to show how stupid he was for challenging them. They call Yuta a pig, and say he's already done for before the fight even turns into a real exchange of blows. The clash starts violent. One of the 3 comes in full force and sweeps the ground with a huge strike, carving a path of destruction. Another tries to follow up and strike from above, while the 3 surround Arleo. Even so, Yuta's mecha withstands the impact and still moves, leaving the opponent surprised that he tanked the first attack. One of the 3 lands, a clean hit, and tears off a big chunk of Arleo's armor. The impact makes the enemy step back a bit surprised, but another one immediately comes in and tries to slash from the side. Yuta barely has time to react while blades swing at him. Arleo dodges low. The enemy loses balance, not understanding how. Before he can recover, Yuta twists the mecha's body and slams the opponent to the ground with a hard impact, leaving the other one stunned, not understanding who they're really up against. The rival panics, can't believe someone with rate 2 is dominating the fight, and says they're going to lose everything. He accuses Yuta of tricking them and begs for help. Yuta just stares coldly and says he doesn't care. People who hurt others always pay back eventually. The enemy suit is thrown hard to the floor and crashes, cracking as it hits the arena. The arena explodes and screams when the announcer declares the winner. Yuta and Arleo are announced as champions. While he looks up, panting, still processing the fight, Yuta realizes those boys changed. Because of this world, they learned to measure worth by rates and started seeing people differently. He wonders if the others are also changing like that and thinks about how the rest of the group must be doing. Yuta closes Arleo's hatch and hears someone calling him. He turns and keeps walking with the group, thinking to himself that at least he won't become like those boys. At night, under the rain, a mansion appears. A mechanical suit stands guard, armed, somewhere else. Someone operates buttons and talks to himself, marking 1 target on the right, 2 on the left. A girl calmly operates the control panel despite the rain. In front of the mansion, several armed suits are already positioned. Another girl notices something coming from behind and shouts a warning. The operator exhales slowly, staying in control. The attack is launched at the enemy suit, but it dodges fast and counterattacks at close range, with its blade raised. The enemy suit charges with its blades, but Arleo dodges and the enemy jumps into the air. Someone calls from behind that he's airborne. The instructor orders them to stay calm and shoot when he lands. Explosions hit the ground when the enemy lands hard. Right after, the 3 suits surround Arleo and strike at the same time, attacks converging to the center. Arleo blocks the attacks and quickly jumps back. Then he lands hard and sweeps all 3 enemies at once, scattering debris across the floor. Yui is ordered to stop for now. The officers praise how much she improved in just 1 month, even if it was only simulated battles. They say it was thanks to the training she received and that her talent is real. One of them suggests that next time she should fight for real, and another even considers taking her to the Garen front, surprised at how fast she's progressing. He thanks them, but before that asks for an update on the matter he had requested. The subordinate says they located the merchant who had bought the boy with rate 2 and had even started negotiations to buy him back, but the boy had already escaped. As for the merchant who gave false info, he was punished, so he'll never do it again. She says she understands. The officer assures her that the information agencies are treating this as top priority and that good news should come soon. He says he'll do everything he can, while she admits she's worried but thanks him. The 2 girls enter the place and are amazed. One of them points and says, excited that the building shines and is way more luxurious than the inns they stayed at, even more than her own family's mansion. The 2 look around in surprise. Yuta says, now it's all or nothing. His friend says soon he won't be able to make money as a gladiator anymore, because after the fight against the 3, they even did a few more fights with advantage, but Yuta got too strong. No one is going to want to fight him. Yuta panics and asks what they're going to do now. They gather in the room to decide what to do with the money. Yuta says he wants to buy 2 magic suits and a transport. The other says 200 million might not be enough, because those suits for high rates are expensive and very contested. Yuta wonders if they can't do just 1 more fight to finish the amount. The group is unsure about the next step. He mentions the opponent's number. Yuta says he's going to fight anyway, and that it'll be his last fight as a gladiator. Jean insists that Guy is a double Highlander, something insanely strong, but Yuta says he's going to win and that it doesn't matter. Jean asks how much to bet. Since Yuta is so sure, Jean tells him to decide. Yuta suggests using the 200 million as the bet. Jean looks at him, wondering if the guy has completely lost it. Lying in the room, the 3 talk quietly. The girl says that after they avenge Falma's father, they could find a quiet place and live together. Yuta says he would like that too. She then asks if he's going to fight again, and he calmly confirms, saying maybe that simple life afterward would actually be nice. He holds her hand and hears the request not to get hurt. He promises he'll be fine, thinking that no matter how crazy it is to fight, he can't let the 2 of them worry. Even unsure, he decides to act like someone strong. He forces a smile and says it will all work out. An elegant woman gets the notice that someone challenged her and assumes it will be some suicidal brute. But when she sees the challenger, she's surprised it's a boy, even finding him kind of cute. On the other side, the boy also didn't expect the opponent to be a woman like that. Jean offers a 200 million bet. The woman seems curious, but says she doesn't care about gold anymore and that they'll need another proposal. Yuta asks what the terms would be, and she says she wants to set her own condition. The woman says whoever loses becomes the winner's property. Jean is shocked and finds it absurd, but Yuta accepts the condition anyway, leaving the others stunned. The woman says she likes him and teases him. Jean tries to make Yuta give up, saying he would become a slave if he lost, but Yuta says he's going to win and accepts without hesitation. The woman ends it saying, It's decided. The woman introduces herself as Aryuna and calls Yuta boy, already saying she'll have him after the fight. Yuta corrects her, says his name and that he's not a boy, but goes along with the mood and says they'll see each other soon. She leaves excited about the next fight, and Yuta is left sweating from the pressure. Aryuna enters the arena with her giant suit. The crowd goes crazy seeing her return. They narrate that she was so strong no one wanted to face her anymore, so she became a mentor. Now, after a long time away, she's back to take on a new challenger. Aryuna returns to the arena, and the crowd screams. They introduce her opponent, Yuta, the rookie who caught attention in the handicap matches. The announcer teases, saying the whole city wants to know how many minutes he'll last against her. Aryuna stomps hard on the ground, cracking it and getting excited with the rhythm of the fight. She smiles confidently, calling out to Yuta and provoking him to respond. Aryuna rushes in, spinning her suit and attacking at absurd speed. Yuta tries to react, but he realizes she's way too fast, and she's already on top of him with another strike coming. Aryuna keeps up the pressure non-stop, and Yuta can only raise his guard. She taunts him, asking why he isn't attacking, and he snaps back that if he could, he would have already done something he's barely managing to hold on. Aryuna slams the ground with force. The impact cracks the floor and throws Arleo back. Yuta's mecha is crushed into the broken wall, and right after that, it's grabbed by her machine. Aryuna pushes forward, smashing through the wall and scraping her blade along Arleo, throwing sparks and friction. Even so, Yuta manages to leave a cut on her mecha, and she says, surprised, that no one had ever marked Belcia before, praising Yuta for it. Yuta says he's not just going to scratch it and promises to be the first to beat her. Aryuna laughs and tells him to try. In the cockpit, she admits that was just a warm-up and now she's really excited. Yuta watches her mecha and realizes she's only getting started. Aryuna dashes in and fires a long-range strike, creating a wave of energy that flies straight toward Yuta's mecha in the middle of the packed arena. Yuta loses sight of Aryuna for a moment and tenses up. Outside, his friend sees what's happening and curses. At that same moment, Aryuna's mecha appears out of nowhere, speeding up at high velocity. Aryuna drops down from above with a straight heavy strike, smashing into the floor and throwing debris up while she stays standing in the suit, steady and ready for the next move. Yuta manages to block the hit at the last second. The impact flashes between the two mechas. He looks confused at what just happened, not understanding how he reacted in time. Aryuna's mecha falls to its knees with its sides smashed and burning, while Yuta's mecha stays standing after the counter. The crowd explodes in screams as Aryuna's mecha falls in flames. Yuta's mecha remains standing after the final blow. In the stands, the girls jump to their feet and shout his name. The man comments that the LUDEA rate reacts to emotion and focus. He notices Aryuna's armor got faster and concludes she used a concentration technique that raises the rate to the max for a short time. Yuta is shocked to hear about this LUDEA focus. The fight continues in the arena. The woman, sitting in the cockpit, teases him, saying he tried to attack her without even knowing how to use LUDEA focus, calling him impressive for that. But she warns she'll drop him with the next strike. Inside her armor, the system starts charging, letting out steam. The boy realizes she's about to use that same lethal move as before, and panics, not sure he can block it again. He's thrown back by the strike and has to decide fast. Either block with just the left arm, or dodge and stay open for the next blow. He panics, thinking he can't keep up with this pressure. He even thinks about sacrificing the arm, but realizes that would make it worse. He grumbles that if he knew how to use LUDEA focus, it would be different. In the end, he notices her strike was just a feint. The panel cuts to a calm scene in the real world. Birds chirping between the trees, wind moving the leaves, and a Japanese house with a car parked in the driveway. No action, just a cut to normal daily life outside. Yuta is called by a girl who warns that they're going to be late for Aikido practice, saying her dad is really strict about time and training. He says he's going. In the background, the dojo sign and the street appear. Yuta arrives at the dojo and sees Nagisa sitting silently. A man says that's not sleep, it's meditation. She's calming her mind. He explains it's to remove noise and the self, leaving the mind like still water, and suggests Yuta try it too. Yuta sits beside the girl and tries to meditate. The sound of insects and wind fills the place while they stay still on the tatami. Little by little, Yuta starts to feel his mind go quiet, like a calm lake. Yuta takes the direct hit from her mecha, but his armor doesn't shatter like it was supposed to. Aryuna is surprised, saying an attack like that should have torn through a suit like his. Yuta also doesn't understand how he managed to withstand it. Yuta clenches his fist and rushes in with everything. Aryuna notices he's going all out, but even so, she yells that he's not going to defeat her. The two clash again with force. Yuta faces the enemy mecha head-on with a steady look, not backing down. The other side also stares him down, like accepting the straight challenge. The air between them gets heavy, both ready to settle it on the next move. Her robot brings down a heavy strike, but the boy's mecha catches it with the staff, locking the blades in the air. The weapon shakes with the impact, cracking metal. He pushes to hold it, while she presses her machine's body forward, trying to crush him in the block. The boy's face shows the strain, sweating, staring at his opponent up close without retreating. The mecha stares unmoving, broken metal dropping around the frame. Down below, the boy opens his eyes, determined, steady, ready to keep fighting. The strike comes down hard and hits the mecha's arm, sending sparks flying. Right after, the scene cuts to the blow hitting the chest, then to the focus on his face inside the armor, still firm even after the hit. He falls exhausted, and the woman smiles, saying he's ridiculous in the sense of impressive. The scene cuts back to the arena where the judge announces his victory, while the audience erupts. Yuta won. They celebrate Yuta's win in a cheerful gathering, toasting with the money they earned. The gladiator grabs some food and jokes, offering it to Yuta, making a little airplane motion with her hand to feed him. Yuta eats quietly while everyone is still talking about the bet rule. He finds it weird that the loser is at the victory party. The woman says the terms of the deal can't just be cancelled, and says again that she really fell for him. She says her gladiator life was over anyway, that she didn't have opponents anymore, and that being a mentor didn't fit her. Yuta thinks it's crazy. She says that right in front of him, even though he didn't say he minded. Yuta tries to say her contract is already done, but the guy cuts in and tells him to listen. He says that with Aryuna's strength, the two girls, and Yuta himself, they've got a very strong team. The idea he puts on the table is to open a mercenary company as the next step. Around the table, they ask what his real goal is. Yuta says it straight: destroy Ludwan. Aryuna and the others say that without resources, that's impossible to go against a country. You need a lot of money. They even say becoming mercenaries wouldn't change that much, because they'd still need cash the same way. Yuta admits that the way they are now, that plan wouldn't work. Yuta says he's not going to let Nanami and Falma do something that dangerous. The two react and say that if he's going to fight, they want to go too, saying they're strong enough already. Jean reminds them this is war, and it's way too risky. In the end, Yuta realizes he's being pulled along by Jean's talk, and that the idea of forming a mercenary company is basically already decided. Jean suggests starting with just Yuta and Aryuna, and adding more later, and Yuta agrees with the plan for now. Yuta and Aryuna arrive in front of a big transport vehicle. He asks if that's her carrier. Aryuna says that now it's his too, since she belongs to him. He says it looks expensive, but she insists. Then Aryuna says she wants to introduce one more person to Yuta and tells him to come with her, saying that vehicle was just sitting there rusting and that it was time for a change for this girl he's about to meet too. Yuta agrees and goes along. Aryuna introduces the girl who's taken care of her mecha for years, a prodigy mechanic named Liza. She stares at Yuta with a cold, straight look. Yuta tries to greet her, a bit awkward, but before he even finishes, Liza slaps his hand away, making it clear she didn't like him at first sight. Liza explodes, saying she hates Yuta and accusing him of seducing Aryuna. Yuta tries to explain, but Aryuna says she lost the fight and now belongs to Yuta, which makes Liza even angrier, demanding Aryuna back. Aryuna cuts it off, saying it's already decided, and anyone who doesn't like it can leave. Before they argue more, someone shows up saying the magic suit seller Aryuna called is waiting. Jean calls Yuta and tells him to bring the girls. They arrive at the huge warehouse full of magical armors on display. The girls get excited when they recognize several famous models. On the way, they ask about their LUDEA rates. One says hers is 7,800, and the other says 32,000, leaving everyone stunned. The seller greets Aryuna and asks if she's looking for a suit for her companions. She confirms and says they need a suit for someone with triple Highlander rate. The man is surprised, but says luckily he has exactly one model like that, and tells them to follow. They stop in front of a giant suit called Asura. The seller presents the specs. Maximum output, 3,200,000. Initial LUDEA rate, 30,000. Armor rank SS, and mobility rank S, said to be a model with perfect specs. The group stares, impressed by the size and data of the suit. The girl looks at the golden suit in awe, saying it shines like gold. They comment it's an insane machine, and that there's almost no demand for triple Highlander models. Yuta asks Nanami if she liked it, and she says yes, remembering that when she was little, her father said gold is the color of happiness, so she likes it for that. Excited, she declares that one is hers, while the seller tries to interrupt quickly. The group decides to buy the suit because Nanami liked it, but then the owner says the price, 400 million. Jean freaks out, telling the shopkeeper to just say the real price. and when he hears it, he comes back to reality. They say no one there could pay that and tell the guy with that absurd price to get lost with that offer. He manages to bargain it down and closes the deal at $250 million. The seller praises him, saying he's a good negotiator, and even offers him a job, but Gene refuses, saying he feels like he'll earn more staying with the group. Right after, the seller takes them to see another model, a half-rater kind of unusual, and says he'll show Falma's magic suit. Aryuna calls the others to come along. He presents the new magic suit called Garuda, listing the specs: armor rank C, mobility rank A, maximum output 100,000, and initial rate 6,200. For the group, he explains that for a half-rater model it's pretty impressive. But the main point is that this model can fly. She confirms that the model really can fly, actually float above the ground, and says piloting it might take some time to get used to. They ask the price, and she says that since she doesn't want to face Gene again, she'll do it for 100 million. She makes it clear that's the lowest price, and it's take it or leave it. The girl decides on the spot that she wants that suit. Jean steps into the negotiation, saying they'll buy 2 suits since they like the model, and asks the seller to make it a bundle. Not wanting to deal with this again, the seller agrees. Jean then asks for a weapon to come with each suit under the same deal. Yuta and the group leave the warehouse with the 2 new suits. Nanami, excited, is already inside hers and celebrates, saying she's finally piloting a magic suit. The others watch from outside, surprised by the size and look of the machines, while Arjuna asks how it feels to pilot one. Yuta stands there watching, still a bit nervous about everything. Nanami and Falma adapt quickly to the suits and start walking with ease. Arjuna warns them not to overdo it, mentioning that both girls always liked suits from the very beginning. Falma is basically obsessed. Suddenly, Yuta calls out through the suit's communicator and asks how to make it fly, shocking both girls. He barely started using it and already wants to try something like that. Yuta's suit activates the propellers and starts lifting, throwing out sparks and strong wind. Nanami and Falma pull back from the impact as the robot rises, spinning upward into the sky. Even with no practice, Yuta manages to make the suit fly on his first try. Up in the air, Yuta panics and shouts that he's really flying, not knowing what to do. The girl tells him to calm down and come down slowly. He tries to control it, and the suit drops back to the ground shakily. They decide they'll stick to training for now. The scene then cuts to their ship floating at night. Jean praises the pilot and says the transport is fun to move. The other guy celebrates that the carrier only needs 1,000 to start up. Then they talk about the destination. Their first stop is the Republic of Kirkus. Tomorrow, they'll gather supplies right there before departing. They explain to Yuta that since he came from Earth, he wouldn't know. The Republic of Kirkus is in a prolonged war with the Tirachan Empire and still suffers daily pressure from Tiracha. Even so, Kirkus has diatite mines and plenty of money, a perfect stage for a mercenary company to operate. Yuta comments that every world has war and conflict, so Jean says that before they start fighting those idiots, there's still one more thing to decide. Jean says there's still one basic thing left. Yuta asks what it is, and he answers that it's absurd they haven't done it yet. In the next panel, he announces what's missing, choosing the name of their mercenary company. 2 giant suits face each other, ready for battle. One of them asks if the other is ready. The pilot stares seriously and says, "This is war." Jean gives the signal and announces the start of the 12th training match. Yuta notices they're being attacked from long range and can't counter. The girl rushes in excitedly, saying she improved, and lands a hit on the enemy, who reacts in pain. The woman comments she can't exchange direct blows with him anymore because of the triple suit. The girl laughs, fired up, showing confidence as she advances across the battlefield. The 2 mechs trade blows in the air with more fluidity than before. Watching from the ground, the man says that repeated training really makes a difference, and their progress is obvious in the fight. The group is resting near the mechs when one of the girls says she saw a lake while flying. The others brighten instantly, saying they want to play in the water, while one of them complains they don't even have swimsuits. The girls get hyped about the lake, and one of them says she'll use the chance to impress Yuta. Another offers old clothes to lend, and the group heads to the water. Yuta sits by the lake and dips his feet in, saying it feels nice, until someone calls him. The group reaches the lake, and the girls are already in bikinis, looking at the water and saying the place is beautiful. One comments on the depth, while another admits she can't swim. Behind them, Yuta is called over and gets cornered when one of them jokingly offers for him to touch, but immediately the scary guy behind them threatens that if he lays a hand on her, he dies. Yuta refuses instantly. Yuta is sitting by the lake with a fishing rod when Jean shows up, calling him to help with lunch. Yuta is surprised they even have a reel here, and Jean explains it's technology brought by Earthlings, already widespread. Yuta doubts any fish would bite for a beginner like him, and leaves the line in the water waiting. Yuta feels a tug, gets excited, and reels it in fast until he actually pulls a real fish out of the water. He lifts it, celebrating, and shouts to Jean that dinner is guaranteed. Jean arrives, carrying stuff, and seeing the scene, simply tells him not to destroy the ecosystem. Jean calls the group back and asks if everyone rested, saying he wants to hold a meeting now. He asks anyone with comments to speak. Aryuna says Garuda's arrows worked well, and suggests maybe using a magic signal. Yuta asks if there's any kind of projectile Arleo could use. They keep discussing. Aryuna says that for her it would only work to intimidate, but Yuta could actually do real damage. Nanami comments that magic flares are compact and don't interfere with other weapons, but you can only use one at a time, so it's a trade-off. Yuta understands he can't expect much power, but it's better than nothing. An official government building appears, identified as the Defense Department. An elderly officer greets visitors and thanks them for coming from so far. He explains that the Republic of Kirkus needs help defending the nation, but their budget is limited. The capital is Taruda. A meeting is held with several mercenaries at the table. The country's representative explains that payment will be by commission. Each enemy unit destroyed yields money, and destroying a magic suit gives a higher reward. They also say extra bonuses will be given based on performance. One of them even suggests a prize for the company with the best results. The group meets Horebe, someone from their past. He says he heard the other had become a slave, but now he's a mercenary too. They confirm they're mercenaries, and that Imora is also with them. One of the boys criticizes him, saying he doesn't even know how to pilot a suit. The other questions whether he's just trying to fool the country and take their money. Horebe's expression turns serious, finding it unbelievable. The girl explodes, saying that unlike them, her team risks their own lives and has no reason to shake hands with a suspicious group. Yuta looks at his own hand with mild discomfort, says he doesn't want to work with cheaters, and walks away. One of the girls warns him that Jean is calling, and he leaves with the group. Jean opens the map on the table and announces the group's first mission: retake Rubal Fortress. He says all mercenary companies will join along with the Kirkus army. Yuta is shocked, thinking it's insane that the first task is already to reclaim a fortress. Jean shows the fortress data. They have ballistae on top of the walls, around 150 ballistae, 100 magic suits, and Hayburn Black leading them. On their side, there are only 53 suits. They're outnumbered. Even so, Jean says the 4 of them can take the front line, as long as they stop the other mercenary companies from interfering. He ends saying that tomorrow will be the final briefing and expects them to have a good plan ready. A mercenary leader from Jungle King clearly states he won't work with the Iron Riders group. The officer asks if no other company is willing to cooperate. The man says that, according to his contacts, Iron Riders is just a team of cheaters, and if they insist on this, they'll have to leave the entire west flank in their hands. Jean tells Yuta to stay quiet for a moment. Then he agrees with the decision made in the meeting. The scene cuts to the region near the fortress, showing it at a distance with the bright sky. The group arrives with the transporter and lands near the rocky terrain, preparing for the operation. Jean explains their group will handle the siege from the west side, while others will attack from the east and south. They receive communication and recording devices from the Kirkus military. Jean reinforces that war is also information and tells the group to use the devices for internal communication. Yuta tries to call Jean before they continue. Aruna tells him she placed a projectile on Arleo's left arm, something Yuta requested. She explains it's a magic flare, controlled by the mind, useful for distraction and not direct damage. The group gathers. Yuta checks if everyone is ready. The clock shows the hour it's time to begin. The operation starts, and the mechs advance straight ahead. Aruna quickly takes command. Yuta draws the enemies at the front. Nanami goes around the flank to finish them, while Falma climbs to a higher spot and prepares a shot. The initial clash with the fortress guards happens right after. Enemy mercenaries rush in as a group with spears, but the trio reacts quickly. One intercepts and knocks down the first attacker, another shoots from afar, and the third dodges and prepares a sideways strike. The impact opens a gap in their line. One of the enemy mechs fires heavy shots at the front, and the third takes the opening to drive a direct blow into the opponent's chest. Yuta acknowledges that would leave a bitter taste and sticks to the plan. Suddenly, the girl shouts that a ballista shot is coming their way. A heavy impact hits the defenses as another voice warns that all Western ballistae are aiming at the group. The mood shifts instantly, and they try to react before the next attack. The girl fires Garuda's arrows from above, and the projectiles rain down, destroying the wall and the enemy ballistae. The blast opens a crater and scatters debris everywhere. Yuta watches, stunned by the power of the shots. Yuta shouts that there's still an enemy behind Falma. She turns the mech and fires, but the attack comes out weak, serving only as a distraction. Meanwhile, Yuta asks if that's enough as bait, and the enemy's strike grazes past. Falma shoots the mech's bow, and the energy arrow travels at high speed, crossing the field and hitting the enemy structure hard. Falma fires the projectile, and it causes an absurd explosion on the wall. Arjuna, surprised, says she's never seen a magic flare that strong. Yuta is left confused, not understanding where that much power came from. Yuta gets a call over the radio saying the Southern Line is in trouble. Jean tells them to go help the other group, and Yuta agrees, even though he complains that it would be easier if he could fire another magic flare shot. Even so, he gets ready to move out and cover the rest of the troops. The enemies surround the group on the southern front, with more than 100 mechs advancing. One of the soldiers suggests retreating, but it's already too late. Jean watches the situation and says the only option left is to ask their allies for help. Imamura and Horibe are fighting against a powerful enemy. Even attacking together, they can barely hold him back. An ally begs them to do something, but they explain they're already at their limit and that the enemy machine is insanely strong. The enemy charges in with a powerful strike, destroying everything around them. Imamura tries to react, but she's hit and screams in pain, while Horibe watches, desperate as he sees his partner getting hurt. Imamura is struck, but Horibe reacts quickly, attacking the enemy who hit her with all his strength. The blow lands clean, breaking part of the opponent's armor and slamming him to the ground in an explosion. Horibe is shocked to see the enemy taken down in an instant. Yuta moves into the front line and orders everyone to break the enemy formation. Meanwhile, from the outside, Jean watches the strength of the group and comments that there's almost nothing left for him to do, staying calm even in the middle of the battle. Jean comments with boredom that cleaning up after the battle is going to be the annoying part. Nanami reports that there are no more enemies nearby, and Falma confirms the sky is clear. Yuta decides to head to the eastern side to help their allies, when an annoyed voice suddenly echoes, calling the group fools for getting in other people's way. A man approaches, warning them not to interfere in other people's hunts. He explains coldly that everything works on a reward system. Yuta gets irritated and tries to answer back, but Falma cuts him off, saying it's not worth wasting time with people like that. The Iron Knights advance in front of the enemy walls, imposing a powerful presence on the battlefield. Their first charge ends in total success, marking an impressive victory. Even so, something still hangs in the air, the feeling that this conquest is only the beginning. In a meeting with officers and representatives, the commander praises the results of the Iron Knights, saying the numbers are impressive, if they're true. He comments that other mercenary groups are accusing them of having manipulated the battle records to inflate their destruction count and steal credit from others. The group denies the accusation, shocked and angered by what they're hearing. One of the officers questions the battle numbers, saying it's impossible that only 4 knights destroyed so many enemies. One of the group members gets irritated and insists they really did take back the fortress with just those 4, saying the other mercenaries didn't help at all. In the end, another one comments that the victory credit was given to a different group, leaving everyone surprised and outraged. The commander tries to put an end to the verbal conflict, saying there are still matters to discuss, and they need to keep the peace between the groups. Then he mentions that it's time to plan the next battle. The scene shifts to the Tyrochean Empire's border, showing a ruined city and fallen war machines, setting the stage for the next clash. 2 women talk after training. One of them, Emina, admits she's gotten used to the pace, but says she still can't beat Yui. Yui praises her performance, saying Emina has a higher number of units under her command. Emina, in turn, replies that what matters is quality, not quantity, reminding her that Yui is the one who took down the enemy ace again. An officer praises Yui and Emina, saying they really live up to Alicia's reputation as the strongest in the country, since they defeated countless enemies in just a few minutes. Right after, he asks to speak with them and explains that there are signs the enemy might cross the Tyrochean border. He asks them to deal with the invading troops and invites them to go over the details at the command center, and both accept right away. During the meeting at the command center, the officers discuss the recent attack. They reveal that the troops that invaded Tyrochean were completely wiped out in a matter of minutes. One of the men asks if they really expect them to do something about that, and the commander explains that this time it'll be a large-scale operation. He mentions they'll have the support of more than 200 units, counting both the mercenary suits and the armies, including the Iron Knights. During the conversation, one of the officers guarantees that this time there won't be any cheating. Still, the group realizes the commanders trust the words of the Jungle King's mercenaries more than theirs. The man tries to argue, but the admiral confirms that the Jungle Kings have been long-term partners and are therefore more reliable. Annoyed, the warrior understands the situation and sees how things really work there. The huge mechanical knights line up, drawing their swords and getting ready for battle. Their armor shines under the light as the sound of the wind cuts through the silence. The scene marks the start of a new offensive, showing the power and presence of the war machines about to move out. Arleo, from the Iron Knights, reports that his team is in position and ready to start the large-scale mission against Tyra Qian. Command warns that there are reports the enemy has received powerful reinforcements and orders all units to stay on high alert. With everything set, the operation begins, marking the start of a massive battle. The Iron Knights charge forward at incredible speed, crushing everything in their path. One of them leaps in for an attack, delivering a powerful sword strike that cuts the enemy to pieces. Amid the destruction, the impact of the machines echoes through the ruins, marking the fierce beginning of the fight. One of the knights watches the enemy's powerful attack and is shocked by the strength of the blow, which cuts through something that should have been impossible to slice. The woman beside him comments that the enemy must be using a reinforcement called LUDEA to boost the power of their weapons. Seeing the destruction they're causing, the pilot concludes they're facing real monsters. The battlefield plunges into chaos as the troops start getting hit by surprise attacks. The commander tries to figure out what's happening and orders the remaining troops to regroup, but communication is cut off. In the middle of the panic, he realizes they're facing an enemy far stronger than they expected. Arleo hears a desperate scream over the radio and recognizes the voice of the Jungle King's captain. Startled, he asks for their position and gets the answer that the Western Bloc was attacked. The operator checks the radar and notices all the signals from the troops there have disappeared. Shocked, he confirms that the Jungle King's mercenaries have been completely wiped out. Yuta decides to act and gets ready to enter the battle, but his partner insists on going with him. He agrees, and the two of them advance with determination. As they head toward the battlefield, Yuta has a bad feeling about the unknown enemy reinforcement. Right after that, he bursts through a wall amid the wreckage, ready to face whatever comes. Amid the rubble of a destroyed building, a towering figure in dark armor appears. The knight moves forward with firm steps, smashing columns and carving a path through the debris. On the other side, the enemy stares him down in silence, gripping his spear, ready for the clash that's about to begin. Yuta and his partner face the enemy ahead and notice something different about him. Surprised, they both recognize the type of armor. Yuta points out that it's a black magic suit, while she adds that theirs is white. Yuta and Amina face the enemy in front of them, studying the armors closely. He identifies a black magic suit, while she recognizes her own as white. Both understand they're about to fight a battle between two legendary suits, a clash that promises to be brutal and decisive. Moments before the battle, Yui and Amina were in a quiet room, drinking coffee and talking. While they relaxed, someone praised their achievements and the recent victory that had spread in rumors. The two of them, calm and composed, listened as their feats on the battlefield were acknowledged. Yui and Amina are called into a meeting and get praised for their recent victories. The officer comments that together they're almost unbeatable. Then he reveals worrying reports from the scouts. A powerful mercenary group known as the Jungle Kings has joined forces with the enemy army and is pushing their troops back. He asks both of them to face this new enemy in the next operation, warning them to act with extreme caution. Amina arrives and asks if she made Yui wait, but Yui says there's still time before the mission. The two chat casually, and Amina comments that she always sees Yui wearing her uniform, asking if she doesn't have any other clothes. Yui admits she's never had time to go look for new outfits. Amina then suggests that when they return, they should go to a shop in the capital together, and Yui agrees with a faint smile. Yui smiles softly and says she'd love to go with her, showing a rare moment of lightness before the war. Right after, the scene cuts sharply to the battlefield, where the mechanical suits crash into each other with force. A quick strike slashes through the air, and destruction spreads across the area, marking the beginning of an intense clash. Yuta stares at the enemy in front of him and recognizes the black suit, feeling a strange connection to it. He realizes he's facing the same warrior who single-handedly wiped out the entire Jungle Kings group. Even intrigued by the power of that armor, Yuta gets ready to face the opponent in a decisive battle. The ground shatters when the enemy slams down with full force, making the terrain shake. Yuta watches the approach and realizes the attack is about to begin. With a determined look, he shouts for LUDEA to focus and gets ready for the clash as the enemy charges in with devastating speed. The two suits enter combat at incredible speed. The Black Knight dashes in first, delivering a quick, precise strike that slices through the air with force. The impact is so intense that the ground and rubble around them are thrown back, showing the power and brutality of the clash between the warriors. The two suits crash into each other with force, destroying the columns and walls around them. Their blades cut through the air at high speed, scattering debris all over the field. The impact is so strong that the building starts to collapse, while the two warriors keep fighting without hesitation, each blow showing the devastating power of their magic suits. Yuta feels the pressure of the fight and is impressed by the enemy's speed and strength, realizing he only survived thanks to LUDEA's focus. As the danger rises, his allies arrive to reinforce the battle. Relieved, he thanks them for the help and gets ready to fight as a team, warning everyone to be careful while the clash stays intense. Yuta gets ready to keep fighting, but before he can react, the enemy is already right in front of him. He realizes it's too late to pull back. Right then, Imina arrives in her suit, smiling and apologizing for being late. Yui, relieved, greets her excitedly and comments that she brought reinforcements, lifting the group's spirits to keep facing the battle. The Iron Knights regroup, but they realize they're now outnumbered. Amina analyzes the situation and comments that the mass production combat models shouldn't be too dangerous. However, she knows the real problem lies with the two customized enemy suits, whose strength and abilities far surpass those of ordinary units. Yuta comments that the enemy is incredibly strong, and Amina asks just how powerful he really is. He answers that he has never faced anything like this before. Amina then organizes the group. She will handle the common enemies. Nanami will take on the second customized suit, and Falma will provide aerial support. One of the allies warns Yuta that the opponent ahead is a triple Highlander, an elite model, and says that only Yuta has a chance of defeating him. Before leaving, he wishes him good luck. Yuta takes the front line and advances without hesitation, answering confidently that he'll take care of the situation. Ahead of him, the enemy stares him down with blade in hand, ready for the duel. Around them, several enemy units move into position, surrounding the battlefield as the two warriors prepare for a decisive clash. Imina notices enemy movement and warns the group, saying the Jungle Kings are about to attack again. Yui confirms that the enemy is an elite company and orders all forces to stay alert. Using their numerical advantage, she instructs the troops to surround the enemy and strike from all sides, preparing the field for a massive confrontation. Amina watches in shock as the enemy suit charges with devastating force, tearing apart the ground around it. The impact makes the earth tremble, the scene intense and overwhelming. Yui's expression shifts to tension and caution, realizing they're facing an opponent far stronger than they imagined. The scene changes completely, showing tall, modern buildings contrasting with a distant memory. A young girl appears crying alone near a small stream, washing her feet in the water as she tries to calm down. This image seems to be an important memory, a moment of fragility and loneliness from the past that precedes the events of the present. The memory shows the younger girl drying her tears and forcing a smile, showing determination even in sadness. The scene cuts back to the present, where that same firm look appears once more on the battlefield. With the same spirit of resilience, she faces the enemy head-on, their blades clashing fiercely in an intense confrontation. The two mechs collide violently, making the ground shake and sparks fly. Amid the impact, Yuta and Amina exchange intense looks, feeling something strange. He freezes for a moment, confused, as a familiar sensation washes over him, as if he has lived that moment before. Yuta charges with his spear, generating an energy burst that pushes the enemy back. While fighting, a memory flashes in his mind. A little girl crying alone at dusk near a parked truck. The memory mixes with the present, and he feels something awaken inside him, a link tying the past to the current moment. The girl notices a child crying near a small lake and approaches gently. When she asks what happened, the little girl explains through tears that she lost the brooch her mother gave her. The young woman studies the area with a focused look, ready to help. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the battlefield again, where the mechs trade violent blows, reflecting the same determination she showed in the past. The girl steps into the water without hesitation, determined to retrieve the lost brooch. The memory blends with the current battle, where the mechs keep colliding fiercely, mirroring the courage and drive of that moment long ago. As the mechs fight intensely, the scene shifts back to the past. The young woman, seeing the child's distress, smiles and says she'll take care of it, promising to find the brooch in the lake. At that moment, Yuta appears, calling her Shirayuki and offering to help. The name triggers something in her, an old bond, a memory linking the two across time and destiny. While the mech duel continues, Yuta strikes the enemy with a powerful blow, the impact echoing across the battlefield. The scene cuts to the past again. He plunges his hand into the calm water and finds the lost brooch, lifting it with a small, satisfied smile. The girl watches, relieved and surprised. surprised, as he simply says, "Here it is." That moment creates a silent bond between them, now reflected in the connection felt during the current battle. The girl smiles brightly, thanking both of them for finding the brooch. Yuta answers with a relaxed smile, telling her to be careful on her way home. At his side, Shirayuki watches in silence, looking relieved. As the girl leaves, Shirayuki lets out a small sigh, while the wind moves the leaves around them, ending that brief, peaceful moment before the scene returns to the intense battle. Yuta and Shirayuki sit by the water, laughing about what just happened. He comments that he's in trouble with his mom for getting soaked, but says he couldn't leave that little girl alone. Looking at Shirayuki, Yuta smiles and says it was fun, like a treasure hunt, and thanks her. Surprised and slightly emotional, she looks at him in silence, with a different sparkle in her eyes, as if that simple moment had left a mark on her. Sitting under the shade of the trees, Yuta and Shirayuki laugh together, still with wet feet and dirty clothes from the small adventure. Leaves fall gently around them as a quiet feeling settles between the two. Their thoughts overlap in narration, seeing him that day, seeing her that day, revealing that it was there, in that simple and pure moment, that the two of them fell in love for the first time. The clash between the two mechs stays fierce. The Black Knight charges with fast and precise strikes, while the White Knight blocks and tries to counter. Their spears clash hard, sparks and metal fragments flying through the air. In the heat of the exchange, the White Knight almost loses balance but keeps focused, ready for the next move. The White Knight lands a powerful blow with his spear, destroying part of the enemy's arm. The hit is so strong that cables and metal parts from the Black Knight are torn off and scattered on the ground. Even with the visible damage, the White Knight stands firm, gripping his spear with determination while the enemy staggers, trying to recover. Yuta and Shirayuki walk side by side, passing through a doorway that seems to crumble into fragments of memory and reality. The scene blends present and past, as if the bond between them were breaking through the boundaries of time. They continue forward with determined expressions, as if they're about to rediscover something long lost. Yuta appears confused and out of breath, wondering if he really defeated the enemy and why that old memory came back to him at that exact moment. While trying to pull himself together, he asks about the others, and a voice responds through the communicator. Arjuna confirms she's fine and mentions that Nanami is doing very well in combat, holding the front lines. Yuta watches the battle from afar, still shaken by the strange sensation he felt during the fight. During the combat, one of the pilots says he's receiving assistance from Falma and asks for a reinforcement for Nanami. Yuta answers quickly, saying he'll head there right away. The machines keep moving, and the scene shows the chaos of battle-damaged armor, sparks, smoke, and the forces trying to reorganize on the field. Amina looks at the destruction around her, the fallen enemy mech and smoke rising across the field. She lowers her head, sweating and exhausted, realizing defeat's something she has never felt before. Even so, in the middle of the frustration, there's a strange feeling inside her. She thinks about the enemy's strength and the strange sensation she felt when crossing blades with him. As she puts her weapon away, she notices that despite losing, she feels a faint peace, almost as if she were relieved. Emina, still inside the mech, takes a deep breath, trying to understand what she's feeling. The enemy before her was strong, someone who made her truly fight. She admits to herself that she lost something unprecedented, but the feeling that comes isn't only defeat, it's something different, a mix of respect and curiosity. As she grips the controls, a faint smile appears, as if that fight had awakened something inside her. Yuta notices that the enemies are still moving, even after taking heavy hits. His eyes widen, surprised and uneasy, as the enemy mech rises with its sword in hand, ready to attack again. The ground around them is torn apart, and the tension rises when he realizes the fight is far from over. Yuta senses the danger when the enemy tries to strike again. He shouts Amina's name in desperation as he sees the opposing mech aiming at her. Nanami, who is nearby, reacts quickly and tries to intervene, even though she's injured and her mech is damaged. The tension grows as everyone realizes that the enemy Yuta fought still isn't fully defeated. Yuta notices the danger when two enemies surround Nanami, worrying him because of their numerical advantage. Before anything worse happens, Yui appears and enters the fight, blocking the attack at the exact moment. Nanami feels relieved and thanks her for the help, while Yui smiles and says she just arrived at the perfect time. Thinking to herself, Nanami remembers that Yui was her first friend in that new world, and that she would never let her fight alone. The enemy mech attacks fiercely, hitting Nanami's unit and breaking her weapon into pieces. She reacts in shock, realizing she's now unarmed and at a disadvantage. Yui calls her name, telling her to retreat, but the enemy doesn't slow down and moves in for another strike. Even under pressure, Nanami gets ready to continue fighting, determined not to give up. Nanami tries to run toward the enemy, but the opposing mech is fast and is already about to attack. She realizes she won't make it in time to stop the incoming strike. With a tense expression, she prepares to react, trying to find a way out, even while at a disadvantage. Nanami's mech launches forward at high speed, trying to intercept the enemy before he lands the final blow. The scene highlights the force of her push as her suit gets ready for the impact. She activates her propulsion system and charges, determined to risk everything on the next strike. Nanami fires a powerful energy attack, shouting the name of the technique. An intense beam shoots from her spear, tearing through the air toward the enemy. The opposing mech tries to react, lifting its sword to defend against the full-force strike coming at him. The attack explodes on impact, sending debris flying in every direction. Yui watches with wide eyes, but soon realizes the enemy is still standing. She calls her partner in alarm, and both prepare for the next move, as the enemy mech rises from the flames, ready to continue the fight. The enemy grabs Yui's mech with brutal force, crushing her weapon and part of her armor. She screams from pain and strain as internal systems show critical damage. The scene cuts to her inside the cockpit, panting, drenched in sweat, realizing how dangerous the situation has become. Imina is inside her cockpit, shaking in shock at the chaos before her. Outside, the battlefield is a nightmare. Debris, fire, and screams of "no" echo everywhere as the enemy advances relentlessly. Everything happens too fast for her to react. Nanami rises slowly inside her mech as Yuta asks if she's okay. She confirms she thinks so and scans the area, believing there are no enemies left nearby. However, something begins to move within the debris. One of the enemy mechs, still operational, rises and charges forward, catching the group off guard. One of the mechs is struck brutally and falls as the allies shout for Yui to escape. She is guided toward a vehicle but hesitates when she notices Amina still on the battlefield. Desperate, Yui tries to warn her, calling her friend's name, unable to accept leaving her behind. One of the soldiers tries to warn that they can't move forward, but the commander ignores him, ordering them to take the girl. A mech approaches and gives a respectful greeting before leaving. In the distance, a woman watches and recognizes the symbol on the robot's chest, the emblem of Elysium, surprised as she realizes who is involved in the battle. A train rushes by at high speed, while a man watches from afar, sitting on top of his mech. He smiles with irony at the outcome of the battle, and comments that the Iron Riders won once again. Relaxed, he wonders how he's going to take the credit this time, showing a clear air of opportunism and confidence. The enemies finally retreat, leaving the battlefield in silence. Nanami tries to understand what just happened, but soon notices something strange. The black suit has been taken. Shocked, she screams to the others, telling them that Emina and the rest were captured, while one of the allied mechs starts to fail, throwing off sparks. Yuta hears a sound coming from the enemy suit and is surprised. The team realizes it's the external communication channel of the mech, which means the pilot inside might still be alive. Without hesitation, Yuta decides to act, but the others warn that suit belongs to the enemy and ask if he really plans on saving them. Yuta approaches the enemy mech and realizes the pilot inside is wounded. Nanami, badly injured, admits her defeat and remembers the promise she made to Yui that they would meet again in the capital. With a sad look, she murmurs that she won't be able to keep that promise, while her weakened body starts to give out. Yuta looks at Nanami unconscious and realizes she's still breathing but badly hurt. Desperate, he calls out to Aryuna and asks for help, saying there's a medical module in the transporter. While trying to stay calm, he orders them to bring it immediately, showing there is still hope to save her. Nanami is placed inside a medical capsule for treatment. Jean complains to Yuta for bringing in an enemy, but he ignores the comment. Aryuna explains that the equipment can heal physical injuries, although it's an old model and needs about 10 days to complete the treatment. Relieved that she's alive, Yuta simply apologizes, showing that his priority is to save her, no matter which side she's on. While the group talks inside the base, one of the soldiers asks how the battle is going, and another answers that it's only a matter of time before the enemy army is defeated. Jean walks in and is questioned about the mech they saw earlier. She reveals that the magic suit was disguised, hiding its true colors and crest, which raises suspicion about who was really piloting it. Jean confirms without a doubt that the captured mech belongs to Elysia. The others are shocked, thinking it's impossible, but she explains that the model is a LUDEA, a versatile mid-level unit used by that country. The revelation leaves the group stunned, since it means they are dealing with a force far more powerful than they imagine. Yuta comments that he's heard the name ELITES before, but can't remember where. The group talks about how the Kirkus intelligence agencies seem to have no idea what's going on. One of the members grumbles that if they're really that incompetent, it's not worth working there anymore. Another adds that if they have payment issues again, they'll leave right away. The scene ends, showing the main headquarters lit under the moon, hinting that something bigger is about to unfold. During a meeting, the army representatives and the mercenaries discuss the outcome of the battle. The commander tries to justify the lack of payment by claiming the group didn't contribute enough, which angers Yuta and the others. He then decides to cancel the contract, saying they won't fight for that country anymore. Before leaving, Yuta sarcastically says they can keep counting on their own soldiers, walking out with an air of contempt and a clear final break. In a quiet military cemetery, a woman kneels in front of one of the graves, where swords have been planted as symbols of honor. She holds a bouquet tightly as the wind carries a few petals into the air. With a sad expression, she murmurs the name Sir Yuto, showing respect and grief for his loss. Holding the flowers against her chest, her gaze reveals both longing and determination. Yui approaches Amina's grave, still shaken by the loss. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that she saw her friend die and couldn't do anything to stop it. Another woman appears and tries to comfort her, saying she's there to help her avenge Amina. She then reveals that the Emperor has given new orders to completely wipe out the Jungle Kings and the Kingdom of Kirkus. Yui's expression hardens, and she coldly declares that there will be no prisoners and no surrender. A massive army gathers in front of a colossal fleet of ships and mechs, all ready for war. On top of a high platform, a figure speaks firmly, declaring that both the Emperor and she herself are furious. The army responds in disciplined silence, and the atmosphere is pure tension and vengeance, signaling the beginning of a massive offensive. In an elegant mansion surrounded by gardens, a voice calls Nagisa's name over and over. Inside, the girl turns in surprise when she hears her name, interrupting what she was doing. She asks what happened, showing curiosity and a slight concern with the rushed tone of the person calling her. Renelle rushes into the room and tells Nagisa she found information about the boy she was looking for, Yuta. She says they found the merchant who had bought him, but then reveals something worse. The man was murdered, and Yuta has disappeared again. Shocked and worried, Nagisa reacts in disbelief, unable to accept what she just heard. Renelle tries to calm Nagisa, saying there is no confirmation of Yuta's death, and that he may have simply escaped. Even so, Nagisa looks shaken but tries to convince herself that he's still okay. Renelle comments on Nagisa's first mission and mentions that her father is calling for her. Alone, Nagisa looks at an old-school pamphlet, thinking that maybe Yuta simply chose a different path. Nagisa is summoned by a government official who asks her to be his escort in a meeting with leaders from other countries. Surprised, she asks why, and he answers with a smile that he wants to show her off as the pride of the nation. He also invites Renelle and the other girls to come along, making it clear this is an important mission. A large ship gets ready to depart, and inside it, a combat unit is activated. The mech locks into its base with a metallic sound as a voice calls Nagisa's name, marking the start of a new mission. Nagisa talks to Renelle about the mission's destination. Renelle explains that they're heading to Tamila, a central country in the Eastern Union, an alliance formed by smaller nations that seek more diplomatic weight against the great empires. Nagisa finds it all a bit complicated, but understands the importance of the trip. Renelle looks at Nagisa seriously and reveals that the real reason for the meeting is to avoid an imminent war. Nagisa is surprised by the revelation, realizing the weight of the mission she's about to take on. Soldiers patrol a fortified city while the sun shines over a huge palace. One of them comments that the leader of the Jungle King's mercenaries has been captured and will soon be executed at Taruta Square. In the central square, the Jungle King's leader is tied up, about to be executed. An officer reads his sentence aloud while the crowd watches. A woman approaches and asks if he knows who she is, but the prisoner answers with sarcasm, saying he has no idea. The woman reveals that she is the pilot of the black suit, the one who fought the Jungle Kings days earlier. The prisoner is surprised to realize she is the warrior who defeated his group. She then asks if, among the enemies, there was a pilot wearing a golden suit. The man starts laughing loudly and explains that they weren't the real Jungle Kings, but a group called Iron Riders. He confesses that he stole the credit for their victories and manipulated everything to look stronger, admitting they could never face them in a real fight. The prisoner gets angry and accuses the woman of having caused all of this. He says he had a family and that it's too late to regret anything now. accepting his fate to die there. Meanwhile, a man approaches the woman and tells her it's time for her to head to the barricade. The Tide Man comments that Alicia's power truly is something terrifying and admits that without the Iron Riders, they were completely defeated. When they ask the woman if they can begin the execution, she answers firmly, allowing the flames to consume the prisoner. While some people rest in a field, a man reads the newspaper and comments that the country of Kirkus was defeated by Elysia. He says they sent their strongest pilot. A woman recognizes the name Yuto and explains that she once had the chance to see him in action, calling him a real monster she hopes to never have to face. As Yuto eats, Nanami gets scared by something and runs off, which makes him tell her not to go far because it's dangerous. Soon, a man appears holding a little girl by the hand and asks if this is where Yuto wanted to go. Yuto is surprised by the size of the man who shows up, while Nanami hides behind him, smiling. The man is huge and intimidating, making Yuto stammer as he nervously asks if he can help with something. The man realizes he scared Yuto and apologizes. He explains that he's worried about the animals in the area because a large box fell from the sky. Yuto understands he's talking about the transport vehicle and promises they won't hurt any animals. Relieved, the man asks if they're good people and introduces himself as Rorgo, while Yuto shakes his hand and introduces himself as well. Yuto asks Rorgo if he likes animals, and the man answers that he protects the forest creatures. He says his mother used to tell him to be a good person, but that she has already passed away, and that his father died last month as well. Feeling sorry, Yuto says he'll be his friend, and that now Rorgo doesn't need to feel alone anymore. Rorgo gets emotional with Yuto's friendship and starts crying with joy. The children say they want to be his friends too, and the atmosphere becomes lighter. Yuto then invites Rorgo to have lunch with them in the transport vehicle, since they're all friends now. Rorgo eats happily, praising the food and leaving everyone impressed with how much he eats. Jean jokes that he's already on his 15th plate, while Yuto watches, amused. When night comes, Jean comments that it's getting late and that he'll take Rorgo home, and Rorgo explains that he lives nearby, almost next door. Rorgo thanks them for the meal and says he wants to repay them, inviting everyone to visit his home. Yuto agrees, as long as everyone can fit. Late at night, they follow the path Rorgo shows, and he leads them to a huge building, leaving Jean surprised when he realizes where they've arrived. Rorgo leads everyone to an enormous castle and proudly announces that this is his home. Yuto and the others are stunned, unable to believe that such a simple man lived in such a grand place. Jean and Yuto are in shock at the sight of the castle, not understanding who Rorgo really is. He then turns to them and, with a serious expression, reveals that last month he was appointed lord of that place, leaving everyone even more surprised. The group is welcomed by Rorgo in his enormous home. He explains that he hasn't prepared anything for guests yet, but invites them to explore the place. As they walk, Yuto comments about Liza, saying she prefers to stay by herself. Rorgo takes everyone to a chamber lit by beams of light, where a large mechanical suit rests in silence. He explains that this was the most important gift his father left him, a power created to protect ordinary people. Everyone is shocked when they see the armor, recognizing it as a rare model called Ganesh, known for its extremely high initialization output. Rorgo explains that his father told him to use it only when the people were in danger, revealing that he is, in truth, a Highlander. Jean praises Rorgo for putting the safety of the people above all else, saying few lords actually do that. Rorgo is happy and comments that his father would also be pleased with the compliment, making Yuto laugh and call him weird. After that, Rorgo invites them to see the next room, while Yuto watches everything with a faint smile. Some villagers pound on the door, calling for Rorgo and demanding answers. Angry, they complain that the irrigation system and the well aren't working, accusing him of doing nothing to solve the problem. Calmly, Rorgo offers to step outside and talk, asking what exactly is wrong. The villagers pressure Rorgo, saying that as lord he must fix the problem, but he admits he doesn't know what to do. Jean steps in, irritated by the commotion, and says he will take care of it himself, asking only that the requests be written down. Embarrassed, Rorgo accepts the help. Jean coordinates the group using the robots to rebuild the irrigation system. Surprised, Yuto comments on Jean's knowledge of agriculture, and Jean replies with a smile that, as a merchant, knowledge is his best weapon. The group finishes reconstructing the irrigation system, making water flow again through the channels and mills. Rorgo watches, impressed by the results, and emotionally says he doesn't know how to thank them for the help. Yuto announces the work is done, but the villagers complain, saying it took too long. Annoyed by the lack of gratitude, Jean scolds them, saying they should value the people who came to help. Rorgo tries to calm the situation, admitting that maybe he isn't cut out for being a lord, but promises to improve. Jean tries to console Rorgo, saying no one would blame him if he gave up and returned the land to the king. But Rorgo remembers the promise he made to his father to protect the people. Even insecure, he decides to continue. Jean smiles and says goodbye, praising his determination before leaving with the group. The group says goodbye to Rorgo with messages of care and encouragement. Each one gives him advice from eating properly to not letting the villagers get to him. Yuto assures him they will always be friends, and a mysterious girl appears at the end, curiously asking who he is. As the group leaves, Rorgo waves with a simple smile. Jean comments that he's an interesting guy, and Nanami suggests they could have invited him to join the Iron Riders. Yuto replies that he thought about it, but remembers Rorgo has his own land and responsibilities to take care of. Jean spots something to the east and alerts the group. They comment that Rorgo will have a hard time governing, but they can't just take him away with them. Meanwhile, somewhere else, two men observe from afar, mocking the new lord, saying he has no army or servants, just a fool trying to rule alone, and that it will be an easy day for anyone who wants to take advantage. Jean quickly immobilizes the man, pressing a knife to his neck and forcing him to explain what he meant by easy day. Before he can answer properly, an explosion echoes in the distance. The group sees smoke rising from the direction of the village. Something serious has just happened. In the middle of the attack, a single robot tries to resist against several enemies at once. One of the opponents mocks him, saying he still hasn't given up, even while outnumbered. Another comments that technically two of them have broken machines, so it's only 28 against 1. The scene shows the fight growing increasingly intense. The battle intensifies, with robots fighting wildly near the village. The villagers try to flee while chaos spreads. Seeing everything, Rorgo blames himself for being a useless lord and for always hearing complaints from the farmers. But this time, with tears in his eyes, he decides to act, saying that now is the time to help, showing that he will finally do something to protect the people. Rorgo's robot, the powerful Ganesh, appears on the battlefield surrounded by enemies. Yuta and the group arrive, running, worried, shouting Rorgo's name, asking if he's okay and if he can still fight. Rorgo tries to stay firm, remembering the promise he made to his father to protect everyone, even without knowing how to do it properly. He cries, saying he's trying his best. The villagers look at him with surprise and compassion. Then Nanami arrives in her robot, shouting for him to stop crying, saying she has come to save the day. With tears streaming down his face, Rorgo is comforted by Yuta, who smiles at him and says he kept his promise in an incredible way. Rorgo finally realizes that he managed to fulfill his father's wish and protect the people, showing that despite everything, he was worthy of the title of Lord. Rorgo, now inside his Ganesh, charges forward with full force onto the battlefield. He destroys enemies with powerful strikes, smashing and tearing armor apart. Every movement displays the strength of the Highlander model he inherited from his father. Even surrounded, Rorgo fights with courage, determined to protect the people, while the destruction around him shows the weight and intensity of war. The enemies try to fight back, but they are completely overwhelmed. One of them screams, unable to understand who they are facing, while their robots are ripped apart and crushed violently. Rorgo and the group fight together until the last enemy falls. Yuta, watching the battlefield, exhales in relief and tells Pico that the fight is finally over. Rorgo approaches Yuta emotionally, saying his name while trying to hold back tears. The girl respectfully calls him Lord Rorgo, and he remains firm, showing he has chosen to protect his people and fulfill his role as leader. The villagers look at Rorgo and call him a shame for not having run away and for not acting like a true lord. Confused, he asks why no one fled, and the old villager answers calmly, saying he should go with his new friends. Rorgo lowers his head, surprised by their understanding as the sun sets behind them, marking a moment of silent farewell. The villagers look at Rorgo with gratitude, saying he has already done enough for everyone and no longer needs to worry about his promise. The old man states that even without understanding much about irrigation, they can take care of the place on their own. Emotional, Rorgo hears the words that set him free. He is free to follow his own path. With a sad look, Rorgo tries to justify his failures, saying he is clumsy and causes more trouble than help. Yuta watches him in silence for a moment, then extends his hand with a confident smile, saying they want him on the team. Yuta's expression is firm, showing he truly believes in Rorgo's worth. Rorgo grips Yuta's hand tightly, moved by the invitation. With tears in his eyes and a sincere smile, he declares that his life as a lord has ended. Around them, everyone watches happily as the great warrior finally finds a new purpose by his friend's side. Jean hands Rorgo a large document saying it officially settles his rights over the land. Annoyed, he comments about all the paper that was used. While Rorgo, excited, tries to explain what he did, Jean sighs, exasperated, when he realizes the report has 41 full pages. The group celebrates Rorgo's decision to go with them. Nanami cheers happily, saying he's coming along, while the others talk about delivering the papers to the king and choosing his room. The scene cuts to a dark mechanical place, where someone wakes up confused, murmuring about being on a ceiling and wondering where they are. The light-haired girl argues, confused and irritated, saying nothing makes sense because she remembers fighting the Jungle Kings and falling in battle. Yuta counters, stating that the ones who defeated her were them, the Iron Riders, and not another group. Pointing firmly, he reveals that the pilot of the golden suit, Asura, was actually the little girl sitting at the table at that moment. Nanami nervously apologizes, saying she was afraid of losing, while squeezing the blonde girl's hand, who complains about the pain and becomes furious. Determined, she stands up and challenges Nanami to a fight right then and there, calling her Miss Nanami. Surprised and unwilling to fight, Nanami awkwardly says she doesn't want to. The argument continues, and Jean suggests turning the duel into something serious, offering 500,000 gold coins as a reward. Yuta asks what suit she's going to use, since no one wants to lend theirs. Even so, Jean insists that she must fight, pushing her to accept the challenge. Jean finalizes the deal and makes the girl sign the contract, while Yuta warns her to be careful with the fine print. Ignoring the warning, she signs confidently and walks out, determined, choosing the white suit for the fight. Yuta tries to warn her that she wouldn't be able to control it, but she insists, saying she already felt how that mech moved before. The blonde girl enters the cockpit confidently and activates Arleo's controls, saying that even though it's an old model, it would serve her well. But nothing happened. Yuta and Jean watch, and he comments that he had warned her she would never be able to move Arleo. Confused, she tries to force the startup without success, while Nanami, watching from another mech, reacts in surprise. Furious, the girl screams that she was tricked, accusing Jean of giving her a useless suit. She tries to cancel the battle, but he shows the contract, saying it was all written, including an extra rental fee totaling 1,500,000 gold. Yuta watches amused as she refuses to pay under any circumstance. Terrified, the girl finally gives in and shouts that she will pay, asking to be taken to the nearest bank. Meanwhile, Jean laughs and calls Rorgo, saying she is a dangerous woman. Shocked, she watches the enormous man approach and wonders, scared, if he is really a real person. At Radel & Sons Bank, the attendant informs her that her account was frozen because the account holder had died. The girl is shocked by the news, not understanding anything, while the employee apologizes and asks how she got that card. Unable to answer, she hesitates, not knowing what to say. The attendant explains that her country has officially declared her dead, leaving the girl in despair, not knowing what to do. Trying to think of a solution, she becomes nervous and embarrassed, until Jean, with his teasing tone, says there is only one way to pay the debt, with her own body making her even more flustered and react awkwardly. Jean orders everyone to start loading the equipment, asking for more blocks of magnetite and nanotubes, while Rorgo helps with the weight. Confused, the girl asks what is happening, and Jean explains with a smile. She is now going to work for their mercenary company. That will be how she pays off her debt. Emina accepts the situation and, with a smile, says she's looking forward to working with them. The group walks together through the city, now with her officially part of the Iron Riders. Meanwhile, Jean comments that, with this settled, it's time for the most important decision in a mercenary's life, leaving hanging what will come next. Jean shows Emina several magic suits and tells her to choose whichever she wants, but he warns that if she picks an expensive model, the cost will be added to her debt. Nervous, Emina agrees and thinks she's dealing with a real trickster. Meanwhile, Nanami tries to choose a suit too, and Yuta complains that they're not there to go shopping. In the end, Emina chooses the Artemis model, praised by Jean as a great choice with high mobility and stealth function. Emina watches the suits and the way the group works, noticing how different they are from the Elysium army she belonged to. As she thinks about it, Yuta and Jean chat excitedly about their progress, and she realizes that this team has a freer, more human spirit, very different from the strict military orders she knew. Emina thinks to herself, remembering someone from her past named Yui. She looks at Yuta and feels that he reminds her of that person. With a faint smile, she decides that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stay there a little longer, accepting her new life among the Iron Riders. Yuta is shocked to learn that Emina can only pay 500 gold a day toward her debt, while the total amount reaches 10,000 gold per day. Jean tells him to lower his voice and explains that, taking into account the magic suit, food, and lodging, the price is fair. Yuta says he feels bad for her, but Jean reminds him that Emina is a double high rider, someone extremely rare and valuable. Emina, hearing the conversation, thinks quietly to herself, admitting that even with doubts, she doesn't regret being there. The group arrives excited in front of a huge traditional Japanese building. Jean cheers when he sees the place, saying he always wanted to come there, the famous Edo Spa, known for its first-class baths and massages. Yuta recognizes it and comments that he's been to a similar place on Earth, while the others are impressed by the building's style. Inside, Jean explains that the men's changing rooms are on the right and the women's on the left, and Nanami asks if the place has mixed baths, leaving everyone a bit embarrassed. Yuta relaxes in the hot bath, sighing in relief as the tension fades away. He comments on how perfect it is, feeling all his worries disappear. Smiling, he says the place touches his Japanese soul and decides to enjoy the moment in peace, with no one to bother him. But his calm is quickly broken when someone suddenly jumps into the water, making a loud splash and throwing water everywhere. Emina steps into the bath with a firm, commanding air, wearing an elegant bikini. With a serious expression, she points at Yuta and orders him to get out immediately, saying she's going to use the bath now. Yuta is left completely speechless, frozen and sweating nervously as he tries to process the unexpected situation. Yuta tries to argue that the bath is big enough for both of them, but Emina gets annoyed and calls him bold for wanting to share the space with a stranger. She orders him to leave at once, and a man named Arthur obeys without hesitation, moving in to drag him out by force. Yuta tries to resist, saying he's not done yet, but ends up being grabbed and thrown out of the water while shouting, having no idea what's going on. Emina gets furious when she sees Arthur was hit and starts complaining that his face was his only good quality. Annoyed, she says now he doesn't have anything left. Out of patience, she points at Yuta and challenges him to a duel, demanding that he fight her right away. Emina challenges Yuta to an unusual duel, an endurance battle inside the sauna. The rules are simple. Whoever lasts longer wins, and the loser must obey any order from the winner. She speaks with confidence, saying she'll make him kneel before her, while Yuta accepts the challenge with a teasing smile, joking that if they win, he wants the girls to do a dance as a reward. The sauna battle begins with everyone entering determined. The heat is far stronger than they expected, but Emina sees it as the perfect stage for the challenge. Yuta and his partner decide to move down to the lower bench, where it's a bit cooler, while Emina mocks them, saying they've already accepted the place they deserve beneath her. 5 minutes go by, and the heat starts to hit hard. Emina is already near her limit, sweating heavily, while Arthur tries to hold on but also gives up, leaving the challenge in her hands. Yuta and Aryuna stay firm, even tired, determined to endure a little longer to win the match. Emina and Arthur leave the sauna completely exhausted, with Arthur looking almost like a skeleton from the heat. Even defeated, Emina refuses to accept the loss and demands another round, proposing a 3-round breath-holding contest. Yuta and the group, already worn out, agree just to put an end to the whole thing, while she tries to gather strength to continue. 20 seconds later, Emina can't take the heat anymore and gives up, leaving Arthur unconscious again. Yuta and Aryuna watch, tired, thinking the group has taken the contest too far. While Emina insists on a 3rd round worth triple points, Yuta tries to convince everyone to wrap it up, saying enough is enough for today. With a confident look and a teasing smile, Emina says that now it'll be a contest in what she's really good at. Yuta and Aryuna are confused by her tone, not understanding what she plans to do next. Emina reveals that her real specialty is magic suits, and challenges the group to a battle using the armors. She calls in 2 of her strongest allies, radiating total confidence. Yuta and the others realize she's serious, while one of them recognizes the name Odin and is shocked, hinting that Emina is far more powerful than she seemed. Emina reveals her true identity. She is Lincarlo, one of the 12 heroines of the kingdom, known as the Empress of Lightning. Her presence alone commands respect, and everyone around her is stunned to realize that this powerful woman was among them the whole time. Lincarlo says no one would blame them if they gave up now that they know who she really is. Even so, Yuta steps forward and accepts the challenge. Determined to fight, Aryuna joins him, saying she's the second strongest and ready to face the powerful heroine by his side. Lincarlo orders them to stop talking and announces the start of the battle. Before facing her directly, the group will have to fight her apprentice, Arthur, known as the Centaur Knight. The group grows tense as they grasp the strength of the opponent, knowing the clash will be hard from the very beginning. Aryuna moves forward with determination, telling Yuta to let her handle the fight. With her magic suit activated, she faces Arthur head-on, promising to defeat him with everything she's got. The two colossal suits crash into each other with force, marking the start of an intense battle. The referee announces the start of the fight and explains the rules. It will be a 2-on-2 match, where the winner stays. As soon as the signal is given, the magic suits spring into action, and Arthur charges at high speed, riding his centaur, kicking off a clash full of power and impact. Arthur rushes forward at incredible speed on his centaur suit, surprising everyone. Yuta warns Nanami to be careful, and Amina explains that the offensive power of that suit is equal to 3 Highlanders put together. The impact of the attack is devastating, showing the overwhelming strength of the opponent. Nanami manages to withstand the centaur's first powerful strike, surprising everyone. Amina is impressed by her strength and wonders if Nanami might have the power of a triple Highlander. But Arthur quickly prepares for a second attack, charging in again at full power as Nanami tries to keep her focus on defense. Arthur lunges with his spear at high speed, but Nanami faces him head-on without flinching. He's surprised by her nerve in trying to block such a direct blow. The collision between the two armors is violent, and the metallic crash echoes while the ground cracks under the force of the impact. Nanami manages to break the enemy's spear and knock him down, winning the fight. Everyone celebrates her victory as Amina announces the result. Arthur, defeated, apologizes in shame to Lincarlo, who scolds him harshly, but Yuta comments that his plan from the start was only to fight her anyway. Lincarlo takes her position with confidence in front of her giant magic suit, declaring that she will show the true meaning of the title she carries. Her firm gaze and the energy around her signal that the real Empress of Lightning is finally about to act. Lincarlo faces Yuta and Nanami with a confident, challenging stare, saying she will show the true meaning of her title. The air grows tense as she prepares to reveal the power of the feared Empress of Lightning. Lincarlo appears beside her powerful magic suit, wrapped in lightning, showing all her presence. With a confident look and a firm stance, she makes it clear she's about to unleash the true power of the Empress of Lightning. The two magic suits face each other, ready to fight. The judge asks if they're prepared, and both confirm with confidence. Lincarlo speaks with arrogance, saying she'll finish this quickly, while Nanami shows determination, ready to prove her wrong. The battle begins at the judge's signal. Nanami charges in with her magic suit, full of confidence and energy, stating that she's strong too. Lincarlo watches with interest, praising her attitude, while another character warns Nanami about the power of Lincarlo's suit, the legendary Odin. Lincarlo's magic suit, the mighty Odin, starts gathering intense electrical energy. Lightning surrounds the machine as it prepares a devastating long-range attack, something many thought was only a rumor. Nanami reacts in shock as the attack is fired. A massive beam of energy erupts from Odin, tearing through everything in front and kicking up a cloud of dust and destruction across the battlefield. Lincarlo watches the field covered in smoke and wonders if she might have gone too far. But suddenly, she is surprised to see the enemy suit charging forward at high speed, showing that Nanami is still standing and ready to strike back. Nanami is stunned to realize that the power of her Asura wasn't enough to bring Lincarlo down. The warrior smiles confidently, praising her courage and saying it's been a long time since anyone managed to get that close to her. The dust settles, revealing Lincarlo's suit still standing, imposing. Nanami, exhausted and out of breath, looks on with a mix of frustration and surprise, barely believing she was defeated. Lincarlo looks on with a confident smile and asks if everyone enjoyed the show. The onlookers are impressed, talking about the power of one of the 12 heroes of the kingdom. With pride and authority, she raises her hand and declares her victory. With the fight over, Lincarlo keeps her confident stance, while Yuta gets ready to be the next to face her. He looks at the minimal damage on Nanami's shield and realizes that the opponent's attack can directly affect the mechanical parts. Before stepping in, he borrows her shield and sword, and Nanami, still out of breath, urges him to avenge her defeat. Yuta steps onto the field determined, while Lincarlo faces him with confidence. The referee announces that this will be the final battle, and Yuta thinks he just needs to use the shield to block her attacks and test his theory. Lincarlo smiles, telling him to show how long he can endure against her absolute power. Yuta tries to react quickly, but Lincarlo is already pressuring him with relentless attacks. With a confident look and a teasing smile, she mocks him, saying he didn't expect she'd need time to recover between each strike. Her power keeps pushing pushing forward without pause, leaving Yuta at a clear disadvantage. Yuta loses his shield in the middle of the clash, but he still manages to close in on Lincarlo. Surprised by the pressure he's putting on her, she admits she's impressed that someone could push her this far. With a determined look, she declares that he will now face the true power of her mecha, Odin, preparing to unleash its full might. Lincarlo raises her spear as the ground begins to crack under the concentrated force of Odin. Lightning cuts across the battlefield, and a massive wave of energy bursts in all directions. With a firm shout, she activates her ultimate technique, Tempest, making the ground and the air vibrate with pure electricity. Yuta tries to resist, but he panics when he notices Lincarlo's attack covers an enormous area, impossible to escape. He complains that it doesn't even feel fair, while the Lightning Empress's power overwhelms everything around. Outside the battlefield, the spectators stand shocked by the destruction, and someone yells in despair that no one will want to repair the mess she caused. Yuta activates a special ability called LUDEA Focus, and an intense aura of energy begins to surround his mecha. Lincarlo watches in surprise but quickly tries to hide her reaction, laughing as she claims she won't fall for such an obvious bluff. Even so, she notices something different. That energy looked real, and Yuta's determined gaze showed he wasn't done fighting. Yuta charges forward with everything he has, his machine wrapped in powerful energy. Seeing he still hasn't given up, Lincarlo smiles confidently and raises her spear once again. Determined to end it, she gathers Odin's power and releases another devastating strike, shouting the name of the technique, Tempest. Yuta rushes in at full power, time seeming to slow as he channels all his strength. His mecha moves too fast to track, and the lightning from Lincarlo's Tempest tears through the ground. Even so, he keeps pushing forward, dodging by a hair's breadth, determined to land a direct hit before her energy overtakes him. Lincarlo watches in shock as her own attack is suddenly reflected back at her. The ground trembles as the Tempest's power is redirected by Yuta, who uses the shield to send it right back. Stunned, she screams, unable to believe someone just returned her strike, and realizes Odin is being pushed backward. Impossible. I'm losing. With a final decisive hit, Yuta breaks through Odin's defenses. The impact cracks the ground, and the armor of Lincarlo's machine begins to shatter. Silence fills the battlefield as dust rises, and the echo of the last attack fades into the mountains. Everyone lets out a breath of relief after the fight. The instructor praises the match with a simple, good fight. While the group starts chatting excitedly, the dark-haired woman laughs and says that's the kind of man she'd fall for. Yuta, a bit embarrassed, scratches his head while trying to hide how exhausted he is. Lincarlo approaches, confused and still trying to process what happened. She asks how he managed to reflect her attack. Arthur and the others watch with curiosity, while Yuta only smiles, refusing to reveal his secret. Still trying to hide her wounded pride, Lincarlo crosses her arms and compliments Yuta for managing to match her in battle. She says that, out of respect, she'll consider the duel a draw, even though she was clearly trying to hide how shaken she was. Yuta awkwardly accepts, saying it's fine either way. Meanwhile, Lincarlo looks over the battlefield, calmer now, and admits it was an honor to face someone able to fight equally against Odin's power. After the battle, Yuta is stunned when Lincarlo invites him to become her subordinate. Everyone around reacts with confusion. One of the men asks why someone so powerful would need help, but Lincarlo simply smiles confidently and says that, besides Lightning Empress, she is known by another title as well, leaving everyone intrigued. As they walk through the city, the group talks about Lincarlo. They mention that her full name is Lincarlo Dudenberg, the third princess of the Kingdom of Mertalia and former general of the Magic Suit Division. During a war against the Durakian Empire, she defeated hundreds of enemy units, earning the fearsome nickname Goddess of Destruction. Lincarlo begins explaining her political situation. She reveals that the King of Mertalia is in poor health, leaving the kingdom in a delicate state. The first prince is about to inherit the throne, but Lincarlo, ninth in line, claims she has no interest in fighting for power. Even so, she shows concern, stating the prince is cruel, and that if he ascends, he remarks that the real problem is Lincarlo herself, but assures them that not even she could handle the army of more than 2,000 magic suits under his command. Lincarlo is stunned to hear her brother commands a private army of more than 2,000 magic suits. She tries to confirm the information, unable to believe it, while one noble mentions the rumors circulating through the kingdom, bringing up her successor and hinting that Lincarlo is far too close to Prince Mushim. Angered by the malicious insinuations, she struggles to keep her composure. Lincarlo and Mushim lose control and nearly start a fight right in the meeting room, but Yuta holds her back before it escalates. A young advisor quickly intervenes, reminding everyone they are standing before the sacred round table and demanding that they calm down. The atmosphere grows tense, and Yuta realizes everyone is on edge, while Lincarlo and Mushim exchange looks full of contempt. During the meeting, Mushim tries to reassert his dominance, claiming that even sick, the king remains wise, and his decrees still stand. Lincarlo fires back, calling her brother arrogant and implying he's taking advantage of their father's illness. Irritated, Mushim responds that she shouldn't think she's superior just because her LUDEA rate is higher. Finally, he proposes that the council vote to determine who will be the heir, him or Prince Udene. Lincarlo rises in outrage, slamming the table and declaring she opposes the vote. She insists the king's authority is absolute, and the crowned prince is the only rightful successor. However, her protest is ignored, and the chancellor decides to move forward with Mushim's proposal. One by one, the council members begin voting in favor, while Lincarlo tries to hold back her frustration as they turn against her. The council votes overwhelmingly in favor of Mushim's plan. The chancellor announces that the official vote will happen in 10 days, with the presence of the 5 dukes and all eligible members of the royal family. Lincarlo, irritated, clenches her fist as she realizes she has been politically defeated, while Yuta watches silently, understanding the kingdom's situation is about to get much worse. Lincarlo tries to control her anger after the council decides to go through with the vote. Her hands tremble, and she grits her teeth, frustrated and filled with hatred for Mushim's political manipulation. Even while trying to maintain her composure, it's clear the council's decision wounded her deeply. Lincarlo speaks with the group, frustrated with the outcome of the meeting. She says everything unfolded exactly as she feared Mushim will be appointed successor. Yuta tries to understand the urgency, and Lincarlo explains that among nobles, these decisions are arranged long before the official meetings. Arthur comments that it seems they're dealing with an elite already used to shaping the results before the debate even starts. Lincarlo analyzes the situation calmly, listing everyone who will certainly vote for Mushim: Chancellor Bolola, the second Prince Vildero, the second Princess Lindil, Duke Kalin Mushim's father-in-law, and Duke Homerl, who has business ties with him. Yuta realizes this already guarantees the majority of votes and is shocked, while Lincarlo confirms that's why the council wanted to rush the vote. The princess comments that, for now, only she and the first Princess Ryla would probably vote for Eudine. She thinks that neither Duke Lidemir nor Duke Villermo care much about the first prince, so they could be swayed. When they ask if she could convince the second prince or princess, she says no, since they're very close to Musla. Because of that, she decides the best target is Duke Homerl, since his support for Musla is only out of self-interest, which opens space for negotiations with the other side. The girl explains that she'll pay 100 million in advance and will also cover the repair costs of the magic suit. She makes it clear that the rest will be paid once the job is done. The others are surprised by her attitude, saying she really keeps her word. Then she asks them to introduce her friends, and the blonde boy introduces his younger brother, Udane, who greets everyone politely. Lincarlo introduces the members of the Iron Knights. The leader Yuta, followed by Jean and Aryuna. One of the men notices that the money being used belonged to Ayudna and asks if she's broke. Embarrassed, Lincarlo tries to explain, and Ayudini confirms that she is out of money, but for a good reason. He says his sister always uses her own money to help the families of soldiers who died, so she never has anything left for herself. Even so, Ayudini says that it's the right thing to do. Lincarlo firmly states that she sees it as her duty to take care of the families of soldiers who fight and die for the kingdom, saying it's the least royalty can do. Meanwhile, one of the guys starts changing his opinion about her, realizing he may have judged her wrong. The conversation then goes back to the main point, with them asking what exactly she wants them to do to get Duke Homerl's support. Lincarlo explains that the Homerl Duchy is suffering attacks from bandits, causing major economic losses. She reveals that these bandits are remnants of Stuttgart's army, known for being experienced fighters. Her proposal is that, in exchange for the Duke's vote in the succession, they deal with the bandit problem. Yuta understands that the mission is to eliminate them, and Lincarlo confirms it, saying Arthur will go with them. She even teases him, saying it would be cruel to send the others to fight in unfamiliar terrain, and that, since he has nothing better to do, he could be useful. The comment leaves Arthur speechless. Lincarlo hands Arthur the responsibility of convincing the Duke, and he accepts confidently, saying they can leave everything to him. Meanwhile, a man watches the scene from afar. A moment later, Arthur starts acting dramatically, saying that without Lincarlo he's nothing and asking to be left alone. Surprised, Yuta comments that Arthur looks like a completely different person when she's not around. While the group talks, one of them says Arthur will never impress Lincarlo if he stays so down. They then ask what his position actually is. Excited, Arthur says he's the second son of Count Reclamare, graduated at the top of the Knight Academy, and was assigned as squire to the charming and graceful Lady Lina Carlo. One of the guys cuts him off, realizing he still hasn't officially been named a knight, which leaves Arthur visibly embarrassed. Liza is working on fixing a mechanical suit when the boy approaches and apologizes for always leaving her to do the maintenance alone. She complains, saying he should find another mechanic since he keeps breaking the suit. He tries to justify himself, but Liza interrupts, asking him to imagine how it feels to be in her place, having to repair the shattered armor every time. The boy looks at the huge robot in front of him, the Arleo, impressed by its size and presence. He wonders out loud why that machine is so powerful, staring at it with a mix of respect and curiosity. When he asks why Arleo is so strong, Liza admits she has no idea. She explains that magic suits are ancient artifacts that they just dig up, and there's still a lot of mystery around them. When asked what defines the strength of a suit, she says the main thing is the LUDEA core, but there are also other important parts, like the elemental set and the congenes. Liza explains that about 90% of a magic suit's power comes from the LUDEA core. Nobody knows exactly how these cores work or how they were created, they just learned how to use them. She says that the stronger the core, the more abilities it can give to the pilot. Looking at Arleo, she comments that, mechanically speaking, it's not the best model, which leads the boy to think there must be another explanation for its power. Liza looks at him and suggests that maybe the reason Arleo is so strong is his synchronization rate with the LUDEA core, which could be incredibly high. The boy stays silent, surprised by the idea and not knowing what to say. The scene shifts to a quiet night under a full moon. Inside a room, a woman reads a letter with a sad expression. She grips the paper tightly and murmurs the devastating news with a heavy voice. Emina is dead. The girl, serious and looking worn down, thinks she still hasn't accepted what happened. She mentions the Iron Riders, showing that Emina's loss still weighs on her. While she tries to pull herself together, someone knocks on the door, catching her attention. An older man shows up calling for Yui, saying His Majesty wants to speak with her and asking her to go to the reception room. As they walk through the halls, he says there's news about her companion who was sold as a slave. Shocked, Yui reacts instantly, asking if he's been found. The man says her companion hasn't been found yet, but they discovered he entered the country of Ludewan and got into trouble with the local army. Worried, Yui asks if he's okay, but the man explains there's still no solid information, only that a special team is investigating. Left alone afterward, Yui looks at the sky and sadly thinks she wishes he were there with her right now. Yui clutches her chest, feeling the pain of missing him and thinking that if he were there, maybe the weight on her heart would ease. She remembers Yuta's smile, and silently the older man repeats his name, showing sorrow and respect for the memory of the boy. Yui is summoned for an audience with the Emperor, who says he heard about her sadness after Emina's death and asks if she's recovering. She says not yet, but thanks him for the concern. The Emperor then mentions a discovery in ancient records documents, saying that a legendary sage rests in a sanctuary in the Diabol forest. He says he wants to send a team to check the truth of it and invites Yui to join the expedition. The Emperor explains that the records mention the great sage Raphtile, a legendary figure who, according to rumors, was the first to create a magic suit. He suggests that joining the investigation would be better than staying shut away in her room. Yui accepts, saying that doing nothing only makes her remember painful things. The Emperor is pleased and says another messenger will give her the mission details so she can prepare. Yui joins the group assigned to investigate Raftiel's sanctuary. The older man explains that the team consists of scholars, mechanics, guards, and experienced mountaineers, a large expedition. He says the place is extremely dangerous, full of colossal beasts, and it would be foolish to go with a small group. Surprised, Yui says those creatures should have been extinct long ago, but the man only confirms it with a serious look, showing the danger is real. Yui is introduced to two new members, Mary, who comes from the United States, and Enrique. They introduce themselves kindly and shake her hand, saying they look forward to working together. The older man says the two are experienced mountaineers and will be part of the main group. Yui smiles politely, but silently thinks of Emina, apologizing to her for moving forward. As the ship prepares for takeoff, Yui watches the crew board and thinks she needs to act to find peace within herself. Seeing the name Iron Riders, she clenches her fists and murmurs firmly that she will face that group someday. With a determined look, she promises herself she'll keep that vow. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Mertalia in the Homeral Duchy. A tall man introduces himself as Duke Homerl, asking the visitor about the reason for the visit. When he hears that he's there on behalf of Princess Linacarlo, the Duke shows interest and asks for an explanation of what brought them there. Duke Homerl receives the group and asks what the penniless princess wants from him. Arthur hands him a confidential letter from Linacarlo, saying it's a direct message from her. The Duke reads it and sees that the proposal is for them to take care of the bandits plaguing the duchy in exchange for his political vote. He laughs, finding the request bold and even amusing, saying he'll play along while looking at the group with curiosity and a hint of contempt. Arthur keeps arguing with his teammate, annoying everyone around. Yuta sighs and says he's hopeless. Soon after, the group gathers in town to plan the investigation. They decide to split into pairs to search for information about the bandits' whereabouts and agree to meet again at the square at nightfall when the bell rings. Emina complains about having to partner with Yuta, clearly bothered by it. He tries to lighten the mood, saying that's just how the pairs ended up, but the atmosphere stays awkward. Trying to make conversation, Yuta asks if she's gotten used to living with the Iron Riders, and then, a bit shyly, asks if she has any hobbies. Emina answers shortly, still distant, making their walk a bit uncomfortable. When Yuta insists on knowing her hobby, Emina replies without hesitation that it's shopping. Surprised, he tries to hide it and suggests they use that to gather information while browsing stores. She agrees confidently, saying it'll work, while he follows along a bit confused, trying to understand how shopping could help their mission. Yuta and Emina enter a shop to try getting information while pretending to shop. He tries to talk to the seller about the bandit attacks, but the man keeps pushing products, praising a vase he calls an incredible piece. Emina watches impatiently while Yuta tries to keep the conversation going, frustrated that the seller completely ignores his questions. After several failed attempts, Yuta and Emina are kicked out of yet another store when they mention the bandits. The merchant, clearly nervous, orders them to leave immediately. Outside, they realize that no one in town wants to talk about it. Everyone avoids the subject. Exhausted, they comment that they've already been rejected by 10 different merchants, all reacting the same way, which only increases their suspicions. Two men approach Yuta and Emina, saying they have good information about the bandits. They suggest talking in a more private place, where they can't be heard. Emina, curious, accepts the invitation without hesitation, while Yuta seems a bit suspicious, but ends up agreeing to follow them. The group then enters a narrow alley, with the two strangers leading the way. The two men who had promised information reveal themselves to be allies of the bandits and draw their weapons, threatening Yuta and Emina. One of them yells at them to stop meddling in other people's business, saying that everyone there owes a lot to the bandits. Before they can react, Emina moves quickly. She dodges the attack, rips the knife from one of their hands, and hits him with a precise strike, leaving the other in shock when he sees her strength and skill. Emina reacts fast and lands a strong blow on the first attacker, knocking him down with a clean kick. The second one tries to attack her, but she blocks the move and disarms him, pressing the blade against him and ordering him not to move. Yuta watches in surprise, impressed by her precision and composure in the middle of the chaos. Emina completely takes control of the situation and orders the man to drop the knife and hand it to Yuta. The other one, already injured, desperately tries to explain that he's not a bandit, just someone who owes a lot to them. He says the criminals show up out of nowhere, steal money and food, but also attack the local government, which charges abusive taxes. When Emina asks where they go after the attacks, the man answers that they always head toward Mount Dana. Yuta watches everything impressed, noticing Emina's stance as an experienced warrior. Emina lets the men go after realizing they don't know anything else. The two run away, arguing with each other, while Yuta praises how quickly she took them down. Even so, Emina seems unsatisfied, saying they only got a small amount of information. She decides to keep searching, and the two of them continue walking through the streets, discreetly watching the movement of the city as they try to find new clues about the bandits. As they walk through the city, Yuta notices Emina looking at a display window with brooches and accessories. Curious, he calls out to her and suddenly asks if there's someone she likes. Surprised by the unexpected question, Emina blushes and reacts nervously, not knowing how to answer and trying to hide her embarrassment. The city bell starts ringing, signaling that it's time to meet up with the group again. Yuta senses the awkward atmosphere and tries to brush it off, saying it was nothing important. Emina, still a bit annoyed, crosses her arms and grumbles that he really knows how to leave her speechless. Even so, she calls him and walks ahead, while Yuta smiles and follows her. Emina tries to look confident and smiles at Yuta, saying that he will surely meet the girl he likes again someday. She encourages him to be honest and promises that, when that happens, he'll tell her how he feels. Yuta smiles in response and promises he'll do it, thanking Emina with a gentle look, not noticing the slight sadness hidden behind her smile. The group meets again in the square to share information. Yuta asks Arthur and Aryuna how their search went, but both say that the townspeople don't want to talk about the bandits. Whenever the subject comes up, people go quiet or treat them like they're the villains. Realizing everyone had the same problem, Yuta comments that they can't expect much from Jean, who was supposed to be coordinating the group. Jean arrives excited, saying he managed to find out everything about the bandits, their hideout, and even the leader's name. Everyone is surprised and asks how he pulled it off, and Jean points to the big guy in the group, saying he just used him to intimidate people. The man, confused, says he only cracked his knuckles behind him. The group laughs at the situation, but Jean reveals that the bandits are hiding in a cave on Mount Dana, led by someone known as the Lion Prince, with around 30 magic suits under his command. On Mount Dana, the group prepares to attack the bandits' hideout. They decide to leave the transport base in a safe place, while part of the units stay on watch. One of the magic suits, Asura, is still under repairs, so only the others will be sent. With everything ready, the knights mount their suits and begin the operation to eliminate the bandits, shouting the name of their leader, Lady Lina Carlo, as they advance through the forest. Yuta watches Emina piloting Artemis for the first time and asks how she feels. She answers that the suit is well built and comfortable to control, but he corrects her, saying it's only a loan, not a gift. While she gets used to the suit, Yuta remembers something Liza mentioned about the armor's unusual material and starts to notice something strange about Artemis's behavior. The bandits stand guard at the entrance of the cave while Emina and the group watch them from a distance. One of their allies suggests attacking right away, but she decides to move carefully, saying it's still too early to draw attention. With a confident smile, Emina takes the lead and says she'll handle the sentries by herself. It was time for Artemis to shine. Two armored bandits are standing guard in front of a cave entrance. When something strange happens, the ground shakes and, suddenly, a quick attack hits them. Their armors start to crack, and they barely have time to react, not understanding what's happening. The metallic noise echoes, showing that the strike was clean and powerful. One of the bandits notices something off right before he's hit, but it's already too late. Artemis moves at high speed, striking with precision and strength. In seconds, the enemy suits are destroyed, and the guards barely understand what happened. The impact echoes, showing the power and agility of the machine under Emina's control. One of the bandits, still trying to figure out what just happened, can barely react when Artemis appears in front of him, imposing and wrapped in energy. The sensor of the enemy suit tries to emit an alert, but gets cut off, indicating the enemy is already there way too close. Artemis's power makes it clear there won't be any time for a counterattack. As Emina's group gets ready to advance, inside the hideout the bandits realize too late that they've been found. One of them tries to warn about suspicious people in town, but there's no time anymore, the sentries are silent. The leader, wearing a lion-shaped mask, stands up angrily with a fierce look and orders all his men to grab their weapons and prepare to fight. The hideout gate is blown open with a crash. Artemis bursts through the entrance like a bolt, knocking everything aside. The bandits are thrown back by the impact, without even having time to understand what hit them. The surprise attack is devastating, clearing the way for the group to move in. Yuta takes the lead with Artemis, cutting through the enemies while ordering his partner to take care of those who try to surround him. She quickly confirms, fully focused on the mission. The group attacks with precision, prioritizing the destruction of the enemy magic suits before they can react. Inside the hideout, the bandits panic when they realize they're being invaded, shouting that enemy units have arrived. The fight starts off intense. Yuta's Artemis cuts through the air with precision, taking down one of the enemy suits with a well-aimed blow. The armors collide with force, sparks flying at every impact. He dodges and counterattacks with speed, landing a powerful hit that sends the opponent flying back, opening space on the battlefield. The battlefield becomes chaotic. Several magic suits crash into each other, and the metallic sound of the armors echoes everywhere. An enemy charges forward in a heavy unit, but Yuta reacts quickly, spinning his energy-coated blade. The strike slices through the air and hits squarely, sending the opponent flying back as he screams in pain, tearing up part of the ground with the impact. The bandits try to fight back but are quickly overwhelmed. Yuta and Emina's forces move forward in sync, blocking and counterattacking with precise blows. Blades clash amid sparks and metallic noise all around. One of the enemies retreats in desperation, shouting that they're way too strong, while begging for orders from the commander, who watches the battle completely pressured. After the chaos, one of the remaining bandits faces the enemies in heavy armor. He tries to keep his composure and asks, suspicious, if they are part of the Duke's private army. Yuta and Imina's forces remain silent, firm and ready to act, the atmosphere growing tense as the enemy realizes he's facing something far beyond what he expected. Yuta explains that they're not the Duke's soldiers, but mercenaries who came at his request. The enemy tries to negotiate, but Arjuna immediately cuts him off, saying they don't make deals with bandits. The man in the lion mask stares at the group and declares that, in that case, it will be a fight to the death. Before the swords clash again, Yuta steps in, asking for calm and saying he wants to hear what the man has to say, curious about what he saw and heard in the city. The masked man steps down from his armor, revealing himself before Yuta and the others. He bows slightly and thanks them for the chance to explain himself. His voice is firm but shows respect toward the group, acknowledging that this conversation is a rare opportunity to show the other side of the story. Yuta watches closely, surprised by the calm posture of someone who moments ago seemed like just an enemy. The man with the lion mask begins explaining that, around 20 years ago, that land was the peaceful kingdom of Stuttgart, where the king and the people lived in harmony. But everything changed when the ambitious Duke Homerl invaded the country. The king was killed, and his young wife was taken as a hostage by the new rulers. Since then, the people have suffered under increasingly heavy tributes, and misery has taken over the region, turning the former kingdom into a place of suffering and revolt. The man continues his story, revealing that the queen held hostage ended up being forced to stay by Duke Callan's side, who eventually fell in love with her and had a child. However, not long after, she became ill and died, spending her last days begging for help for the people she loved. The group then realizes that the masked man is the child of this union, the descendant of Stuttgart's former royal family. He states that his fight is to protect the people who still suffer under the Duke's rule, even if he is considered a bandit. Yuta listens to everything carefully and understands that those men weren't just simple bandits, but people fighting for justice. The masked man, wary, asks if they intend to capture him. Yuta smiles and firmly answers that no, they have a better idea. His determined expression shows that he has already formed a new plan, one that could change the course of this conflict. One of the armored knights is brutally struck, being sliced in half by a precise blow. A man watches the scene in shock, murmuring the group's name, Iron Riders. He wonders what is going on, while Yuta, with a cold and confident look, says that the Iron Riders show no mercy to their enemies, stating that they wiped out all the bandits without leaving a single one behind. Yuta and his group return with the helmets of the defeated enemies, presenting them as trophies to prove that they eliminated all the bandits. The man who receives them is surprised and praises the feat, saying it's a great victory. One of the allies suggests celebrating, but Yuta prefers to go file the report to his superior right away. In the end, Jean watches, satisfied, saying that the plan went exactly as expected. Jean walks into an elegant room and finds the masked man sitting in an armchair. In a teasing tone, he calls him Lion Prince. After a pause, he corrects himself, saying he should probably call him Lord Theseus, revealing that he knows his true identity. Theseus, heir to the Duchy of Callan, appears before the group with a confident smile, recognized as an important figure in the region. He greets Yuta and the others, who quickly realize that his story matches what they heard before. Then Theseus proposes a deal. He promises to support the Duchy of Callan in the royal succession and offer 200 million in gold, as long as they can arrange a private meeting with the Crown Prince Ayudin. Jean confirms that he will keep his side of the bargain. Yuta and the group talk about the agreement, commenting that with the promise of a large sum and a political vote, the plan seemed advantageous. Soon after, they go to the Duke of Callan's mansion, an imposing place. There, Theseus leads them to a grave, revealing that it is his mother's tomb. Theseus kneels before his mother's grave and promises that he will soon save the people of Stuttgart. While he makes his vow, an older man watches from a distance, lamenting the path his son chose. He bitterly comments that after so long without seeing him, the first thing Theseus asks for is money, showing his disappointment. Yuta introduces the group to the Duke of Callan, Theseus's father, who receives them politely but with a suspicious air. The Duke says he is glad to see his son trying to serve the duchy again, and asks if the matter is about the royal succession. Theseus confirms that it is, but warns that the situation is a bit complicated. The story shifts to the capital of Mertalia, where Yuta and the group return after completing the mission. They comment on how fast the job was, and that everything went according to plan. It is said that Duke Homerl has already promised his vote to Prince Udina. Then Yuta mentions that there is someone the prince should meet, sparking everyone's curiosity about who that person might be. Theseus and Princess Lincarlo finally meet again after a long time, and he greets her formally. She notices that the meeting is secret and agrees with the arrangement. Then Lincarlo asks Arthur to quickly call Prince Udain, while Theseus comments that, given his position, it wouldn't be appropriate to have such a meeting, but justifies it by saying that Udini is his brother-in-law. Yuta asks why so much secrecy, and Theseus confirms that the meeting will take place inside the transport vehicle. Theseus and Prince Udain meet after a long time. The prince greets him politely and asks him to sit, curious about the reason for the meeting. Theseus explains that he asked for Princess Lincarlo's help to get that moment because there is a favor he wants to ask. However, he clarifies that his request is not to the current prince, but to the future king of Mertalia. Theseus tells the prince that he personally witnessed the suffering of the people in the Duchy of Homerl, where many die of hunger and live under cruel taxes and punishments. He says that treating human lives that way is an unforgivable sin, and that, because of this, he is willing to bear the consequences of what he intends to do. The prince, surprised, thinks that Theseus's request is something that not even Prince Mushim would accept because of the strong political alliances he has with the duchies. Theseus looks straight at Prince Iudine and in a serious tone begs him to take the throne and save the people. His words carry weight and urgency, leaving the prince stunned and unable to respond to such a direct and decisive request. Nagisa calls her companion as they arrive in the kingdom of Ima. Curious, she comments that she has never heard of this kingdom among the countries of the Eastern Union, flipping through her book in search of information while looking at the imposing city in front of her. Nagisa and her companion talk about the visit to the kingdom of Imaf, explaining that the goal is to propose an alliance against the Ryuhan Empire. However, one of them complains that every time the king of Ima meets their father, the two end up arguing like children. When they arrive at the castle, a soldier greets them, saying that the king is already waiting for them. Nagisa, a bit annoyed, comments that it seems their relationship with the king is not the best. Nagisa and her companion meet with the king of Imo, who shows himself to be a kind and good-humored man. While they talk, she notices that his smile reminds her of someone from the past. The king comments on the time that has passed, and on Surahia's death 5 years ago. Soon, the conversation shifts to the reason for the visit, to propose an alliance between the Eastern Union and Imaf against the Ryuhan Empire. During the meeting, the king of Emo calmly listens to the request for an alliance, but after a brief silence, he apologizes and refuses the agreement. The girls are surprised and confused by the sudden answer, not understanding the reason for the refusal. The girls try to argue with the king of Emof, saying that an alliance with the Eastern Union would be beneficial for both sides, since the Ryuhan Empire is a threat. However, the king coldly replies that he does not trust the Union. He believes there is a traitor among them, which would explain the sudden fall of several allied countries. Even with their attempts to convince him, he makes it clear that his decision will not change. The king of Imov looks at the girls with a serious and firm gaze, saying that although they fight the same enemy, that does not make them his allies. He makes it clear that he does not trust them or the Eastern Union, ending the matter in a cold and definitive way. The girls notice a sudden change in the king of Imo's attitude, who now shows a cold and distant gaze. They understand that this is his true side, hidden behind a gentle facade. One of them stares at him and firmly states that he loved Queen Ruriha, making the king fall silent for a moment, revealing pain in his eyes. The king of Emma reacts surprised and enraged by Nagisa's words, standing up abruptly. The girl, startled, tries to explain herself, but the king approaches her with an intense look. He stares at her in silence for a moment until he says her name, Nagisa Casado, leaving everyone in the room shocked that he knows who she is. Nagisa faces the king with courage and says that she noticed in his eyes how much he changed when he talked about the queen, revealing a deep feeling. The king, surprised, asks her to explain the reason for that conclusion. Nagisa's companion tries to interrupt, asking her to apologize, but Nagisa stands her ground, saying that she recognizes that look the same one she has seen up close before. Nagisa remembers a moment from the past, when she walked with a school friend under the cherry blossoms. She recalls the shine in his eyes, the same look she now sees in the king. In silence, she understands it is the look of someone thinking about the person they love. The king, shaken by Nagisa's words, looks out the window in silence, lost in thought. With a melancholic look, he sincerely admits that he really loved Ruriha. The room goes quiet as everyone realizes that those memories still hurt him deeply. The king, still shaken, confesses that he really loved Ruriha. He reflects on how women are able to see straight into men's hearts and, as he looks at the princess in front of him, decides to change his stance. He says he cannot fully trust the Eastern Union, but will make an exception for Amuria, her kingdom. In a softer tone, he admits that it would be impossible not to trust the country and the daughter of the woman he loved so much. The alliance between the kingdoms is finally formed without any issues. The king of Amuria and the king of Emo seal the agreement, ensuring safety for both peoples. The princess thanks Nagisa, saying that it was all possible thanks to her. But Nagisa, not wanting to brag, humbly replies that she didn't do anything special, even though her presence was essential to unite the kingdoms. Inside the room, the king of Emo and the king of Amuria end up arguing and get into a ridiculous fight, rolling on the floor while the others watch in shock. The princess, embarrassed, tries to keep her composure, while Nagisa sighs. Soon, a shout echoes through the mansion, telling the two of them to stop acting like children. After the commotion, the group travels by train while discussing the results. The alliance between Amuria and the Eastern Union was successfully formed, bringing a brief sense of relief. However, the tone of the conversation changes when they mention that there is a traitor within the Union, leaving everyone on edge and wondering who might be behind it. As the train continues its journey, a colossal avalanche completely blocks the way. The team quickly realizes it was not an accident, it was something planned. Suddenly, several enemy units appear using magic suits, with no national emblem, which only adds to the confusion. The princess and Nagisa stay on high alert, trying to figure out where the attack came from and who might be behind the ambush. Nagisa tenses up when she realizes they are going to have to fight for real. The princess, determined, says that it is time for her first battle. As the situation gets worse, orders are given to prepare the magic suits, Raspella, Idante, and Vasim, for immediate launch. The tension rises, marking the beginning of a decisive confrontation. Nagisa gets ready for her first battle, while her teammates encourage her. Guide and Delphine show confidence and say it is time to show the results of their intense training. One of them warns her not to do anything reckless. Determined, Nagisa confirms that she is ready and, with a firm look, says she will do her best, even with a slight nervousness hidden on her face. A huge robot is prepared for battle. Its name is Raspella. As the machine powers up with a metallic roar, Nagisa, determined, announces that she is ready for launch, showing confidence and focus on what is coming. On the battlefield, several mechas face each other amid destruction. Nagisa watches in shock as one of the enemy robots quickly approaches. Raspella engages in combat, slamming hard into the opponent and knocking it down with a heavy blow, sending debris flying everywhere. Nagisa watches, stunned, as the mechas fight with real weapons and deadly strikes. She realizes this is not simple training, the enemies are fighting for real. As she tries to regain her composure, someone warns her that an enemy unit is coming her way, and she feels the weight of the reality of battle. Determined, Nagisa faces the chaos around her, while the mechas clash in an intense fight. Even with her fear visible, she knows there is no turning back. With resolve, she declares that their lives are on the line, ready to fight to the end. In an Aikido dojo, the master explains to the students that the art's techniques are limitless. He says there are basic movements, but true Aikido goes beyond that. The master speaks with a calm smile, explaining that in situations where the enemy has a weapon or is in greater number, it is necessary to imagine all possibilities to react wisely. Nagisa, still young, watches the training closely as her master throws her down with a quick move. He teaches that no matter how strong the enemy looks, if they are human, they can be struck and defeated. Those words are engraved in her mind as a lesson about strength and determination. During training, the master explains that by watching the opponent's movements, it is possible to find a way to bring them down. Nagisa listens carefully, realizing that intuition and instinct are also part of the fight. The master's words echo in her mind as, in the present. She applies those teachings in battle, clearly visualizing the right moment to strike. Raspella moves with precision and strength, grabbing the enemy and completely destroying it in a powerful blow. As the debris falls, Nagisa stays calm, remembering her master's teachings. Keep her mind serene as if in meditation. She takes a deep breath and thinks that was only the first one. There were still many more ahead. The mecha rises into the air with imposing presence, wielding its sword as the reflection of the moon shines over its metallic body. Silent and steady, it prepares for the next move, symbolizing Nagisa's strength and determination to keep fighting. While the mechas continue in combat, the narration reveals that Aikido also has techniques with long swords, though not widely known. Nagisa remembers her father, a strict and strong man, but recalls with pride that she always managed to beat him when they trained with swords. On the battlefield, her comrades excitedly talk about their victories, while she watches firmly, focused on continuing the fight. In the middle of the battle, Nagisa takes down several enemies in a row, counting each one under her breath: 6, 7, 8, 9. Her actions are quick and precise, leaving the opponents in panic. Suddenly, she notices that the enemies begin to retreat. Worried, her teammate calls her over the radio, asking if she's okay, while he watches in shock as the enemy mechas start fleeing the field. Amid the wreckage, Rasbella stands on top of a pile of defeated mechas. With a firm movement, the last enemy is struck down, and Nagisa coldly declares, 10 less. The field falls silent, with only the sound of the wind and the metallic gleam of her victory remaining. Her teammates watch in surprise as Nagisa's mecha is surrounded by a strange blue aura, something no one there had ever seen before. While they comment in confusion about what is happening, Nagisa, still inside Rasbella, takes a deep breath and wonders if the battle has finally ended, with a tired but relieved look. In the kingdom of Mertalia, leaders and nobles gather in a large hall to discuss the royal succession. The atmosphere is tense, every face showing concern and distrust. Among those present, both young and old observe carefully, while the future of the throne is decided amid cold stares and heavy silence. The meeting for the royal succession begins. The elder announces the rules of the vote, explaining that each member must place their choice in the ballot box. He stresses the weight of the decision, as it will define the next king. The names in dispute are Prince Mushim and Prince Ayudine, both watching the process with tense, determined expressions, fully aware of the importance of that moment. The voting begins among the nobles of Mertalia. The second prince, Vilpdero, votes for Mushim, saying the kingdom needs a strong leader without weaknesses. Princess Ryla chooses Ayudine, believing he would bring peace to the country, while Princess Lindil votes for Mushim, saying a reign under Ayudine would be boring. Each vote is cast with conviction, revealing the contrast between strength and diplomacy that divides the council. Princess Incarcalo votes for Ayudini, saying he has the heart needed to understand the people. Other nobles follow her example, and soon Prince Ayudine reaches 4 votes against Mushim's 3. With only 2 votes left, the atmosphere in the room grows tense. One of the observers comments that the next vote might decide everything, while Duke Homerl prepares to give his word. Duke Homerl speaks, reflecting on how difficult the decision is. He says he thought deeply about who would bring prosperity to the kingdom. After a moment of silence, he reveals that his choice is not Prince Eudane, surprising everyone. With a firm look, he casts his vote and declares, "I vote for Prince Mushim." The atmosphere tightens as the balance of the voting changes unexpectedly. Mushim starts laughing, sure of his victory, and mocks Eudine and the others, saying that the next king will be him. Incarcalo tries to argue, reminding them that Duke Callan still hasn't voted, but Mushim smiles arrogantly. He reveals that he has already taken care of that, and that the Duke will no longer participate, thus guaranteeing his victory. The revelation shocks everyone, leaving Ayudine speechless in the face of his rival's manipulation. While some still doubt it, Incarcalo defends Duke Callan's honor, saying he is a man of principles and would never break a promise. Suddenly, the hall doors open, and a guard announces the Duke's arrival. Everyone turns in surprise, including Mushim, who grows uneasy when he realizes his plan might not have worked. The doors swing open, and a young man with a striking presence enters the hall. It is Theseus. Everyone is surprised by his sudden arrival. Mushim reacts angrily, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing, while the tension in the room rises, and all eyes turn to the newcomer who might change the course of the vote. Theseus presents himself before everyone with determination, showing the certificate that proves his succession, and declares, "As of today, I am the new Duke Callan." He places the document on the table, showing his father's signature and silencing any doubts. With a resolute look, he announces his vote, a vote for equality, peace, and justice for all. His choice shocks Mushim, who stares at him in disbelief, realizing that his plan has just collapsed. Theseus calmly deposits his vote, looking straight at Mushim. He states that he chooses the king who will bring a better world, but makes it clear that this king is not Mushim. His words cut through the silence in the hall, sealing the outcome of the vote and leaving his rival visibly shaken. Furious, Mushim yells at Theseus, saying he will never get away with this. The elder of the council tries to calm him, saying the result is official and that he is lost. Incarcolo firmly declares that the next king will be Ayudain, chosen by a fair and free vote. Even enraged and denying the result, Mushim is silenced, while the hall acknowledges the new sovereign. In a burst of rage, Mushim loses control and attacks the council elder, seriously wounding him. The old man tries to reason with him, but the prince shouts that no one is to give him orders. Everyone is horrified by the scene, while Udine watches in shock, realizing that Mushim has just committed an unforgivable act in front of everyone. Overtaken by anger, Mushim declares that the voting is annulled and reveals that he had already foreseen the possibility of losing. He orders his private soldiers to storm the place and kill Udine. Incarcolo and the others are shocked to realize that Mushim had brought his own troops, turning the political session into a violent coup. Guards and soldiers invade the castle, spreading chaos. Incarcolo tries to protect Ayudine, while Jean shouts for them to escape. Knowing that Mushim has surrounded the entire area, Jean suggests an alternative route. Incarcolo then remembers that her mecha, Odin, is stored in the castle's underground area, and decides to go there, determined to fight to save the prince. Incarcolo runs to the underground storage, but when she arrives, she is faced with a desperate scene. All the magic armors have disappeared, including Odin. She realizes too late that Mushim had already anticipated this move. The prince appears, surrounded by armed soldiers, and coldly says he had already transferred the armors, calling them rats trapped in a cage. The group tries to escape through the corridors, while the magic armors controlled by Mushim chase them. Incarcolo realizes they are cornered and tells everyone to run deeper into the castle. With no time to think, she plans to confuse the enemy, while Mushim, with an arrogant smile, watches from a distance, certain that no one will escape his trap. In a hidden room, the group finds an imposing magic armor kept in an isolated compartment. Surprised, they realize that, unlike the others, this one is still there, intact. One of them points at it and asks in awe if that really is a magic armor, the last hope in the face of the imminent siege. Incarcolo explains that this is Vixtrolf, the magic armor created by the country's founder and considered a national treasure. She reveals that, despite having a power level of 48,000, not even she can activate it. Amid the tension, Yuta is pushed into the cockpit against his will, protesting that his level is only 2. Even so, Incarcolo insists, with no time for doubts, it is the only chance they have left. Still confused, Yuta enters Vixtrolf's cockpit and looks around inside, noticing that it is similar to other armors. Down below, Incarcolo and the others watch anxiously, knowing that if Mushim captures them, they are done for. With no options left, Yuta takes a deep breath and places his hands on the controls, begging the machine to work. Suddenly, the panel starts reacting, emitting sounds and lights, as if it were awakening. All of a sudden, Vixtrolf awakens with a strong glow coming from its eyes, making everyone look up in shock. Incarcolo and the others stare in disbelief, while Mushim, furious, screams in rage. The legendary armor that no one was able to activate was now alive and under Yuta's control. Everyone watches with their mouths open as the towering Vixtrolf fully awakens, releasing steam and light throughout the hangar. The legendary armor that no pilot had ever managed to activate finally comes to life before their eyes. Incarcolo and the others can hardly believe what they are seeing. Yuta had done the impossible. Mushim watches in shock as the sound of gears echoes. Vixtrolf starts moving slowly, releasing steam and energy. Incarcolo and the others can barely contain their surprise. The legendary armor is truly operating. The impossible has just happened before them. With a firm and calm look, Yuta stands before the immense Vixtrolf, now fully awakened. The smoke slowly dissipates as the mecha shines behind him, symbolizing the rebirth of a legend. Even surrounded by chaos, Yuta keeps a confident stance. The true pilot of Vixtrolf has finally been revealed. Vixtrolf rises in all its glory, emanating an intense blue light that reflects power and authority. Its core shines with energy as the armor plates adjust perfectly, as if the mecha were ready to obey its new pilot. The mechanical legend had awakened, and the real battle was about to begin. Yuta realizes he can move Vixtrolf, but soon notices a problem: there are no weapons equipped. With 5 enemies closing in, he thinks fast, sweating with nervousness. With no time to hesitate, he takes a deep breath and mutters to himself, determined, if he has to, he'll fight with his bare hands. The allies watch in shock at the destruction caused by Vikstrolf. Jean comments, impressed, saying it was far more than he expected. Ryla smiles confidently, stating that it was only natural. After all, they were talking about the legendary Vikstrolf. On the other side, Mushim watches furiously, unable to believe that 3 of his units were destroyed with a single blow. While Vikstrolf remains imposing, Ryla explains that, according to legend, the mecha has an activation rate of 200,000 LUDEA, a value that surpasses any other existing magi craft. Jean is surprised, unable to believe such power. Ryla remarks that Yuta's power must be so great that modern devices can't even measure it properly, and that, faced with that, all she could do was let him win. Yuta realizes that Vikstrolf is much more sensitive and powerful than Arleo, his old mecha, barely managing to control its movements. Before he can adjust, enemies quickly close in. He reacts on instinct, dodging as the mecha trades heavy blows with another magi craft, and the impact makes the ground shake. Mushim watches in disbelief as his powerful weapon shatters during the clash. A soldier warns him to retreat, saying the place is too dangerous, and they should leave the rest to the troops outside. Meanwhile, Ryla orders Yuta and the others to get ready to escape, informing them that Arthur is already bringing the transport. Yuta confirms, ready to get out of there. Jean and the others move forward through the castle corridors, but stop when they see something ahead. They realize, frightened, that the enemy troops are already gathered there, completely blocking the way with an army of magi crafts ready to attack. Rila runs ahead and asks Yuta to open a path. She notices something strange on the floor and shouts that the place is actually a gigantic elevator fixed to rails. Right after that, the platform starts rising with force, taking Yuta and the Vikstrolf mecha quickly to the top. Yuta, inside Vikstrolf, shouts with all his might for the others to get out of the way. The mecha gains speed on the elevator, smashing everything around as it shoots upward, opening a path through pure brute force. Vikstrolf charges forward, destroying everything in its way and opening a huge passage through the castle walls. Yuta tells the others that he has created a safe route for them to escape. Meanwhile, Jean watches in awe, saying that Yuta is basically forcing his way through by brute strength alone. Arthur tells everyone to hurry, worried about their transport waiting outside. While Yuta faces the enemies, new troops suddenly arrive, leaving everyone confused. Rila realizes they're being attacked out of nowhere and tries to understand what's going on. Nanami, determined, decides to protect the area until everyone manages to retreat, while vehicles and soldiers run through the streets amid the chaos. Yuta finally spots the group and approaches with Vikstrolf, relieved to see that everyone is safe. He tries to extend the mecha's hand to help them, but the machine's power and momentum end up being too much, almost hitting his allies, who shout for him to stop. Keeping control becomes tense, showing just how powerful and difficult to handle the magic armor really is. Nanami runs toward Yuta in the middle of the confusion, and he tries to warn her to stop, worried about the danger. Vikstrolf reacts intensely, its systems glowing as he struggles to maintain control. Despite the tension, Yuta manages to grab Nanami with the mecha before anything bad happens. He breathes in relief, surprised that he pulled off such a precise maneuver with that powerful machine. The attacks against Vikstrolf have no effect, shocking everyone. Ryla and Nanami realize it's Yuta piloting the mecha and are surprised by the machine's power. Yuta, not knowing how to explain the situation, just says they'll talk later. He then orders everyone to focus on escorting the main vehicle, prioritizing the mission amid the chaos. Jean tries to coordinate everything, telling them to get ready to depart as soon as the group returns. Liza tries to understand the confusion, while the local sensors begin to beep, showing something strange on the radar. Yuta notices the anomaly and grows tense, while one of the women watches Vikstrolf, impressed by its power, and says that it is simply incredible. Yuta watches the enemy approaching and realizes there are far too many for him to protect the transport. Determined, he decides to stay behind and face them alone. He orders everyone to board the vehicle and flee immediately, while he prepares to hold back the opponent's advance with Vikstrolf. The enemies line up in great numbers in front of Vikstrolf, surrounding the area. Nanami and the others are worried when they see Yuta ready to face them alone. He calmly says he's only going to draw their attention away from the transport, asking them to move ahead. Even aware of the danger, Yuta remains firm in his decision, determined to protect everyone. Nanami refuses to let Yuta face everything alone and announces she will stay to help him. Yuta tries to protest, but she argues that if they leave him alone, he'll end up doing something reckless. Faced with her determination, Yuta admits that the move Nanami made earlier was incredible and accepts her help, agreeing to fight by her side. Jin orders everyone to board, leaving only Yuta and Nanami behind to hold off the enemies. Before leaving, he asks Yuta to take good care of her. Nanami tells everyone to be careful as well and promises they'll meet again at the Duke's residence. When the transport departs, Yuta takes a deep breath, looks at the army in front of him and, alongside Nanami, firmly declares that he's ready to fight. The transport begins to move quickly, escaping through the exit while the enemies try to reach it. They shout not to let the vehicle get away, but before they can act, Yuta intervenes, piloting Vikstrulf. He blocks the opponent's advance with a powerful strike, ordering them to stop and showing he's not going to let anyone through. Yuta hurls one of the enemy magicrafts with a strong blow, surprising everyone around. While the soldiers try to understand what just happened, he spots an opportunity and shouts for Nanami to use the steam released by the enemies as a screen. With the plan, they create a thick fog to blind the opponents and gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Nanami understands Yuta's plan and, with a confident look, says that all she has to do is cut the enemies to pieces. Yuta, a bit surprised, just confirms. Soon after, she charges into the attack with her Magi craft, rushing full force at the opponents, leaving them desperate as they see the powerful assault coming their way. Nanami attacks with a sequence of fast and precise blows, slicing through several enemies in a matter of moments. The opposing Magi crafts barely manage to react, being torn apart one after another. Amid the confusion and the smoke rising around them, the enemy soldiers completely lose sight of her and Yuta, panicking when they realize they've lost track of them. Yuta decides to change the route, asking Nanami to run in the direction of the wind to throw off the enemies. As he adjusts the controls, he thinks it's been a while since he was alone with her, feeling a slight touch of nostalgia. Before they leave, he wishes for everyone's safety and promises they'll meet again at Duke Karen's residence. Then, the two move forward together, ready to continue the fight. As they watch the city from afar, Alina and her companion wonder if Yuta and the others are okay. Her friend comments that there's no reason to worry since Yuta is there, but Alina seems uneasy, clutching her chest and looking away. Her friend notices and thinks that deep down, Alina isn't very honest about what she feels. The group arrives at Duke Karen's residence, where they are greeted by an older man who shows relief at seeing them safe. He is surprised to hear how far Mushim was willing to go and asks about the situation of his son, Theseus. Then, one of the women replies with regret that everyone is fine, but his son ended up being captured. While the Duke tries to calm everyone, assuring them that Mushim wouldn't dare take a Duke's life so easily, a soldier bursts into the room with urgent news. He announces that a large army of Magi crafts, probably the royal army of Melitaria, has invaded the territory. The man, still out of breath, reveals the frightening number, around 500 Magi crafts, advancing toward the city. The Duke, furious upon hearing about the invasion, orders the entire army to be mobilized. He calls Mushim a dishonorable wretch and promises to punish him, even if he is his son-in-law. His expression fills with anger, showing that he has lost his patience with such audacity. Meanwhile, the others discuss the situation. Someone comments on the absurd number of enemy Magi crafts, and Jean, confident, says that they will help too, leaving the others curious about who exactly he meant by we. Jean begins organizing the group's formation, putting Imina and himself on the front line, while Pharma stays in the rear and Lorgo is in charge of protecting the ballista. He warns everyone to prepare well, as the battle will be tough. Emina suggests that Jean try to get in touch with Vajra, and he agrees. Soon after, Alina questions her own role, showing a faint confident smile and saying that even separated, Yuta is still the team's trump card, making it clear that she intends to fight as well. After an intense escape, Yuta's mecha crashes hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the cockpit, he breathes heavily, trying to recover from the impact. The machine throws sparks and metallic noises, showing that the landing was rough, but still functional. Yuta wipes the sweat from his forehead, relieved that they managed to escape, even if just barely. Yuta and Nanami look out over the field ahead, where several fallen enemies are scattered on the ground. He asks if those would be all the remaining pursuers, while he tries to understand what happened. The two mechas remain on alert, surrounded by the wreckage of the defeated machines, ready to react in case anyone else appears. Yuta approaches Nanami and asks if she's okay. She answers that she managed to handle the situation, but holds the broken communicator in her hands, saying it fell and shattered during the fight. Yuta realizes that, because of that, Jean won't be able to contact them anymore. But he tries to stay calm and says that what matters is that they keep heading to Duke Karen's residence, just as they had agreed. Yuta and Nanami arrive at the place and fall silent when they see the Duke's residence completely destroyed. The place is in ruins, with clear signs of a recent battle. Yuta confirms that this was indeed the meeting point, while Nanami looks at the wreckage and wonders where everyone might have gone. Even worried, Yuta tries to convince himself that Alina and Emina wouldn't be defeated so easily and that they are surely still okay. Yuta looks around and comments that there was a great battle there, but finds it strange that there are no Magi armor wrecks anywhere. Nanami agrees and suggests they go down into the city to gather information. Later, already in a tavern, she eats excitedly while Yuta remains deep in thought. He hears rumors that, in the battle the day before, Prince Mushim managed to mobilize the royal army, which leaves him even more worried about the course of the war. While Yuta and Nanami are in the tavern, a man nearby starts talking about the recent battle. He reveals that Duke Karen and Mushim's army clashed, but the royal army ended up winning because of their numerical advantage. Yuta, curious, asks if the Duke was killed, but the man answers that he wasn't. He managed to flee to Duke Ledamalt's territory. The stranger also mentions that the Duke must have ordered the battlefield to be cleaned quickly to erase any trace of the fight, which explains the lack of wreckage that Yuta had noticed earlier. Yuta keeps the conversation going casually, pretending not to care while trying to gather more information. The man comments that all the other dukes are now under Prince Mushim's control, which worries Yuta. He also reveals something strange. Despite the large battle, the Duke's army barely took any damage, something that seems impossible against the power of the royal army. Yuta pretends to end the chat with a forced smile, but realizes there's something very suspicious behind this story. As the rumors spread, it's said that the Magi armor on the Duke's front lines were so powerful that they managed to face the entire royal army by themselves. They fought fiercely, only retreating after securing their allies' safety. In the end, only a single Magi armor remained to hold back the enemy, and after repelling the royal forces, it completely disappeared without a trace. Yuta, surprised when he hears the rumors about the last Magi armor that vanished, realizes it can only be Emina. A smile appears on his face as he concludes that everyone is alive. Determined, he calls Nanami and decides to move forward to reunite with the group and confirm that they really survived. Inside the cramped cockpit, Emina tries to adjust herself while two more people are squeezed behind her. She complains that she's running out of space, but the other girl, full of confidence, replies that she's really skinny and that Arthur, the third one there, can fold himself up just fine. The situation is clearly uncomfortable, but the scene ends up kind of funny with everyone trying to fit however they can. As the group takes off with the mecha, one of them yells that this is impossible, but the other ignores her and keeps going, determined. They talk about the whereabouts of Odin and Centaur, assuming the general knows where they are. In the middle of the discussion, Emina notices something and jokes that now she's even got a headrest. The tension of the moment is broken by that bit of humor before they head out for the next mission. Yuta and Nanami arrive in a clearing and come across several Magi armor fighting each other. Not knowing which side is allied, Yuta tries to think fast while watching the clash. He explains to Nanami that one of the sides is on their side, but figuring out who's who will be tricky. Nanami agrees, getting ready to act according to his instructions. In the middle of the confusion, a group of Magi armor appears, introducing themselves as the Iron Knights Muso, a mercenary group under the princess's direct command. They say they came to help, which surprises Yuta and Nanami. The enemies, furious, call the group traitors and charge into the attack, while the mercenaries respond with determination, starting another intense battle. Yuta takes advantage of the chaos and, with a quick and precise strike, destroys several enemies at once. As he cuts through everything around, he comments sarcastically, thanking them for having cleared things up, making it clear that now he knows exactly who to attack. Nanami also jumps into action, taking down enemies with powerful blows. After the battle, an allied officer appears, praising their strength, saying the mercenary group under the princess's command is even more impressive than he expected. Yuta tries to play it off, not fully understanding the confusion, but thanks them for the praise and the help. The soldiers introduce themselves to Yuta, revealing that they are Princess Rydria's guards, Lina Carlo's sister. They apologize for the confusion and explain that unfortunately the princess was captured by Mushim, along with other dukes. The news surprises Yuta, who starts to understand how serious the political situation is and how big the conflict they're caught up in has become. Yuta understands what happened after he left the royal army, intercepted and attacked the princess's guard group. They explain that they were on their way to ask for help from Duke Ledemalt's army, who shares the same cause. Then Yuta suggests that everyone moves together, which cheers the soldiers up. They decide to grow the group and head to the nearest fort, where more guards are stationed, strengthening their forces. Lina Carlo introduces herself as the third princess of the Kingdom of Melteria and asks to meet General Orlia. She is received with surprise by the soldiers, who confirm her identity and rush off to call the general. Meanwhile, Emina watches the place carefully, ready to react if anything happens, and Lina stays confident, saying that even in enemy territory, they're prepared for any situation. General Orlia is shocked to see that Princess Lini Carlo really showed up, thinking his soldiers were joking. He shows exaggerated excitement, saying he spent days looking for her with no success. Line, keeping her composure, answers coldly that she was avoiding him for being an annoying man. The tension between the two is clear, even with the reunion tone. Line gets straight to the point and asks Orlia and Yudin to join her to stop Mushim. The general realizes she's asking him to betray Commander Cruz. Faced with his hesitation, Line threatens that if he refuses, she will cut him out of her life. Surprised and nervous, Orlia tries to explain himself, clearly shaken by the feelings he has for her. Orlia kneels before Lina, promising to devote his life and efforts to her. The princess accepts his loyalty calmly, saying she's satisfied as long as he does his best. After that, Lina watches in silence as the soldiers get ready to follow her orders, showing that the plan has started to take shape. Lina comments confidently that Mushim didn't have the courage to destroy Odin. Orlia notes that he is still inexperienced and may have spared the machines because they are national treasures. Then they analyze the map and decide that everyone captured, along with the Magi Arts, is being taken to the Marden base, the next strategic point in the plan. Lina decides it's time to act and orders Orlia to summon all units for an immediate attack on the Mardan base, since the place has little military strength. As he leaves to carry out the orders, he asks if there's someone the princess is thinking about. Lina stays silent, but her gaze shows that yes, there is someone special on her mind. Linny answers coldly that there's no one on her mind and that she is busy with other matters. Orlia pretends to accept her words, but watches her with suspicion as she walks away. His serious look shows he doesn't fully believe what the princess said. Emina talks with her allies, who tell her she can relax a bit, since the enemy group is now on the same side. Even so, she stays cautious, remembering that until recently they were enemies. While Arthur tries to argue, a mysterious man appears behind him, raises a weapon, and attacks him by surprise. The man strikes Arthur with a violent blow to the chest, throwing him backwards. Emina screams desperately when she sees her companion getting hurt, running toward him, unable to believe what just happened. Orlia grabs Lina by force, revealing his betrayal. The princess tries to understand why, but he says he was never completely loyal to her, and that he is now on Cruz's side. Lina, furious, realizes that Emina had already suspected this betrayal earlier, while Orlia shows a cold and determined look, with no regret at all. Orlia keeps Lina as a hostage, threatening to kill her if the pilot doesn't get out of the Magicroft. Emina watches the situation, tense, not knowing what to do. When asked what will happen to them, Orlia answers coldly that he is taking everyone to the Marden base, revealing that he had already planned this. Orlia explains his cruel plan. He will use Linne and her sister as bait in an apparently weak supply base. While he speaks, he reveals that he already has 1,000 Magicrofts ready there, prepared to ambush any rebel army that shows up. Lin is shocked when she realizes he had planned everything from the beginning. Yuta gets the news that Princess Rydria was taken to the Mardan base. He and the others figure out that the enemies are using the place as a support point and probably have few Magicrofts there. Thinking this is the perfect chance to attack, Yuta gets fired up, while the officer beside him keeps praising his conclusions, reinforcing the idea of a strike. The group watches the Marden base and notices there is no movement at all, which seems suspicious. Yuta questions the silence, finding it strange that everything looks normal, especially knowing there are important people inside. He comments that the situation seems too good to be true, raising the possibility of a trap, which leaves the officer visibly nervous. Yuta decides to go investigate the Marden base alone, believing that way the risk will be smaller if it really is a trap. The soldier tries to protest, but Yuta confidently says he'll find a way to make it out fine, climbing into his magicroft and getting ready for a quick reconnaissance mission. Yuta arrives quietly at the base and notices that the place is unnaturally calm, with no patrols or signs of movement. He finds the total silence strange and moves in carefully, thinking it's more and more suspicious that there's no one around, as if something were about to happen. Yuta approaches the Marden base and realizes everything is way too quiet, with no sign of movement or patrol guards. He finds it strange, since the place should be heavily protected. As he watches, he grows even more suspicious, because the silence and lack of activity seem to indicate something is wrong or that a trap might be waiting. Yuta finally realizes the trap. A huge enemy force appears, completely surrounding the base. He watches, stunned by the sheer number, much larger than he expected. Meanwhile, the soldiers waiting outside confirm in shock that it was all just a well-planned ambush. Yuta realizes he is completely surrounded and understands there's no way out without fighting. Determined, he takes a deep breath and decides to face everything head-on. With a firm look, he calls to his mecha, "Let's go, Victolf," ready to break a path in the battle that's about to begin. The two of them wake up inside a cell, confused about the situation. Arthur, still dizzy, asks where they are, and Orlea answers coldly that they're in prison. Worried, he asks about Lina Carlo, but Orlea, irritated, says she is being held in another room and that he only ever thinks about the princess, showing a hint of jealousy mixed with frustration. Arthur complains angrily about the shackles that are holding him, saying he's never felt so frustrated. Orlea, with a determined look, asks for his help and tells him to look for something under her upper lip. Confused and completely lost, Arthur reacts surprised and embarrassed, calling her disgusting as he tries to understand what she's planning. Orlea pulls out a small metal wire hidden under her lip, explaining that she never thought she'd have to use it. Arthur, confused, asks what she plans to do with it, and she answers that it's to unlock the shackles. However, since her hands are tied behind her back, she needs him to help. Even without fully understanding, Arthur agrees, while Orlea focuses on trying to free herself. Lina Carlo is taken alone to a tall room with wide windows. The commander, with an arrogant smile, says the reason is simple. From there, she'll have a good view of the battlefield, where 1,000 magi arts are positioned. He explains that he wants to see who will come rescue her, so he can turn the tables on them. Linny, looking at him with disdain, replies that now she understands why she was never attracted to someone with such horrible taste. The commander gets angry and tries to justify his actions, saying Lina was wrong not to choose him and that she just didn't want to admit her true feelings. Furious, he yells that it's not his fault. Linny, with a firm look, replies coldly that she was never attracted to him and that she just realized that even more clearly now. The man, offended, insists that she said he was the best man she had ever slept with. But Lina fires back, saying he misunderstood and that he's the one who takes everything literally. The commander walks up to Lina Carlo with a dark look, asking if she has no sense of her own position. With a sinister smile, he says he's been given permission to do whatever he wants with her, even use force. Lina, sweating with nerves but pretending to stay calm, teases him by saying she's scared, but wants to see if he's really capable of doing what he claims. Her expression shifts, and the commander realizes she isn't someone who gets intimidated easily. His face twists with anger, and he says he'll test how much courage Linny can handle, getting closer with bad intentions. Linny, trembling and frustrated for being without her Magyart, tries to keep her composure. She thinks about how humiliating it is to feel this weak, but decides not to show any fear. Determined, she grabs his arm tightly and tells herself that even without strength, she won't let him see her weak side. The man mocks her silence, asking if she's scared. He tells her to stop pretending and calls her nothing more than a woman now, wearing an arrogant smile. Lina clenches her fists, holding back her anger. But before things get worse, a soldier walks in to report that an enemy is approaching the base. Annoyed by the interruption, General Orlea complains about the terrible timing, while Lina stays quiet, trying to stay calm. A single Magyart appears on the battlefield, facing several enemies at once. The pilot pushes forward without hesitation, using his strength and skill to crush enemy units with powerful strikes. The opposing machines are lifted off the ground and thrown aside as the lone warrior keeps fighting, determined to win despite the disadvantage. The general yells furiously at his subordinate, outraged that all troops were mobilized because of a single Magyart. The soldier tries to explain he was just following orders, but the general scolds him, saying it was clearly just a distraction. As the chaos unfolds, Lina, still locked in the room, walks to the window and, with a serious tone, says she needs to confess something. She admits she lied about something important. On the battlefield, the pilot fights desperately, surrounded by enemies on all sides. He realizes he won't last long, but decides to focus all his energy into his LUDEA to try holding out. Meanwhile, inside the base, Lina stares at the general and repeats that she lied about something, leaving him confused and curious about what she was hiding. With a firm look and tears in her eyes, Lina finally says she has someone she truly loves, the love of her life. Her words come out strong and sincere, revealing the feeling she had been keeping inside until now. The general reacts with surprise and irritation at her declaration, demanding to know what she meant and who the man she spoke of was. Before he can understand, an explosion echoes outside, and one of the women rushes in, calling out to Lina Carlo in panic. Arthur suddenly appears, injured and out of breath, shocking Lina. She calls out to him, worried, but he clenches his fist with anger and determination, glaring at the situation with hatred in his eyes, ready to fight back. Arthur bursts into the room, full of rage after seeing Lina being threatened. The general arrogantly mocks him, calling him a failure and taunting him for arriving late, saying the princess had already started crying. Overcome by fury, Arthur charges at him without hesitation, but the enemy provokes him further, pulling out a blade and calling him a fool for falling into his trap. The general attacks without mercy, stabbing Arthur's hand. With a cold stare and an arrogant smile, he prepares his next move, spinning his body and landing a powerful kick, showing complete confidence and cruelty in the fight. Even wounded, Arthur gets up and faces General Orlia with determination. He knocks him down and pins him to the ground, saying firmly that he serves Princess Lina Carlo directly, not just as a subordinate, but as her apprentice knight. His words clearly show his oath and unwavering loyalty. On the battlefield, the Magi robot fights intensely against several enemies. The pilot notices he's starting to get surrounded and needs to act fast. With sweat dripping and focus sharp, he concentrates deeply, trying to sync better with his LUDEA to release more power and resist the encirclement. The pilot activates LUDEA's concentration mode, and the Magi robot's interface lights up with new readings. He focuses his energy, maintaining control of the machine while scanning the battlefield to confirm the situation. Determined, he thinks he just needs to hold that state a little longer. The radar confirms there are no enemies in the sky, and the pilot decides to use that to his advantage. He remembers that the Victilf has SS-level flight capability, able to travel at high speed for short bursts. Without hesitation, he shouts his command. The Magi robot fires its boosters and launches into the sky in a bold maneuver to escape and gain the upper hand. The robot shoots upward with force, rising fast into the sky, while the pilot watches in awe. He can hardly believe it, the Victilf actually flew. The machine's power and stability leave him impressed. Its SS-level flight abilities were no exaggeration. Orlia is tied up and panicking, while Lina smiles coldly at him. She comments sarcastically about how the situation is flipped, asking if he's scared yet. Then she reveals that the man he thought he defeated is actually the pilot who invaded the base alone, the same man she loves. Confused and furious, Orlia demands to know who that man is, but Lina keeps her confident, steady gaze. Orlia starts laughing uncontrollably, realizing he still has one card to play. He reveals that Arthur's Magi robot is currently being surrounded and tries to bargain for his freedom. With a cynical smile, he says he can order the retreat if Lina lets him go. Surprised, she hesitates for a moment, looking at the map and imagining the situation outside, while the enemy tries to turn the tables with manipulation and bluff. Orlia tries to intimidate Lina, saying the man she loves will be crushed by 1,000 Magi robots, and asking why she's not doing anything. Even so, she stays calm, and he notices the confidence in her eyes. Shocked, he realizes she knew something. She answers firmly that she didn't know, she just believed in him, and tells Orlia to look out the window, revealing something that changes everything. Arthur escapes the encirclement with his mecha, flying over the enemies surrounding him. Inside the cockpit, he checks the data and confirms there are 988 enemy Magi robots within a 2 kilometers radius. Even so, he stays calm, saying that with his mecha's special mode, the Victilf Nova, he can wipe them all out. Determined, he smiles, ready to show the true power of his machine. Outside, soldiers watch in shock as the sky opens with a bright light. Arthur's mecha, the Victilf, soars above them, reminding everyone of the legend of the hero Luzak, who long ago founded the kingdom of Melteria with the same legendary robot. One officer, stunned, asks if they are witnessing the myth happening before their eyes, as if the past had returned to life. Linny doesn't hesitate and charges at the soldiers trying to attack her. With quick, precise strikes, she takes one down and uses his body to launch herself at another, locking him in a chokehold. Even outnumbered, she shows skill and composure, turning the fight in her favor in seconds. Linny takes down the last soldier in the hall and confirms that all prisoners are gathered in one place. As she grabs the guard's keys, she reunites with an ally from the Musu Ixian Knights. They exchange few words, but Linny warns her seriously. There are still enemies around, and they need to stay alert. Linny reaches the window and sees the imposing figure of Victolf, the ancient legendary mecha. The injured man behind her recognizes it, saying it's the authentic robot of the founding hero. Linny nods with a small smile, calling it the true founding hero, as she watches the giant machine hover before them, like history repeating itself. Yuta, piloting the mecha, reaches out and calls for Linny to climb aboard. He yells for her to hurry, ready to get her out. She glances at the unconscious General Orlia and walks toward the mecha with determination, showing that the moment of escape and victory had finally arrived. Linny jumps into the cockpit and falls on top of Yuta, grabbing his arm to avoid slipping. The two end up very close, and Yuta, surprised and unsure where to put his hands, tries to say something while she quickly adjusts herself. The moment is a bit awkward, but Linny just takes a deep breath, relieved to finally be safe inside the mecha. Holding tightly inside the mecha, Linny is exhausted and out of breath, but relieved to be in Yuta's arms. Outside, the enemies stare in disbelief, realizing there's no way to reach them now. Yuta holds her carefully, while Arthur, outside, breaks into tears at the sight of the two together. Linny's calm gaze seems to say that she's finally where she belongs. Inside the mecha, Yuta and Linny talk about what to do after the fall of the enemy base. He asks if everything is already settled, but she says no, explaining they still have a large Mushum force to deal with and need to recover the machines from the Yusuo Iron Knights. Confident, Yuta tells her not to worry, saying he already has an idea where they are. The scene then shows a hangar full of mechas lined up, ready for the next move. Yuta and Linny look over the available equipment, among them powerful mechas called Odin, Artemis, and Centaur, along with an old abandoned transport vehicle. Excited, Linny comments that with all that, they could build a makeshift force to fight back. Yuta smiles, surprised by her enthusiasm, as the two walk side by side, ready for the next challenge. In a command room, Linny and the others discuss the situation after the last battle. One officer says that even with Victolf's strength, it still wasn't enough to defeat Mushum. Serious, Linny says it wouldn't be wise to keep losing soldiers, since they were still part of their own country's army. Another officer tries to argue, suggesting they eliminate only the enemies, but she rejects it coldly, saying that would be impossible. At that moment, a soldier rushes in with bad news. He got information from the enemy prisoners. A soldier arrives, running, and says Mushum is leading a large army toward Duke Lermhart's territory. Everyone gets tense, but Linny stays calm, saying this was expected. It seems Mushum already knew where Tudun was. With a determined look, she says she's let the enemy act freely for long enough, and now it's their turn to strike back. The scene shifts to the courtyard, where huge machines and soldiers prepare for the next battle. The battlefield is chaos. The knights notice they are completely surrounded by Duke Karen's army, with no escape route. Inside a base, Illum tries to contact Yuta, but there's no answer. He doesn't respond. Frustrated, she hits the table, irritated at the critical moment. One of the commanders orders reinforcements, splitting their forces, 6 units to assist them, and the rest to support Duke Barelmam's army. The tension rises as everyone prepares for the worst. During the tense moment in the command room, one of the soldiers tries to apologize, but Illum cuts him off firmly. She says they shouldn't fool themselves. No one there was fighting for him. Everyone was fighting because they had something they wanted to protect: their homeland, their honor, or even their ideals. She points out that each of them had a personal reason, not some blind sacrifice. However, another soldier breaks the serious mood by saying he's only there for the money, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the air before the sound of an alarm interrupts the moment. As he watches the soldiers getting ready for battle, the young man thinks quietly. He feels like everyone there has something precious to protect, something they don't want to lose. Then he asks himself, and me? What is it that I don't want to lose? He realizes that, unlike them, he's not fighting for glory or experience. Deep down, what he wants is a peaceful world, a place where equality exists and no one is persecuted. With a steady look, he understands. What he really wants to protect is his own country, the ideal of a fair and free nation. The commander, furious, rejects the idea of retreat and orders the withdrawal to be cancelled. He slams the table and shouts for everyone to keep the front line in defensive formation. His determination spreads among the soldiers, who get ready to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Yuden reports that Lina Carlo is on her way to reinforce their troops. If they can hold the enemy for 3 hours, the reinforcements will arrive. Alume watches Yuden's calm and confidence and, with a small smile, thinks that he might be a better commander than she thought. Yuden looks over the battlefield and starts to speak to his troops. He introduces himself as the Crown Prince and talks about Mushim's recent coup during the struggle for the throne. With a serious tone, he admits he became aware of his own weakness in the face of what happened, but also recognizes the strength and courage of the soldiers around him. As he speaks, the sound of war machines and marching troops gives more weight to his words. He understands that now he needs to be worthy of leading those who believe in him. Yuden continues his speech, gripping the communicator tightly. He admits that, unlike the soldiers, he doesn't understand the world as well as they do, but recognizes that everyone there knows how to fight and, more importantly, knows what they want to protect. He says the true power of a nation comes from its people, from their courage, ideals, and honor. With a firm expression, Yuden asks them not to fight for him, but for their families, their homes, and their own values. His words echo across the battlefield, reigniting the determination of every warrior who hears him. With a determined look and the microphone steady in his hands, Yuden ends his speech with a shout full of conviction. He declares that, in the end, the greatest reason for everyone to fight is for their homeland itself. His voice rings strong, inspiring the soldiers and uniting them all under the same banner to fight not for glory, but for the future of their country. The mechas line up for battle, kicking up dust as the ground trembles beneath their steps. The commander, with a firm expression, organizes the team. She orders Lorgo and Pharma to handle the smaller enemies while she faces the main opponent. Her voice is direct and authoritative. No one is to let the enemy get close to the transporter. The atmosphere is tense, but there is confidence in everyone's eyes before the battle begins. The red mecha appears, imposing, with its eyes glowing in intense blue and its armor reflecting the battlefield. Its fist tightens, ready for the clash. The energy around it surges, showing it's fully prepared to fight without hesitation. The woman stands on top of the red mecha with a confident look and a slight smile. Holding a bottle in one hand, she seems relaxed, as if she just came out of a victorious battle. Her laid-back presence contrasts with the giant metal machine behind her, showing that despite the chaos, she's still in control of the situation. Aluna gets ready inside the cockpit, determined and without hesitation. One of her allies asks if she's okay, and another comments that the enemy looks too strong, even for her. But Aluna answers confidently, saying no one but her could deal with that. While her companions promise to join her soon, she activates the mecha and declares firmly that it's time to work, calling her machine Berta. With her eyes full of determination, Aluna faces the enemy and says firmly that it's time to show what they're capable of. Right after that, her mecha moves forward, releasing a wave of energy and charging into the attack with full force. Aluna's mecha leaps with power, cracking the ground when it lands. She spins in the air and launches into the attack, facing a huge machine armed with a heavy cannon. The clash between the two is violent, and the battle starts at full intensity. Aluna's mecha rushes in at high speed, tearing up the ground as it jumps toward the enemy. She wields her blade and strikes without hesitation, cutting with accuracy and force. The impact of the collision between the two giants is intense, making the earth shake and sending debris flying everywhere. Aluna shouts confidently that the enemy will never be able to hit her with such a slow machine. Her mecha moves with agility, dodging and counterattacking with precision, making the ground crack with the force of the blade impacts. Aluna flinches when she realizes her blade can't pierce the enemy's armor. The opposing mecha barely takes any damage, and she notices a strange glow on the metal surface. The system reports that its defense has been reinforced with a LUDEA value correction, making the armor incredibly tough. Aluna understands that not even her powerful sword Belcia can cut through the enemy's armor, and figures out that the opposing mecha is a triple Highlander class. Aware of the disadvantage, she decides to hold the enemy off by herself, charging forward with determination as sparks fly from their clashes and light up the battlefield. The huge enemy mecha launches a devastating blow with its artillery arm, making the ground shake. Aluna reacts quickly, blocking with her sword, but the impact is so strong that it cracks her mecha's metal frame. Even with the damage, she counterattacks with a precise slash, hitting the opponent and creating a burst of sparks between them. Aluna realizes the enemy's move too late and tries to react, but the opposing mecha is already preparing a heavy attack. She curses the situation, pulling the controls hard as her mecha jumps to avoid the blow. The ground splits open from the enemy's violent strike. Aluna understands she's at a disadvantage. The enemy's armor is too thick to cut through, and the weak points are out of reach. She takes a deep breath, frustrated, and admits to herself that she can't win alone. With a tired smile, she murmurs that she wishes Yuta were there, realizing how weak she's become for depending on someone who is no longer around. Aluna charges forward with determination, shouting for her ally to get ready. The enemy mecha, controlled by a bulky and confident pilot, responds with force, readying its heavy weapon. The impact between the machines sends up a cloud of dust and metal. The battle reaches a new level of intensity. Lorgo strains against the mecha's controls, sweating and groaning with effort as he fights the enemy. The ground cracks under the weight of the colossal machines, and he tries to endure the crushing pressure from the opponent. Even at a disadvantage, he doesn't back down, clenching his teeth and holding on through pure determination. Lorgo's mecha grips the enemy hard, stopping it from advancing. Aluna smiles, praising her ally's move, while one of the enemy pilots watches in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Two mechas charge side by side, ready for combat. One of them is led by Arthur, who's warned to be careful since his machine wasn't made to withstand another Magitech. Aluna watches with confidence, saying she can tell just by looking at it. Arthur dashes forward at high speed with his mecha, aiming for the enemy's weak point. He spots an opening in the armor when the opponent raises its hammer, but realizes his reach still isn't enough to land the decisive blow. Arthur raises his shield and surges ahead with force, making his confidence clear. He declares himself a double Highlander-class warrior, known for never having lost in the Colosseum, while the impact of his attack shakes the battlefield. Aluna faces the enemy with anger and determination, yelling for him not to underestimate her. Even with one of her mecha's arms destroyed, she stands her ground, ready to counterattack. Aluna's mecha spins in the air in a quick and powerful move, her sword cutting through the air as she goes in for a fast and precise strike against the enemy. Aluna's blow hits the enemy mecha dead on, tearing through its armor with force. The impact sends sparks and chunks of metal flying in all directions, showing how strong the attack was. The enemy mecha is destroyed in a burst of metal and sparks, leaving Yuden impressed with the strength of the strike. Still in the middle of battle, Aluna calls out to Jean, who gets ready excitedly to join the fight, saying he was already tired of waiting. The force of the battle makes the ground shake as one of the mechas slams violently into the structure. Someone yells for everyone to brace themselves, but the warning comes too late. The shockwave throws them out of control, and the group tries to hold on in the middle of the chaos. Lorgo struggles to keep control of his mecha, even injured and exhausted. With effort, he forces the controls as the robot moves with difficulty, creaking and throwing off sparks. Despite the pain, he keeps going, determined not to back down. Two pilots talk about the tough situation they're in. One of them acknowledges Yuta's strength and wonders what his strategy will be. She suggests he use the light attack he used before, but Yuta says he can't rely on that ability anymore, making it clear something is stopping him. Faced with a line of giant enemy mechas, the group stares at the size of the threat. Even with their powerful weapons, Yuta doubts they'll be able to take down those enormous machines, showing how heavy the coming battle will be. The group decides to move forward, even with the numeric disadvantage. They need to cross the enemy line to reach Mushin, facing around 50 medium-sized mechas. Despite the risks, Yuta and the others stay confident, ready to fight and carve a path through. Yuta gets ready for the attack, activating a powerful weapon called Tempest. He wields a sword he found during his journey and charges in with full force, while large battleships move in the distance, ready to support the clash. The mecha lands firmly on the battleship, solid and imposing. Holding his spear with determination, the pilot prepares for the next fight, while the sound of turbines and heated metal fills the air. A woman receives a report that several units were destroyed in just a few seconds. She realizes Lina Carlo is on the battlefield, likely together with Victul. Right after that, a powerful mecha appears, releasing intense energy and getting ready for combat. The mecha, known as Archangel, advances, its energy shining brightly. Its wings of light spread open as it heads straight for the battlefield, ready to face the enemy. The battle erupts with a powerful wave of energy, destroying everything around. One of the mechas manages to endure it, but notices the enemy armor is tougher than expected. The pilot smiles confidently and asks Yuta how he plans to deal with that. Victolf takes on several enemy mechas in close combat, blocking attacks with precision and strength. The pilot watches with confidence, commenting that even if Yuta thinks it's hard, those machines are no match for Victolf's power. Yuta receives support from an ally who arrives, saying she has already finished her part and will help him. They agree to end the fight quickly and move on, but before they can act, a new presence appears, blocking the way and challenging them to try and pass. Suddenly, a weapon is thrown from above toward Yuta. His partner yells for him to be careful, and he is surprised when he realizes the attack is coming from above, reacting quickly to defend himself. When he sees the mecha flying above the battlefield, Yuta immediately recognizes its ability to fly it as Archangel. The enemy pilot, Cruz, appears with a confident look, confirming that she herself is in control of that powerful machine. The pilot comments that Cruz's appearance shows the enemy is running out of options, but Cruz answers with a confident smile, saying that this version of Archangel is no longer the same one they knew, hinting that it has been upgraded and is now even more dangerous. Archangel charges forward at incredible speed, spinning its lance and creating a whirl of energy around it. Yuta realizes the danger and shouts for Carlo to be careful, but the attack is already coming from above with devastating force. Archangel unleashes a devastating attack, creating a storm of energy around itself. Yuta notices the move and yells for the group to speed up, trying to escape the impact zone. Lina, surprised by the strength of the strike, realizes the enemy's attack is much faster and more powerful than she imagined. Archangel's blow hits Yuta's mecha directly, destroying part of its armor. Worried, Lina shouts, asking if he is okay. Yuta answers firmly, saying everything is fine and that the attack only damaged the outer plating. Archangel shoots upward at high speed, leaving a trail of energy in the air. Yuta watches the maneuver and grits his teeth, annoyed for letting the enemy escape like that. Cruz looks on in surprise, as Archangel completely ignores her attack. The enemy mecha advances with precision, blocking and dodging everything, while Yuta tries to fight back with his sword in the middle of the intense pressure of combat. Cruz yells in rage, trying to convince Yuta about the importance of power and nations. But he, consumed by anger, answers that he doesn't care about politics, remembering that Mushim killed someone right in front of him. Determined, Yuta keeps fighting, driven only by his desire for justice. Yuta rushes in with full force, cutting through the enemy's attack and breaking its weapon with a precise strike. As sparks scatter, he shouts with conviction that Mushim has no right to be king, showing all his determination to fight against tyranny. Cruz is shocked when she realizes her weapon has been destroyed, biting her lip in frustration. Meanwhile, Archangel spins quickly in the air, repositioning itself to attack again, leaving the pilot tense and with no time to react. Cruz calls Yuta a monster as she tries to retreat, furious and wounded. Yuta moves in without hesitation, shouting that he won't let her escape. But his mecha's system warns that they are running out of energy, forcing him to realize he won't be able to keep fighting much longer. Yuta tries to react, but the enemy lands a direct hit, striking Archangel head-on and destroying part of its armor. The impact is strong and Yuta's mecha is thrown backward, almost losing balance amid the smoke and debris. Yuta watches angrily as Cruz flees with her damaged machine. He complains about not being able to finish her off, but Carlo reassures him, saying what really matters is defeating Mushim. With a firm look, she orders everyone back to the main castle to regroup and continue the mission. After the battle, large ships and war machines appear across the snow-covered field. Some units return damaged, entering a fortified base. The place seems to be the main headquarters, where the mechas land for repairs and resupply after the intense confrontation. Inside the enemy base, Mushim watches tensely, sweating as he stares at the control screens. Outside, Carlo appears with her allies and firmly orders him to surrender, making it clear there is nowhere left for him to run. Carlo's troops completely surround the enemy ship, securing total control of the area. One of Mushim's officers tries to argue, saying Prince Yuden has no chance and that the rebellion is useless. Carlo, with a confident smile, answers with irony, asking if that is really what Mushim said, showing she doesn't believe a word of it. Carlo stares Mushim down and demands that he reveal the names of those who supported him. She reminds him that there were 9 electors and orders him to swear by the gods and say the voting results right there. Under pressure, Mushim begins listing some names, sweating and visibly shaken by the situation. Carlo pushes Mushim even further, saying he is leaving out a name. He tries to justify himself, sweating and hesitating, but she doesn't back down and demands he reveal who is missing. Yuta watches in silence, feeling the tension grow. Mushim refuses to answer, and Lina taunts him, saying that staying quiet won't help. She wants him to finally confess who the last traitor was. Under pressure and nervous, Mushim screams that Rydrea was the one who voted for him. The woman appears in silence, showing disdain for the scene and calling his behavior pathetic. Irritated, she confronts him, saying she never voted for him, and accusing him of blatantly lying, making it clear he's trying to save himself with lies. Rydrea picks up the communicator and begins speaking to the entire crew, asking them not to be deceived by Mushim. She accuses him of being a traitor who stained the holy battle for the throne and ignored the last king's will. Her voice is firm as she declares that he is nothing more than a fool trying to justify himself, saying that no one needs to serve him anymore. Inside the ship, the crew begins to question Rydrea's speech, confused about what is happening. One of the officers asks if what she said is true, and another confirms that the situation really is bad. Filled with anger and desperation, Mushim yells for them to shut up, saying he is the first prince, and therefore the only one worthy of being king. He rages that Yuden is weak and doesn't deserve the throne, revealing his fury and frustration at losing everything in front of everyone. Lina Carlo looks at Mushim with confidence and confronts him directly, asking if he admits to having falsified the voting results. Consumed by despair and rage, he screams that he doesn't need to admit anything, declaring himself the true king. As he tries to assert himself in front of the soldiers and officers, the tension in the air grows and his subordinates begin to hesitate, realizing his control is falling apart. Yuta watches in confusion as Lina Carlo is called by General Libra, who appears in the middle of the tense situation. He introduces himself as a member of the National Guard and announces that he has come to arrest Mushim. Then he declares that the battle must end immediately, marking the end of the conflict that had been devastating the battlefield. With the conflict finally over, Lina Carlo lets out a relieved breath as she looks at the horizon. Yuta comments on the ruins left by the war and doubts whether the country will be able to recover, but Lina lightly scolds him with a small smile, telling him not to underestimate her people. The scenes show Victrolf standing imposingly under the sunset, symbolizing the end of the battle and the beginning of a new era with King Yudin on the throne, marking the rebirth of Metalia. As the sun rises over the snow-covered mountains, the mechas stand side by side on the ship's deck. Yuta and Lina Carlo watch in silence, feeling the weight of the war that has ended and the hope that is beginning. The horizon shines with the light of the new day, and a firm voice echoes, "The future of Melteria is burning brightly." With the sunrise lighting up the snow-covered mountains, a military base appears between the valleys. Huge ships and mechas rest in silence, being prepared and repaired after the long battle. The scene shows that despite the destruction, Melteria is beginning to rebuild, with its warriors and machines ready to protect the new future that has just begun. Lisa works focused inside the hangar, analyzing Victrolf's core, while Yuta watches from a distance. She explains that there are still many mysteries about the LUDEA core that engineers can't understand. After some tests, she admits she can't fully repair the system. Suddenly a voice is heard, "Fairy LUDEA, Victrolf's AI." Surprised, they realize the mecha has an active artificial intelligence. Yuta is shocked and wonders if everyone from Earth is like that, as the room fills with curiosity and astonishment. Liza asks Fairy, the mecha's AI, if she understands LUDEA cores. Fairy explains that although she has knowledge, it's not enough to perform maintenance, since she needs a functional system for that. Liza then suggests transferring her to another mecha, but Fairy refuses, saying she is an independent system and will enter hibernation mode to avoid damage to the core. Yuta asks if such a transfer is even possible, and Liza agrees that if it can be done, it would be a great help. Liza completes the transfer of Fairy to the new mecha, Arleo. Yuta calls out to the AI, and she answers immediately, confirming the success of the operation. However, Liza explains that Arleo is 40% weaker than Victrolf because of a control limiter installed in the core. Surprised, Yuta asks if it's possible to disable it, and Liza authorizes Fairy to try. The AI confirms and starts accessing the LUDEA core, while Yuta watches curiously, not imagining the true potential the mecha can unleash. Fairy finishes the calibration process of the new mecha, stating that its performance has been increased by 1.5 times compared to before. Yuta gets excited about the result and comments on it, while Liza watches with a slight smile, noticing his enthusiasm. Right after that, the team receives orders to gather on the bridge, since they are about to arrive in Barnukla. Yuta confirms, and, still excited with the improvement, gets ready to join the others. The scene shifts to the bustling trade city of Baranuka. The streets are full of people, shops, and merchants, showing the lively and prosperous atmosphere of the place. The group looks around with curiosity. One of them comments on how full of life the city is, while another, holding a map, announces excitedly that they have finally reached their destination. The group receives a sum of gold as an allowance, and everyone gets excited about the chance to enjoy their free time in the city. Some complain that the money isn't enough, while others seem satisfied. When Liza invites Yuta to go shopping with her, one of the women cuts in, saying he's going out with her on an adult date. The two start arguing, and Yuta is left confused. In the end, the older man decides for him, saying Yuta will accompany both of them for the rest of the day, which only makes the mood between them even worse. As they walk through the busy streets of Baranuka, the man calls Yuta over and says they need to take care of a few important things. He explains that first they'll go to the labor guild to register a job posting and then check the real value of Yuta's LUDEA, something that seems to be a measure of power or energy. Yuta agrees, curious about what that really means. The group arrives at the labor guild, where the man explains to the receptionist that he needs a pilot and mechanics for a new crew. The woman comments that mechanics are rare and that they'll probably only manage to fill the positions in 5 days. Liza gets annoyed when the attendant calls her a boy, but the conversation continues without a fight. After sorting everything out, they decide to head to the LUDEA measurement station. Yuta steps onto the measurement platform while everyone watches the result come up. The number is so low that it shocks everyone. The man tries to confirm if there wasn't some mistake, but the staff assures them the equipment is state-of-the-art and has no faults. Liza can't believe it, and Yuta remembers something similar happening the first time he was tested, when they used the meter from another city. The situation leaves the group confused and curious about why his values are always so low. Everyone is stunned when they see the test results showing only 2. The woman in the lab coat looks on with a curious smile, while the others stare at Yuta in silence, unable to believe that such a low number could be right. A huge blue mecha rises imposingly, radiating power and metallic light, while a girl with fox ears and a blue dress watches it up close with a calm and confident expression. The scene shows the bond between the two, strength and delicacy side by side, as if they were ready to face whatever comes next. The man walks in a hurry and asks Liza if she has already figured out Yuta's value. When he hears the answer, he is shocked to learn that Yuta's LUDEA value is only 2. He panics, saying nobody will believe it, and that with such a low number it would be impossible to operate magi weapons properly. Liza tries to calm things down, but the mood in the room turns tense. While the group is still trying to understand the mess, a woman walks up calmly and reveals that the 2 value doesn't refer to LUDEA, but to Yuta's dimensional class. Everyone is surprised by the explanation, while the man who was angry tries to hide his embarrassment for losing his temper over nothing. The group is still trying to understand what dimensional class means. The woman with glasses explains that this classification comes from an ancient civilization and measures the potential of a person's abilities. She reveals that Class 2 is actually the second highest that exists, and that there has never been anyone recorded as Class 1. Yuta and the others are shocked, realizing that his value is something out of the ordinary. The man insists on knowing Yuta's LUDEA value, still suspicious about the earlier explanation. Yuta asks if there has really never been anyone above Class 2, and the woman confirms it, saying that not even in ancient eras were there records of such a thing. She explains that the LUDEA value changes constantly, and that, in the end, it doesn't matter that much anyway, since Yuta isn't a pilot. The woman explains that the devices used to measure LUDEA values today only capture part of the total potential, giving out an average. Because of that, the results are never completely accurate. The man keeps pushing to know the exact number, but she answers calmly, saying that for someone with Class 2, the LUDEA value usually falls within a certain range. The woman answers calmly, saying that the LUDEA value for someone of Class 2 usually ranges between 1 million and 2 million. Everyone in the room is stunned to hear that Yuta and Liza exchange looks, while the man beside them is left with his mouth open, sweating as he tries to process what that really means. The scene shows a large house with a design full of pipes and mechanical parts, looking like a steampunk-style building. Someone shouts in shock at the value. 1 million? Right after, a calm-looking girl dressed like an inventor answers, saying she's just as surprised by it. Yuta looks like a normal boy, but is described as a real monster in terms of power. The woman comments that the highest known class in ancient civilizations was only Class 3, and even though she tries to act calm, she is clearly excited. The others around them are also stunned, talking about how absurd his LUDEA value is, while Yuta tries to understand what it all really means. While they talk, the group mentions that they need to hurry before it gets dark. The woman reminds the man that he promised to look for a mechanic, and then he turns to Lafshul and Orvis, asking if they would be willing to join the group as mechanics. The two of them are surprised by the offer. The group talks about inviting Lafshul and Orvis to join them. Even though they think the two don't seem to be looking for work, one of the men insists, saying it's worth trying anyway. Lafshul ends up accepting, but says she'll only join under one condition, surprising everyone there. Lafshul explains she has just one condition to accept. She wants to borrow Yuta from time to time. The man assumes she wants money, but she clarifies that she needs him to help with tests and data collection. She reveals that she is building a Class 2 Magitech completely from scratch, and that Yuta, being such a valuable pilot, would be essential to the process. Yuta is surprised, but starts to think about the idea. Yuta and the others are shocked by what Lafshul says. She's talking about building a Magitech completely from zero, something considered almost impossible. The light-haired girl, startled, asks about the LUDEA core, wondering how Lafshul plans to deal with something that complex. With a confident look, Lafshul answers that she's simply going to create a LUDEA core. Everyone is stunned by that statement, since those cores can only be found through ancient excavations. Yuta and the others question whether something like that is really possible, trying to figure out how far her skills go. The old man laughs and asks if they've forgotten his master's name. Everyone is confused until he reveals it. Lafshul is a disciple of the legendary sage who created the very first Magitech in history. Shocked, the group realizes they are standing before the famous Great Sage Lafshul, a legendary figure many believed was only a myth. Still surprised, Yuta asks how old Lafshul is. She answers casually that she lost count a long time ago, saying it's too much trouble to remember. Then she says she will need a few days to prepare before deciding whether she will really join the group as a mechanic, promising to let them know when she's ready. The group gathers in a large hangar full of machines and equipment. The leader introduces Lafshul and Orvis as the new members and asks everyone to get along with them. He also mentions that they finally found out Yuta's LUDEA value, which is around 1 to 2 million, impressing everyone there. When they hear Yuta's LUDEA value, everyone is in shock. The word 1 million echoes through the huge hangar as the machines rumble and the amazement spreads, showing just how unbelievable that number is. The group is still trying to digest the revelation about Yuta's power. One of the men is impressed and says that if the world found out, everything would fall into chaos. He warns them to keep it secret, calling it the greatest secret of the Muso Iron Knights. Another man, excited, says that Yuta could change history with that power. While everyone realizes how serious the situation really is, Arthur tries to attack Yuta, but is quickly restrained. The blonde girl scolds him, saying that a revelation about someone with such a high LUDEA value could start a world war, with nations trying to recruit Yuta at any cost. She warns that they can't allow casualties because of that, while Yuta watches, confused and worried. The woman explains that the same danger that hangs over Yuta also applies to Lafshul. She says that LUDEA cores can only be obtained through ancient excavations, and that anyone capable of creating or controlling something like that could throw the world off balance and cause a global war. Yuta, a bit lost, feels like things are getting out of hand, realizing the size of the trouble he's gotten into. On the day Lafshul and Orvis move in, the group gathers in front of the house. Yuta notices she brought very few belongings and asks if that's really all she prepared. Calmly, Lafshul answers that those are only the things she doesn't need, leaving everyone confused about what she actually plans to bring. While they pack things up, Yuta asks about a large container that was left behind. Lafshul explains that it's a bottle of a potion she created hundreds of years ago that ended up going wrong, and tells them not to open it under any circumstances. The group is shocked by the amount of time she mentions, while one of the men grumbles that they'll have to use the Magitech to carry everything. While two Magitechs help carry the boxes, Yuta calls out to Lafshul and says he wants to show her something. He explains that there is a Magitech that isn't working well, and he'd like her to take a look at it. Curious, she accepts the invitation, and the two of them head together toward the hangar to see the machine. When they enter the hangar, Yuta shows her the Magitech that was having problems. Lafshul looks over the machine and, to everyone's surprise, recognizes it immediately, calling it Victolf and saying it's been a long time since she last saw it. Yuta is stunned to realize she really knows the robot. Lafshul says she'll take care of the problem and walks up to the Magitech. Impressed, Yuta asks if she can really fix it, and she answers confidently, explaining that the machine was created by one of her former disciples. Then she starts working, and the robot begins to move and react to the adjustments she makes. While examining the Magitech, Lafshal notices something wrong and comments that the LUDEA core is completely damaged. Yuta gets worried and asks what could have caused that, while she analyzes the state of the mechanism and wonders what kind of extreme use the machine must have gone through. Even thinking the repair will be complicated, she decides to try to solve the problem. Lafshal looks over the state of the Magitech and says that it will be necessary to regenerate the LUDEA core. Yuta asks if the process is hard, and she answers that actually the problem isn't the difficulty, but the very high cost involved. He says that if it's a matter of money, they can ask Jean for help, trying to find a way. Lafshal explains that to regenerate the core, they would need orichalcum and phoenix stone, about 10 kilos of each. Yuta doesn't quite get it until she mentions that the total cost would be around 30 billion in gold. He realizes it's something impossible to get and apologizes for not being able to help. Even so, Lafshal says she understands the damage, and Yuta regrets that he won't be able to use his Magitech Victulf for a long time. While Yuta and Lafshal are examining the Magitech, one of their companions calls out to them, saying he's hungry and suggesting they take a break to eat. Yuta agrees and says they can continue later. Surprisingly, the robot also responds, saying the same thing, and the scene shifts to the kitchen, where the meal starts being prepared. At mealtime, Jean is in the kitchen serving food while the group eats excitedly. One of the men impatiently asks when the main dish is coming, and Jean, annoyed, answers that he's already had 14 plates. Tired of the complaining, he tells his companion to shut up and keep eating. During the meal, the group keeps talking about the absurd cost to fix the Magitech. One of them gets worked up, shouting that 30 billion in gold is an impossible amount to get. Yuta tries to stay positive, saying he still has another robot, Arleo, to use. Lafshal, flipping through a book, comments that having a Class 2 Magitech would still be essential, and that she would like to see that become reality someday. During the conversation, the old master brings up the giant nests again, sparking the group's curiosity. Yuta asks if those creatures really existed, and he confirms it, explaining that they were colossal beasts that ruled the world and were considered enemies of humanity. Lafshal adds that their nests were connected to the mineral veins in the ground, making the subject even more mysterious. Lafshal explains that these giant creatures could reach up to 100 meters in height, with skin as hard as rock and devastating strength. Determined, she reveals her goal: to build a machine powerful enough to face these monsters and protect humanity from such destructive threats. A few days earlier, in the kingdom of Amuria, King Majini was traveling with Princess Ramel and Kosayado Nagisa toward the Holy Kingdom of Temia for a meeting between the leaders of the Union of Eastern Nations. Despite the tensions between the kingdoms, they managed to form a military alliance. However, on the way, King Majini was intercepted by Brush II. As they continued their journey toward Temura, King Majini's group was suddenly ambushed by an unknown Magitech unit that attacked without warning. Thanks to Nagisa's efforts, they managed to repel the enemy and escape the battle. Even so, a sense of danger lingered, as if a shadow were drawing closer to their path. After the fight, Zed makes contact, reporting that the enemy has been contained. While the situation seems under control, a man walks up to Nagisa and asks if she isn't curious to know who was behind the attack. The mood shifts suddenly, and Nagisa tenses up, sensing that something is very wrong. Nagisa and her partner find the enemy pilot inside the Magitech, already dead. The man's face is twisted in despair, with visible signs of poison. Shocked, they realize he took his own life to avoid revealing information, making it clear that there was something much bigger behind that attack. Nagisa's partner gets angry, saying that now it will be impossible to get any information from the dead enemy. Meanwhile, she thinks about what she just saw, shaken by the idea of someone dying for their own country. Determined, she says she has made a decision, but then admits to herself that she could never act the same way. That kind of sacrifice is something impossible for her. During the trip, the princess talks with the king, telling him they were unable to identify who was behind the attack. He reflects on the fact that the enemy knew his route, realizing that the attack was only possible thanks to inside information. Reluctantly, the king admits that King Amu might be right. There is a traitor within the Union of Eastern Nations. One of the soldiers warns that continuing on to the leaders' meeting would be too dangerous and recommends returning to Amuria. The princess, however, firmly disagrees, saying that even if the enemy failed this time, it doesn't mean they won't try again, and that the next attack could be even more devastating. During the journey, an alarm starts blaring in the ship's cockpit. The control officer reports that there is an unidentified Magitech approaching their position, apparently piloted by a single person. The mood turns tense as the crew tries to figure out whether it is a threat or just a lone traveler. Sensing something strange, the officer orders them to hold on and activates the wide area detection system. The princess feels a bad premonition as she watches the lone Magitech move in a threatening way. Then the robot raises its sword, ready to attack, confirming that the danger is real. When the detection system is activated, the real threat appears. Dozens of enemy Magitechs emerge from all directions, completely surrounding the area. The enemy pilot, who seemed to be alone, was just a decoy, and now the enemy army reveals itself at full strength, ready to strike. The sensor confirms the worst suspicion. Around 50 enemy Magitechs are completely encircling the ship. The crew goes to maximum alert. As the tension rises, the group realizes they are about to face a battle under overwhelming disadvantage. The princess shouts firmly, ordering everyone to advance and break through the encirclement. The commander, frightened but determined, confirms the order. The ship accelerates through the swarm of enemies, forcing a path with gunfire and sharp maneuvers as the Magitechs prepare for the clash of battle. Nagisa receives an immediate order: eliminate the enemy Magitechs that manage to board. Without hesitation, she activates her robot and heads into combat, taking down the enemies trying to invade the ship as the confrontation intensifies all around. Breathless, the princess warns that there is no way to send reinforcements. The deck has already reached its weight limit. Alone, she watches one of the enemy Magitechs climb up to face her, getting ready to fight with no support at all. Nagisa confirms the order, determined. She stares down the enemy ahead while projectiles rain down around her. Even fully aware of the disadvantage, she prepares to fight alone, ready to protect the ship and her crew no matter what it costs. Nagisa watches the enemies advance and understands that everyone there is ready to die for their countries. Clutching the controls tightly, she decides to change her mindset. If she wants to survive, she needs to fight with the same resolve. After all, this is a real war. The enemy jumps down from above, attacking head-on with full force. Nagisa reacts in surprise, realizing the strike is coming from above and getting ready to defend, feeling the real weight of battle as the mechas collide on the deck. Nagisa blocks the blow with all her strength, the metallic sound of the swords echoing across the deck. Determined, she shouts that she won't fall there, pushing the enemy back with all the energy she has left. Nagisa receives a bag of money and hears the princess explain that Amuria is about to go to war. Even acknowledging that they brought her there by force, the princess asks her to take the money and flee the country before the conflict begins. The princess hands Nagisa a bag with 10 million in gold, saying that it should be enough for her to live freely for a while. As Nagisa looks on in surprise, the princess starts talking about the past, how she used to be mocked because of her tastes and different clothes, remembering that everything started 7 years ago. The young Nagisa is beaten by classmates who mock her for being a girl and wearing a skirt. Even hurt, she tries to stay composed while the boys talk about playing baseball, recalling the time they used to play together. One of them grumbles that she annoys him, but admits that despite being a girl, she has always been strong enough to keep up with them. Tired of being teased, Nagisa reacts quickly and hits the boy who was bothering her with a strong kick, sending him flying. The others are shocked by her strength, while she herself seems unable to believe what she just did. Yuta appears furious and tells the boys to stop picking on Nagisa. Even when they try to justify themselves by saying it was just a joke, he answers that she is his friend, and he doesn't like what they are doing, demanding that they stop. Without hesitation, he jumps in and lands a hit on one of the boys, defending Nagisa. Yuta tries to protect Nagisa from the boys, but ends up surrounded and beaten by all of them at once. Even injured, he gets back up and says he's fine, trying to reassure her. However, when she touches him in worry, he screams in pain, revealing that he was more hurt than he let on. Nagisa remembers Yuta, saying that he always showed up to save her, even if he got beaten in the process, but in the end, he always won. With a calm look, she says he was her hero, someone who fought with willpower alone. Danielle asks if he was the boy she liked, and Nagisa, surprised, tries to hide it, remembering that she had already cried while confessing that in the past. Danielle tries to convince Nagisa not to take part in the war, saying that it will be a senseless and dangerous battle. She speaks with worry, reminding her that Nagisa could even die. Even so, Nagisa remains silent, showing that she has already made her decision. Nagisa thinks about what Danielle said and admits that she has thought a lot about death, but realizes she is not ready for it yet. Then, firmly, she says that no one fights to die, everyone fights to survive. With determination, she ends by saying that everyone must come out of that war alive. Several ships and huge vehicles are lined up in the middle of a mountainous area, ready to depart. The scene shows the scale of the assembled military fleet, indicating that a major operation is about to begin. A representative apologizes and thanks Amuria for its help, acknowledging the alliance between their countries. He promises that together they will get through the difficult situation. Soon after, an officer explains the military strength of the enemy. At least 50 carrier riders, 1,500 Magi armor units, and 30,000 soldiers, showing the size of the threat they are facing. During the strategic meeting, the commander explains the critical situation. There are 3 possible routes for the enemy advance. He mentions that if they face the enemy directly, they will have no chance of victory. The enemy army has 17 carrier riders, 960 Magi armor units, and 6,200 soldiers. The Allied forces are much smaller. The map shows the likely battle locations: the Balhan Plateau, the south of the Lujian Mountains, and the Amolzi River. And the warning is clear. If the enemy breaks through any of those routes, they will head straight for the Holy Kingdom, and they will lose the war. During the meeting, one of the commanders comments that the Balhan Plateau will require most of their troops, and that they will have to split the army into 3 fronts, ending up outnumbered. At that moment, the young woman stands up and reveals that Amuria has formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Emu and has already requested reinforcements. The news surprises the others, bringing a bit of relief to the group's tension. They study the map and define the strategic positions. Amuria's army will protect the southern part of the Lujian Mountains, while the Kingdom of Emu will be responsible for the Amolzi River and the defense of Tamira. One of the commanders suggests sending someone who knows the region well to guide the allied army. The young woman volunteers to accompany the troops, saying that someone of proper standing is needed to officially receive them. A young pilot prepares for battle inside his combat robot. He asks his partner Feli to help him finish off the enemies quickly. As soon as she confirms, the mecha's system is activated. LUDEA mode engaged, automatically adjusting the strength of its weapons. Determined, the pilot positions himself to face the enemy head-on. The young man's mecha charges forward at extremely high speed, leaving a trail of destruction across the terrain. The woman watching the scene is shocked, her eyes widening as she cries out in surprise at the robot's agility. It moves too fast for her eyes to follow. The enemy reacts quickly upon noticing the approach, drawing its sword in alarm. The white mecha appears in a swift strike, kicking up dust and tearing up the ground around them. The 2 machines crash into each other with great force, their blades crossing in a powerful impact that sends sparks flying through the air. The white mecha delivers a direct and devastating strike, hitting the enemy dead on. The impact is so strong that the opponent's blade shatters, with chunks of metal flying everywhere. The black robot is thrown backward, its chest destroyed and sparks bursting from its joints. The enemy tries an aerial attack, but the pilot of the white mecha stays calm. He tightens his grip on the control handle and, in a precise movement, twists his sword and unleashes a brutal slash. The blade cuts through the black mecha, slicing its armor open and cleaving it in half in a clean, powerful blow. The enemy mechas advance together, trying to surround the white mecha, but the pilot reacts before they can get close. With a quick jump, he spins in the air and comes down with a powerful strike, cutting down 2 enemies at once. The black machines fall destroyed, and the metallic sound echoes across the battlefield. The white mecha charges with full force, driving its sword straight into the enemy's chest. The impact is so violent that the ground around them cracks, opening a crater beneath the 2. Sparks and chunks of metal fly as the enemy is pierced through and destroyed in a single devastating blow. The white mecha lands on the ground, kneeling after the final strike. In the distance, the girl who had been watching the battle widens her eyes, shocked by what she sees, and exclaims in disbelief that she can't believe what just happened. The white mecha remains standing among the debris, with the defeated enemy lying at its feet. Leaves drift through the air as the battlefield falls silent. Someone watches in astonishment, realizing that he, alone, managed to defeat the feared Black Death Rabbit. The young man switches off the mecha's system and sighs, saying the battle is over. The other pilot approaches, asking if he's okay since the machine's shoulder looks damaged. He confirms that everything is fine and that he can still operate the MangaCapped without any issues. The girl then mentions that she was separated from her allies during the fight, but believes she can find them again if they go back the same way. The boy replies that he thought she was with her group and asks why she's alone, curious about the situation. A group of mechas appears in the distance, stopping before the field filled with debris. One of the pilots, relieved, recognizes who is standing there and shouts emotionally, "It's Princess Renelle." He expresses his relief at seeing her alive, while the other mechas move around her, showing respect and concern. The boy is surprised to learn that the woman in front of him is a princess. She calmly confirms it, telling him not to worry about formalities. Renelle then explains that only one of the transport ships is still functional, but the rest of the Meiji crafts can move normally. The young man suggests they regroup with the Emu army as quickly as possible and asks if everyone is ready. After checking the radar, he requests an update, and his partner Feli reports that about 50 enemies are blocking the route to the rendezvous point.